session for Saturday, January 20th, 2024. Please join me for a moment of meditation, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance to the American flag. You will hear 3 taps of the gavel when it is time to stand. Please join me for a moment of meditation now. Clerk of Council, Ms. Gang, would you please call the attendance roll?
Mr. Farrell?
Here.
Mrs. Carter? Here. Mr. West?
Here.
Mr. Horn?
Here.
Mayor Slamka?
Here. And now we will receive and file the special meeting documents. With that, I believe we can begin. City Manager, Mr. Lawley, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, we
sorry.
need a motion to receive and file those special
forgive
meeting
me.
documents.
Thank you. We need a motion. May I have a motion to receive and file the special meeting documents?
Motion.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you. It's properly moved and seconded. Please take the roll, Ms. Gang.
Mrs. Carter? Yes. Mr. West?
Yes.
Mr. Horn?
Yes.
Mayor Slamka?
Yes.
Mr. Farrell?
Yes.
The yeses have it. The motion passes. Thank you. Mr.
Okay.
Lawley.
Good morning, Mayor Slamka and members of City Council and members of the Middletown community. Thank you for coming out on this nice and warm January morning. Appreciate everybody coming out early and being here. We have a pretty busy agenda this morning, so we're going to jump right into it. And I want to let everybody know there's refreshments and breakfast, light breakfast over here for you, so please at any time help yourself. And I hope we accomplish a lot today. Generally, the city has a work session in January of every year, just to kind of let staff have the opportunity to present to council and the community where we're going, and then for staff to get feedback from council on some of the priorities that you see for the year. And I start this off by kind of a little motto here that my philosophy here is that the way to make Middletown the goal of being a better place is for all of us to work together, city staff, council, and the community, because I honestly believe the little motto here that the strength of each one of us is all of us together, and the strength of all of us together is each one of us, because it takes everybody to come together to continue to make Middletown the community it is, because our goal is to make Middletown a better place. If you look at our budgets that we presented this year, the overarching vision and goal is to make Middletown a better place, and that's what together with ourselves, with city council and the community, we're going to really focus on in 2024. And I think on a couple areas, you're really going to see that. One of the first presentations, the second presentation, actually, it's going to be made is by our task force that looked at what the city should do with this facility and grounds. We're going to see it in presentations on the park, on housing, et cetera, et cetera. So our main goal is to make Middletown a better place. So how do we do this? We do this by maintaining a financially stable city, by providing excellent services to citizens, businesses, and visitors. We do this by promoting and providing a healthy and safe living, by promoting and fostering pride in our community. I'm really proud to say that if you've looked at Middletown over the last year, we really have gone in the direction of trying to have things for people to do. That's what people want. We want to do things for families. We want to do things for citizens and visitors so they enjoy the things that Middletown has to offer. And as you'll see here throughout coming up over the next few council meetings, we'll talk about some further things that we're going to do. Like one thing I'm excited about, we're going to have our first ever St. Patty's Day parade. Now, if you're going to come to that, you have to wear green. That's the only stipulation there. So, but there's just so many other things, and with our park board getting to where they're really focusing on what parks they want to start fixing up and beautifying in regards to our parks master plan, we're really going in a direction that I think we're going to build a lot of pride in our community. We're going to provide reliable, helpful city services that are easily accessible and provided in a customer-friendly manner. Look, most of our strategic planning is what cities are supposed to deliver. People want clean, safe water. Our Public Works Department does an excellent job of that. And how about the job they did yesterday on the streets? I think the main thoroughfares yesterday were as good as I've seen them after a snow in a long time. And those guys, you know, a round of applause to those guys because they really did do a good job. Cleaning up Middletown and promoting neighborhood revitalization. We'll have some discussion on that. One of the big things is development services, working and connecting with, or working up with Middletown Connect. Hopefully we'll get into our neighborhoods, especially the 3 census tract areas where I think we'll start to see a lot of improvement in revitalizing those areas and then working our way through all of Middletown. Improving our local economy by growing businesses and a strong workforce, that's a priority for us. For us to be able to essentially pay for things in Middletown, we've got to have a financially strong city government. And we do that by developing our local economy. We do that by helping our existing businesses, and we do that by recruiting and getting other businesses to come to town. Promoting interest in the arts, entertainment, recreation, housing, and all the assets Middletown has to offer. One of the things by the time we get to preparing for the 2025 budget that I'm going to come to council with is saying we need to return to having a recreation department in Middletown. Providing Wi-Fi in our 6 major parks. A little bit later, I'll have Troy Anderton of our information systems give a little bit of update of where we're at with Wi-Fi in the 6 city parks that council asked to proceed with at our work session in January of 2023. Full implementation of a new software upgrade for our finance and treasury division. This will make it easier for us to do business with our vendors and with the community and our citizens. Provide well-maintained public infrastructure that will support neighborhoods and the economy for years to come. The paving levy, I mean, it's just 2023 was a boom year for getting Middletown streets back to where they needed to be. Provide an appropriate response of personnel, apparatus, equipment to fires, medical emergencies, and all hazardous situations. Police our communities, making Middletown a safe place to live, work, and play, promoting our parks as safe, relaxing, enjoyable places to be, and meeting our challenges directly and finding solutions to problems as they come up through the year. By having the best employees who really care about Middletown. As some of my staff knows, I'm really big into taking care of our human resources. You know, we want people to work for Middletown, who are employed by Middletown, who want to be here, who want to stay here, and we do that by providing an environment of where employees are happy to be and want to serve the citizens of Middletown. So this essentially, I think I might have got a little bit behind there, I apologize. This essentially is what I call the Middletown Pack. We're a diverse community that truly embodies the strength of each one of us, is all of us together and working together. And that council is kind of going to be the large focus of 2024. Our agenda today is to talk about the city finance update, including general fund and ARPA fund monies. We'll talk about this facility here, Central Connections, and the Senior Citizens Task Force presentation. We'll give an economic development update. We'll talk about the community center, housing plan, neighborhood revitalization update, Parks Master Plan progress. We'll discuss homelessness, substance abuse, and mental health. We'll talk about where we're at right now with the fire station construction progress, and I'll talk about the police review study that was conducted in 2023. And council, if you have any general questions right now, I'd be happy to answer. Otherwise, we're going to jump right into our agenda program. Okay, thank you. At this time, I'd like to invite our Assistant City Manager, Nathan Cahall, to discuss the city's finance update, including general fund and ARPA monies.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Thought to just kind of hit on two big areas of, I think, what is probably your folks' focus as we're looking at our finances, and that is to kind of provide a brief general fund overview of where we landed towards the end of this last year, and then also to dive into the remaining residual ARPA funds that obviously staff needs guidance on as to how you want those programmed. So our general fund balance, now this is as of the end of November. We're almost done wrapping up the end of the year closeout, and we're in the middle of bank reconciliation on that. But we have a general fund balance at the end of November of just under $23 million. That equates to approximately 45% of our general fund expenses if you were to compare them to the 24 budget. So, said another way, we have a little under a half year's worth of savings or cushion to absorb any revenue losses, or also to be programmed for additional 24 expenses that were not originally envisioned in the budget for this year. We will probably see I won't say a significant, but a substantive increase to that number once we close December here, probably in about, hopefully, early this week, because what's in that number that's not accounted for are the end of the year final transfers from the income tax fund to the general fund. If you're looking at this historically since 2020, our general fund revenues have increased by 10%, which is a good problem to have. And I think as we get into this, and as you folks are making important budget and investment decisions on behalf of the citizenry here, is to look at our current general fund balance policy versus what staff would recommend going forward. And we can talk about that. So, we can go to the next slide if we could, please, Troy. So, previous city council, actually 2 city councils ago, established a policy under previous administration that there was the desire to, in any given year, after our audited financials were finalized, to transfer any residual general fund balance above a 20% carryover amount, to transfer that to the capital improvement fund for capital projects. That was, I think, last done, I believe, in '21 to a certain extent. But I think it's important to keep in mind that a 20% residual balance, that's 75 days worth of cash plus or minus for the city. If, for whatever reason, if we went to the extreme and there was no revenue coming in, there's 75 days or so to pay bills at current expense levels. This policy has been deferred by previous council over the last 2 fiscal cycles because that policy also required council to, when they authorized that appropriation, that transfer between funds, they had to identify particular projects. And that was just not effectuated, which is one of the drivers for the general fund balance's growth over the last couple fiscal years. It's keep in mind that when we look at the current 20% policy, that at 15%, the Auditor of State's office places you on fiscal watch, which is no bueno, to say the least. I think it's also important as we're looking at council considering a fund balance, at least goal or a goal or an aspirational level, is that you'll see that our bond rating was upgraded by Moody's about a year and a half or so ago to AA1. And that was predicated on 2 factors, and we maintained that bond rating this last time when we last went to the capital markets about 60 days ago. And the 2 things that allowed us to be, I'll say, a green shoot in southwestern Ohio, or this part of the Great Lakes region and Midwest, in comparison to our peers in the region, was that we had demonstrated and continued growth in income tax collection compared to what other cities of our size and character have witnessed, definitely since the pandemic outbreak, and also our current general fund balance reserve level. Those are the 2 things that rating upgrade and then that continued rating have been predicated on. And so, reading between the tea leaves there, obviously for our bond rating or whatnot, staff's recommending council's consideration of perhaps amending that goal or that policy, whether it's formal or informal, of trying to have a general fund reserve of hovering somewhere around a 40% to maintain that bond rating, and also to provide you folks with maximum flexibility if there is some sort of unforeseen challenge that we have to address or some unforeseen opportunity that we can pursue. And like I said, those general fund revenues have grown, and we're seeing a consistent growth year over year, especially driven by income tax. Income tax collection is the vast majority of our general fund revenue. We do have some inside millage on the property tax side of life, and obviously some ancillary fees and permits and fines and those kinds of things as we look at that. And so that's kind of where we are. If you were to take in consideration, if we were to drop to a 40% level, and you wanted to implement a policy that you wanted to program down to a 40% level for whether it's capital projects or other projects or initiatives that you desire, the finance director and I estimate that to be somewhere around $3.6 million. That could be increased towards the '24 budget as a supplemental appropriation. So that kind of frames things there. That then segues into our ARPA discussions.
Before we get into that, how about we discuss
Oh, yes.
that issue right there and see if you have any questions on that, and then what discussions you may want to have on that.
So are you asking us to raise the the 20% reserve that we have up to 40? Is that what's, like,
I
to
think-
pass some type of legislation towards that?
There's not necessarily a need to pass legislation.
Okay.
I think that can be I will say, an uncodified or an unofficial policy of council, that's the target. And, any given year that might hover down to, 35%, or it may go up to 45%. But as we're trying to structure future budgets and future spending recommendations to see what your guidance is. I think, though, right now on the books, we do have that resolution that was passed in '21 that, you may want to consider as a new council here. That's 2 councils ago. You may want to consider rescinding that or modifying it however you desire.
So our bond rating at the AA, I don't know exactly how that works, so kind of explain. I know you love to go into the weeds, right? But
Yeah.
is there an A rating, AA, AAA? Like,
There is.
explain where we at.
There is. So we are if we looked at this as your SAT or ACT score, we're probably we're in the mid to high 80 percentile.
Okay.
In comparison to municipalities across the country. Obviously, the highest rating for Moody's is AAA. That's, actually, well, it used to be the federal government, but there are jurisdictions that are AAA in this area, whether that be, going off memory, maybe like the city of Dublin. I think Westchester Township is. There's a few others here in the region or in the state. But your bond rating it's really simple. It's your credit score. As an individual, this is a credit score for the city. And so when we issue debt or are refinancing debt, whether it's Moody's, Standards & Poor, or Fitch, one of the 3 rating agencies, they look at our financials, they look at the debt issuance, they look at, that's in question, they look at, the revenues that are pledged to pay back the debt, how solid are those, what's our credit worthiness as a city, and they then give us a rating which tells the capital markets, those investors, whether it's large insurance funds, pension funds, individual investors, brokerages or whatnot, they then price, okay, what's my credit risk? And they assign and they bid on our debt, and they say, hey, I'll buy your debt and so much of it at X percent. What I can tell you is that give or take how you want to estimate it, but our last credit rating upgrade saved probably somewhere in the neighborhood of about 50 basis points over that duration of debt. I'm going back, I believe it was when we were bonding out well, it wasn't the street levy, it was the fire levy debt. And so over a 30-year period, that saves us somewhere in the neighborhood of a half percentage point through that, which is a substantive cost savings to the city. And like I've said, Moody's in their report that goes out to bond purchasers as they look at our official statement when we're in the capital markets trying to underwrite everything and sell. They look at that, and Moody's has put their stamp of approval as to that's the credit worthiness of the city, and here's why we stand by that, because those investors are looking like, hey, this is the city of Middletown, it's in the Rust Belt. How is Middletown different than maybe Cincinnati or Indianapolis or Gary, Indiana, or Detroit or somebody? Tell me what's different, and those are the 2 key variables that they pointed to as to why they said we were at that rating.
What's the rate that we borrowed on the fire station levy?
We were at, I'd have to get back to you. I think we were hovering somewhere around high 4s or 5.
So I guess I'm just thinking out loud here, real estate agent. But if we're sitting on 40%, 45%, and I know at one point we've been 50, we'll be at
Yes.
50 by the time so 25, $30 million, and we're paying 4.5% on fire stations, right? 5%, whatever it is. What are we garnering on interest right now?
Dependent upon how we, as we're recalculating our portfolio, whether we go into commercial paper or some federal agencies or the like, I think a blended average are going to be a little north of 3%.
So I guess my question is, we bonded out money that we didn't have to pay 4.5% to 5% to gain interest on money sitting in the bank that we're gaining 2 to 3% on. So at some point, does it make sense to, if we have this large cash balance, to go down and pay down some of the fire station debt to save the citizens long-term money, and that also operates more operating budget every single year?
That is correct, and so with our debt issuances in recent past, we sell those with call features. That's so many years out after the initial issuance, we have the option of calling the bond and either paying it off in totality, which that amount of money we probably wouldn't recommend or maybe wouldn't want to do, but it allows us to refinance. So when we went out for the initial fire station bonding based on the property tax levy, and this most recent one, we realized that we were in an inflated inflationary environment, and we knew that hopefully our crystal ball is accurate and that in so many years it'll probably be lower, and that'll allow us to refi that debt and either just refi it in totality or refi it with a principal buy down of whatever level. But we've put that in place on those issuances. And typically we do one. The markets usually will want it, I think on the fire station, the first fire station, I think there was a 7-year call, and then one at like past 10 years.
I have a question as well. It seems like many financial planners would say that a 3-month reserve would be good. That's about 30%, between 25 and 30% for the city. A couple questions and comments, because how would that affect our bond rating, number one, but also given that later we're going to hear in the police review that, and one of the things that we've all been talking about is wanting more police officers, wouldn't it be better to take that reserve down to 30% and be able to use the funds while still maintaining a healthy reserve?
Yes, I mean, and this is of all the things that the city council does, the most important thing that you do annually and ongoing is make budget decisions, appropriations decisions, because it's your council's budget every year is probably the most important thing you do. It's a policy decision and document saying, hey, this is what as a council we believe that we need to invest in, and these are our priorities. And I think there's, as much as this may be science, there's a little art to it as well. But I think also is that we talked about some of the positives that Moody's puts in our bond rating. Things also to weigh though is that they also will communicate to the market that there are some potential risks as a city, because we have the benefit, but also the exposure of having as part of our income tax stream, we have a handful of very large employers. And so there is exposure if any one entity were to downsize at any point, or there's a labor dispute, there's layoffs or something that were to happen. Obviously, we're a little more exposed than maybe other communities that may have a more extensively diversified portfolio of tax base and the like. But yes, that is a policy decision for council to figure out and decide what you feel is best. Because as you just alluded to, there are other priorities other than maintaining a certain level of cash balance in any given year that you folks have to weigh.
How much a month did we, so obviously we saw the 10% added to the general fund every year, but on average last year per month, how much were we sending to the general fund after expenses?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So after expenses, got your assets and liabilities, right? But how much were we bankrolling to the general fund on average after our monthly expenses, and obviously you have your capital projects and all that, but what would that number be?
I thought it was like 700K, 750K. That sound right?
Hold on here, I gotta do back of the envelope math. Probably a little lower than that, but probably at least $500,000.
So I guess here's my thoughts, one person, but we continue to say we don't have any money to spend on employees, and we want to be conservative. We have the opportunity to buy down debt, which opens up more flexibility every month to go out and hire. We can do more economic development. We can put more public safety. We have the options to do this. We've discussed it, and yet I'm hearing a presentation on this is why we should save more money.
Oh, no, I wouldn't want that to come across, and maybe I wasn't artful and.
Well, no,
presenting
I
this.
see what you're saying. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously you have the
Yeah.
thought process of spending down a little bit, but
Yeah,
I'm just trying to understand, and maybe we'll get into this more, but like, what's our plan to grow with, I don't want this to just be, we are strategically placed, and I will say the forefathers of the last few councils have done a very good job of this to set us up to where we're lean, and like you said, to your point, and I think this is something important for everybody to know, but we have a few major employers that went from, paying their employees $15 to $20 an hour to 25 to 30, right? That's where we've gotten this money from. As much as I'd like to sit around and say I've slashed the budget, right? I haven't. But I just, and I don't want to go back down that path, but is there somewhere in the middle that we can go that doesn't say, you look at other municipalities, and I've researched this, but they're 23, 15, 18, 21, 24% general fund, and we're at 40,
Yes.
probably 48,
Yes.
49 by the end of the month. So I'm just trying to figure out, is there something, can we buy down some debt that would put us in a good financial, because we can't, to the mayor's point, which I love, let's go out and hire more police officers, but you can't just go hire them out, otherwise that's going to long-term drain that account. We have to set it up and be stable. Sustainability is number one right here. So I don't know, is there an
Yes.
in-between somewhere?
yes, and I think this is the challenge, and this is why we have a meeting like this, which is really good, is that we need some guidance and marching orders from council as a whole here, because in fairness, and maybe staff has misinterpreted things or misread the tea leaves, last probably handful of funding cycles, there's been a feeling that the focus has necessarily maybe needed to be more on capital or particular projects. I think what we are hoping to get out of today's discussions is guidance on council of, are we looking at workforce investments over certain other projects? Because the pendulum swings from time to time. You folks know this. There are a year or two or three in a row where we're hitting out capital projects more in proportion than other things, and then the pendulum then swings because we have to provide services. We have to provide them well, and in a quality fashion. And I think that's one of the things that we're trying to discern and work with you folks as to how you want to spend the public treasury and what your focus wants to be. And I would say the growth of the general fund balance has been, to a certain extent, predicated on what you just said, Mr. Farrell, income tax growth in and of itself, but also then a position of stasis as to what we want to do with those funds, and we're looking for guidance from council as to how do you want to direct that investment and what your priorities are.
Well, no.
Because if you say, hey, you know what, we want to focus on workforce growth and better service delivery, then I'm sure the city manager and staff in support of him, we can provide you some proposals post haste.
And what we're looking for is what balance do you want to see? What balance between maintaining our current bond rating, getting it higher, and meeting some of the needs as you're getting into about having the proper number of staff?
So I would say one thing that I would think would be important is if we could understand the bond ratings of the cities around us. I think the start of what you're saying, to understand where we've been, where we're at today, and where we want to go is important, but we need to understand what's going on around us. You're just giving us information, which I appreciate.
Exactly.
But I don't know how to use the information if I don't have the tools.
I think also, are you finished?
Go ahead, yeah. No, you're fine. You're fine.
Well, another question I had to continue that as well is, does the financial director have the projected expenditures and revenues for the next 5 years? Can we take a look at what that would look like?
Yeah, we can provide those.
Before we-
I don't have them with me obviously today, but I can definitely make that happen.
I think that'd be important for us to look at as council.
Yeah.
I think my biggest issue is, I sat here last year and we committed $2 million to the parks, right? We haven't really spent much of that money. And we can have all the money in the world, right? But if you don't have people to spend the money, I know I sound like Santa Claus right now.
No, but
But it's the truth of the matter.
It is.
We can't execute because we don't have the people right now. And you guys are doing a great job, like seriously, I know you guys work like 60, 70 hours. But there's only so much time that you guys can put in without the executors.
Totally.
And so go out, like, my direction is go out, and we've had this conversation, go out and hire the people. Find the talent, which I realize is difficult in today's job market. Easy for me to sit up here and say. But, can we hire 3 more people in public works to go out? Whatever.
Yeah.
You understand this more than
I
I do.
totally
But I'm willing to be a little bit aggressive to set this city up.
Okay.
I'm tired of, it's Middletown, right? We don't just have to be Middletown anymore. I don't want to sit in front of these presentations and hear in 5 years, well, this is what we want to do to be great one day. Like, let's be great. That's where I'm at.
I'm with you. So I think what I'm sensing, and I see some heads nodding or whatnot, I think one of the things is, I think in the next, maybe month or so or whatnot, maybe having a further discussion with council here and maybe providing a proposed, kind of a staffing growth plan for the next, to get us, hopefully maybe accomplish it by the end of the year or something. Is that kind of what I'm sensing to a certain extent?
I think that'd be a good idea. And also, just in my meetings with heads of departments, I asked some of the questions I asked, right? There are 2 that I always ask. And the one is, in a perfect world, if we had all the money, all the resources, all the room in the city building, what have you, what would our staffing look like to get the best for Middletown done, accomplished? And then the next question is, okay, given that that's not a reality, what would it take to get you to just above, like, not running around with your head cut off, just to where you can sleep at night and not have to stress so much? And the answers I'm getting are just between 0, depending on and up to maybe like just 1 or 2 more.
Yeah.
So like, yes, taking a look at and asking, getting with the department, seeing what's actually needed, just to get to a point where we can be stabilized right now, and then looking forward as well for where we can get to be even better.
There was another point I wanted to back up. Zach kind of hit on, when we look at sort of neighboring cities or even cities in the Midwest that kind of fit, our mold, 50,000 capital, Rust Belt. Take a look at where they are, their bond ratings. I'm sure there's probably some that are AAA. Like you probably said Dublin. I would throw Dublin out because that's
Totally different.
ridiculous.
Totally
Yeah.
different tax base.
The other thing I'd like to see is if we could take a snapshot when we had the A rating, that last fiscal year versus maybe if there was a trend that set it to double. I know there's got to be a threshold on reserve fund balance and what we currently had debt-wise. Something changed. It maybe took a year or 2, but there was something, I don't know, I can't remember, a couple years ago, all the debt that we had, but something changed. It could have just been reserve fund balance, the percentage.
Yeah.
But then the other thing I'd like to say as well is when we look at where we are right now with reserve fund balance, and we're almost kind of idling and adding and adding and
We
adding.
are.
Which is good. I mean, we had to do that for a lot of years, but I think, as some others have said, I think we're at a point now where we can kind of look at it from a strategic perspective. We already know there's going to be significant public safety costs with the East End going in. I think, what was it? We looked at some numbers. If there's an event going on, plus the hotel, the restaurants, the additional apartments and condos out there, we could have 15 to 20,000 people right on that side of the highway. So when you start thinking about that from a public safety perspective, so we know we're going to have to invest in that, but I also don't want to lose focus on investing in economic development. I think we really have to take a close look at where can we incentivize some folks to come here.
Yes.
Because as we know, between Dayton and Cincinnati, there's not a lot of green space left, and we're kind of at a good point.
We're the last bit of beachfront property along 75.
Yeah.
We are.
So as much as we, I want to kind of lay it out and kind of hit on all things, the people, public safety, whether it be from a staff perspective, public safety, but then also I think we have to be wary of, where do we make the investments in economic development? Because as much as we are hoping we can grow our tax base, really we want more people to work here as well.
That's correct.
So that's just kind of my high-level thoughts on it. But I think it would be interesting to see when we went from an A1 to a double A1, kind of, there had to be something significant, or maybe it was just a slow
Yeah.
growth, right?
Yeah, we'll look at that. We'll definitely
Okay.
get you that information. That's easy to do.
Nathan, I have one
Yeah. Yes, sir.
to tack onto what Steve said about the bonding thing, and this is how I can understand it. So the AAA rating is the top rating.
It is.
And the thought is okay, if we're looking at our own credit score, the highest credit score you can get is 850. So if we're at AA1, let's just say our credit score is at 750, 760. And we want to maintain that. But if it's not such a huge benefit, meaning that we get such a better percentile on loans or investments, that's the difference I'd like to see is what a
Yeah.
city that gets, Westchester that has a AAA versus our A1A, if they're at 3% and we're going to be at 5, is that 2% really that important?
Yeah, and I think also as you're weighing this too, is that any given year as we're forecasting things, what do we see on the horizon that we would even consider debt financing when we debt financing with the capital markets. We do debt finance other things, but those are through conduit issuances, either through the state or through some federal programs. A lot of our water and sewer projects are DEFA or OWDA loans that are, we piggyback on the credit rating of the state of Ohio versus ours individually. But yeah, I think that's one of the other things too. If you're a community that's not looking at debt financing anything for the foreseeable future, then, you're not as concerned about issues like this at all.
For the paper that you're going to be putting together as well, I believe that part of the reason that we have a healthy general fund is because of ARPA, correct? Using ARPA for things we would have used the general fund for, perhaps, some of it? The reason I ask is, well, the
Perhaps
reason,
some of it, I'd say the bulk of it, no. There might be some of things that previous council may have made decisions of, regardless if there was ARPA dollars available to pay for it or not. They may have, or if there weren't funds available in that given year, they may have spent some general fund money. But at least my perspective would be is that not necessarily too much of a commingling of that.
and the reason I ask is because looking at those projections, I'm just curious if some of these projects that we put ARPA funds into might need continued money to go into them. Just curious to make sure that's part of the look when we look at the 5-year.
Yes, yeah, no, that's a good point. I mean, to date right now, and we'll get into that, most of our ARPA expenditures or encumbrances have been for kind of one-time expenses, nothing that really adds ongoing operational costs for the city.
And Mayor, if I could, being on the last council and appropriating some of those funds, I would agree with what Nathan's saying. I would say, there's a misinformation out there that the $2 million towards parks was from ARPA. That was out of the general fund.
Yeah.
So that was never, which parks are something that we should be ongoing investing into. For example, one of the major points of ARPA was to buy this building, right? That's not hopefully going to be a long-term cost that we ever have to buy this again. The Butler Tech hangar that we are giving $500,000 to, that project would have never came to fruition if it wasn't for ARPA and the county investing in that. So I think most of them are just really one-time projects.
Yeah.
Just wanted to be sure that was part of the paperwork,
Yeah,
to see if there is
exactly.
anything that is
Yes,
ongoing.
that's a good point. That's a very good point. So I think we have our marching orders in regards to our general fund glide path as to how we're going to present things. So this is very helpful. Thank you. So we'll get into the next fun topic, which is our ARPA dollars. And we're remiss, I think you folks should have gotten an extra handout this morning that would have helped you along the way. But this actually isn't super complicated. So hopefully we'll work this out. So as it stands, the city has received just a little under $19 million of ARPA funds. And what we have is we kind of have two subpopulations within those funds in terms of, for you folks, I think, to make some good decisions. One is that out of all of those dollars, we have a little over $1 million that has never either been spent or earmarked, put to the side for a particular thing, no final decision made, but we have about $1 million there that is currently totally and free and clear, uncommitted. We have been provided as staff no direction as to what we're going to do with those funds. And this is a very timely conversation, as you all know, is that under the federal treasury rules, we have to have all of our funds encumbered by the end of this calendar year. And I'm sure she's a lovely person, but I don't really think that's the goal of the city to give Janet Yellen any of the dollars back. We want to keep them and invest them here in our community. In addition to that, we have identified approximately $4 million additionally that is, I'll say, committed, earmarked, set for that thing. But our ability to encumber or spend those dollars is in doubt by the end of the year. Or we may be able to do it, but we need a little bit more guidance from council as to specificity as to what we want to accomplish. And those three are listed on the screen. Previous council said, hey, put a check mark by $3 million of this pot of money that we would be willing to put towards assisting with our partnership with Wayland Ventures for the redevelopment of several downtown properties. Another one was a set aside for what was called at the time neighborhood revitalization. But, we have, as a collective here, have not identified what that means. And an additional $250,000 that was set aside by a previous council for support of social service initiatives or certain community nonprofits and their efforts. And so we bundle that all together, and we've got a little around probably $5 million that, like it or not, we got to make a decision on. And like I said, there was supposed to be a handout there, but it probably didn't look like it made it into the packet. So or is it still there? Okay, is it in there?
Yeah.
Okay. But anyway.
Make up.
But I think where we're at is we need, as staff, to effectuate your folks' desires policy-wise as to how do you want to handle these dollars. Now, we have an option that if we run into a situation where council we're just not sure what the right decision is, or we run into a timing issue where, hey, we thought we were going to have these monies committed and encumbered, but something fell through or it got delayed or hey, we want to pledge these dollars for a project, but we're waiting on a state grant or a federal grant to bundle it together. We still have an option for these dollars to be moved to the general fund. Or how do I say this? Actually, they wouldn't technically be moved to the general fund, but it would supplant the general fund. So Treasury allows communities that, for administrative convenience purposes, up to $10 million can be what's called revenue replaced. Above that, you have to do a calculation. We've done it. We've had it certified, and we can actually revenue replace much greater than that. But these remaining dollars could be used as revenue replacement. It could be used to pay public safety expenses that are currently budgeted in the general fund to be paid out of that fund. They could be spent for that as a placeholder that obviously then those expenses wouldn't come out of the general fund. The general fund balance obviously would rise by that amount because those, you know, those expenses aren't being paid out of it. And would then take the hourglass off the table in terms of your timing of having to encumber and spend those dollars, and provide you maximum flexibility as to what you would want to do with those funds as well. So that's kind of where we wanted to at least start the conversation, that of the, specifically the three things that are listed there of things that we have in doubt. Is there a desire of council to go ahead and mush forward whole hog and say, okay, specifically, this is what we mean by neighborhood revitalization or nonprofit assistance or the like, so we can get the money out the door per your direction? Or are you leaning more towards, hey, maybe half of that, you know, here or there, but the other half, maybe we need to plan for revenue replacement that, and we can definitely track that for council and say, hey, if general fund balance X, you know, if it's $10, you know, $2 of it is really X ARPA funds that, you know, we didn't anticipate, we didn't accommodate for in the budget for other things, and that is, you know, a part of the general fund that's obviously special project money, special initiative money, obviously, as we would see it, or you would see it. So that's kind of where we're at. We wanted to have that discussion because for us to move this amount of money, or half this amount of money, or whatever the dollar amount might be, through revenue replacement, it will take several months of expenditure charge-offs to draw it down before the end of the year.
I have an initial question.
Yes, ma'am.
Do we have any word about the Wayland project?
So we are awaiting, I believe they're supposed to be meeting with us, is it next week? With their initial concept and proposal. I think in fairness with them, communicating to staff that they're also wanting to go through the historic tax credit process and some other things, I think it's incredibly doubtful that we would have a firm, committed encumbrance by the end of the year.
Okay, got you. So it's a possibility, but not very probable.
Correct.
Yeah, it would be something that I wouldn't want us to have our hair on fire and have to try to figure out how to revenue replace in November.
Okay.
Because we just can't do it.
One of the things that I'd like to recommend, at least to start having the conversation right now, is I know we're looking to work closely with Middletown Connect, which is kind of like our neighborhood group. They've been working for the past year, building relationships with community members, people called ambassadors. This is maybe what a recommendation could be, is to look at this between $2 to $5 million of ARPA funds, and perhaps create a short-term task force. And because they've been doing this work for a year, that can be done pretty quickly. And we can look at the qualified census tracts that are already approved of by ARPA and say, what could you use in your communities, and have them do that. And Middletown Connect, which is overseen by Southwest Ohio, the Safety Council, they have experience doing this, and they could be that liaison. They could help guide those conversations. I think it could be done pretty quickly to see, and then the reports could be given to council, to staff, and we could go from there. That's one recommendation, to see about those qualified census tracts as well.
I think that's a part of what the neighborhood revitalization was originally designed for, was whether it was days where we just had community cleanup of dumpsters, or, I mean, I always had the idea of, do we give small loans to homeowners that their roofs are caving in or their siding's completely blown off and they're out of compliance? You know, if you give out loans, I mean, what can you actually expect to receive back over time on those things? And they would be loans to where no interest charged. I mean, probably a low amount of people ever pay those back, but you're taking care of your most your population that's hurting the most. You know, personally, I agree with the mayor. I think $5 million for neighborhood revitalization. I mean, you could give $100 million to it in this city or others. I think I would like to see the whole downtown redevelopment was economic development, and I would like to see a large portion of that. I don't know what that number is, but go towards economic development. But I do think that, you know, between nonprofits, revitalization of our parts of town that have been held back the most, I do think that's important. So I don't know what that looks like, and that's another one of the reasons that I brought up the whole executors.
Yeah.
And yes, we can work with these task force, I think that's important because they're already set up for it. So I agree with most of what you're saying. I disagree with the dollar amount, and I think that's fair, and I think that's okay. But I do agree with the sentiment and that we need to make strides towards that.
Yeah, because I think that's the thing that as a staff, we're kind of struggling with here is that we need to kind of map out how best to spend these funds on what and get your folks a seal of approval up or down and the like. But yeah, time is of the essence, and so we wanted to ping the five of you here, obviously today, to see, number one, is that a priority? Two, to what extent? And then we can, much like the staffing plan or some other things, we can come back here in pretty short order with, here's a proposed strategy for, getting those dollars for those purposes.
And I think, if I could say one more thing, Mayor, I would like for a member of council to be on that as well. Like, if we did a task force of how to spend the revitalization money. I know I was vocal of this, but like, I feel like we failed on our small business grants. I just do. When we're giving money to people that aren't adding no jobs, that are making really, really good money and getting the highest end, and then I hear from other business owners that got nothing because they didn't think that they would qualify, which, yes, the rules were out there, but I just think that if I or other members of council would have been on there, I don't think that would have went through the way that it did. So I do think that, I'm not even recommending myself, but I think it would be good just to have one council member on that.
Well, even also maybe some staff as well, like just to kind of be part of the conversation.
Yeah, just see where we're
I'd
going.
like to say something also concerning the neighborhood revitalization. We have a lot of property that's just sitting there, and so I'm wondering about laundromats, adding a grocery store. And as far as the task force, you have a member on the Middletown Connect. I am one of the ambassadors, so, and it's running well. So
Yeah.
you could add someone else, that's fine, if not. But I want to know what we will consider under neighborhood revitalization.
I think that's why I'm asking for the task force. And the number I got, the 2 to 5, just because that's what's on the screen.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, so we have 850,000 from neighborhoods, we have social services. So it's like saying, okay, let's take a look at that. What would be the recommendations of the task force with some guidance as well? And to have those conversations, to start having those conversations, we could do that right away. They're able to mobilize very quickly. So I think that's a good place to start with that, and then having those conversations also about the possibility of what's going to happen with the Wayland encumbrances as well.
Yeah.
And even I see revitalization as, I drive past the town mall, right, which is for sale, but I drive past and there's a chain link fence that has fallen down next to the town mall, which is right off the highway. And I think, what other city has a nice mall that has a chain link fence that's falling down? It's been sitting like that for a very long time. And graffiti on the curbs and other things that if we, but you can't go out and just, Public Works doesn't have the time. So what do? You go out and hire some company for 3 years that just goes around and cleans up the city? I don't know, is that an option?
Yeah. As long as we cut the last check on her before December 31st of '26.
And we actually had an RFP out there for the neighborhood revitalization, but it didn't come anywhere close to what our specifications were that we needed.
That's difficult, I realize.
Yeah, because it was doing things exactly what you had just talked about.
I mean, what
Wanting
kind
to
of company
do
even
those
does
things.
that?
That's the struggle. Yeah.
There you go.
What about the empty
It's called your city
houses?
public works department, yeah.
What was that, Ms. Carter?
The empty houses, the empty buildings.
That's definitely something I think that's where we can start with Middletown Connect and really have those conversations. Like, what could this money be spent on? There's a lot that it can be spent on.
There is, I think, the difficulty and the challenge is to identify surgically what's the best bang for our buck and how best to use those dollars.
And your struggle there is, most of those are privately owned, and it's very difficult to deal with those owners. One, it's difficult to locate them. It's something the city has struggled with for the last 10 years on vacant structures. The unoccupied ones, that we have been able to deal with that don't have an owner or
The state of Ohio in the last year passed some type of legislation or law, or I don't know what it was, through the courts, to where it became more difficult for counties to foreclose on properties that are paid off that have back taxes. So you have these people that unfortunately have passed away, or they're out-of-state owners that just gave up on their property. Well, it used to be that Nancy Nix or whoever with Butler County could just go and foreclose on these properties, put them up for tax sale, somebody comes along, hopefully does something with them. It's not that simple anymore. So the state's actually making it more difficult to turn those empty properties
Right.
now more than ever, which I don't agree with, but that's a serious problem, because I even, buying investment properties, you used to see 20, 30, 40 properties at these tax sales, and now it's like 5 to 6. I mean, so you figure that's, in Middletown, that's probably
Yeah.
7, 8, 9 properties every month that should turn over to a new owner that hopefully does something with it, that now it's not happening. So that's become a problem.
Most definitely.
How many
Okay,
months do you
I'm
think?
sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
Mr.
I'm-
Waller. Couple things, quick points, like that's a good point that I've had conversations even this week where people say, well, there's vacant buildings downtown, they're privately owned. I mean, unfortunately, our hands are strapped on them. But I had a question. Do you know about how many months it would take if we had to revenue replace? What would you be comfortable with, like 6 months,
Yeah.
8 months?
6.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we would, just to be safe, whatever final decision, we'd probably want to have that wrapped up and programmed with a supplemental and the like, probably sometime in April or May at the latest, just to give us enough room.
I'm supportive of that. I think that just sets us up for long-term success. It doesn't pigeonhole us into one thing or another, and it's better to be
Okay.
more proactive. I mean, we can still spend the money if we can take it out of
Right.
the general fund for now. and
Exactly.
that's-
Okay.
Exactly.
So we'll jump on that this week. I'll talk with council and see who you want to be the representative on this task force, and we'll look at some other members. But we'll get on it this week, because as Nathan stated there, it's something we might want to have wrapped up by April.
I mean, I think, doesn't matter how long we would want to have, I think we have to have a clear plan, and just talking out loud, I think at the latest, we would want to have something in front of you folks by the 20th of February's meeting. Because because you need time to digest it, and we need to have enough time to execute everything.
And I like, oh, did you want to say something? One of the things I really appreciated about what Councilmember Farrell did when ARPA first came out, he's like, he created a plan.
Yes.
And I thought that was wonderful. He looked at other cities around us, and so now, we didn't really have that, but now we can look to start looking at that plan. And like I said, because of Middletown Connect, we can get that going really quickly, so that we probably can have something by that date. We get
Yes.
started this week. Thank you so much for all of this.
And I was just gonna say, whether it's you, Mayor, or Jennifer, I mean, I would love to hear your guys' ideas, because I will admit I'm not the best at that type of thing. So that's where maybe your two expertise are a little bit more than mine, so I'm supportive of it. I would just love to hear ideas, because I'm not the guy for that, but I'll support it.
Okay, good. We'll move in that direction. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next on our agenda is the Middletown Senior Center Task Force presentation and recommendations. For those who may remember, the city acquired this facility, and when we did that, what I did was created a task force made up of business leaders in this community who could guide the city in coming to a decision on what we want to do, what are our options that are fiscally responsible for this facility. So that task force has been meeting, and I'm going to introduce Mr. Bob Nolan, who's the representative of the task force, and Bob is going to give a presentation here and present to council what this business committee task force has for recommendations for you. So, Bob?
Thank you, Mr. Lawley. Good morning, council. Morning. Thank you for allowing us to present our findings to you today. Before we get too far into it, I would like to go over a brief timeline. I feel like I'm preaching.
You're doing great.
No, it's just odd. I should have my Bible out here preaching at you, but I'm not. I want to cover just a few things. Well, okay. Is that better? There we go. Oh, wonderful. Thank you very much. Brief timeline of the events that have led up to this task force being created. In 2002, Middletown Area Senior Citizens, Inc. was finally able to acquire the property, get it deeded in their name. Now, from 2002 all the way through to today, well, until the city purchased the facility, was highly encumbered with debt, leading to 2012, where Middletown taxpayers approved a levy to fund not only the mortgage of this property, but also the programming to our seniors. In 2017, our taxpayers renewed that levy, continuing to fund this operation. Then in 2021, the nonprofit that was running this organization hired a director to come in. That director came in, did much of the remodeling and things that you see here today. And in 2022, for various reasons, the levy to operate this facility was not renewed. And so we found ourselves in 2023 with the nonprofit that was running this having to fire the executive director because the property was highly encumbered, again, in debt, even though the levy funds had all come in. 7.7 million, I think, was the total number that was raised by the levy. And the city used ARPA money, 1.8 million to be exact, to purchase this property. And today we are operating it as the city. So Paul briefly talked about this, but I will say that the reason this task force, I'm sure, was created was because Mr. Lally and, well, Mr. Farrell's received some of my missives that I send off to council occasionally. One of the biggest criticisms we've always had is that we tend not to think like a business. All right. And as business people, we just look at the world differently than perhaps we do as a city, because it's usually our money, so we have a much firmer grasp of things, and we're not as willing to part with our money as we might be as a city. And so Paul, I'm sure after a period of time, said, that's it. I'm bringing in a bunch of these guys who like to give me grief about the things that we do and don't do, and we're going to put them to work. So I appreciate all the members of the task force who were willing to participate. Tom, John, Dave, Rick, Scott, Tim, Mike, and Connie. Now, you've probably heard some naysayers in the back already today. That's all of us back there being rabble-rousers. We sat in the back for a reason. But I appreciate their support. Now, the very first thing that we did when we all sat down as a task force was we decided that our seniors deserve a senior center. Our seniors deserve the programming that they receive at that center, and that we are committed to finding a way to ensure that they continue to get both of those one way or another. Now, obviously, we have to work through some questions. We have to work through the facility. We have to work through numerous issues. But I think it's important to show you that we have done our due diligence. We have looked at every possible solution here. So the first thing, and I trust, I didn't see an actual packet go out. Everybody got the long form report?
Yes.
They got, okay, so everybody got the long. The first option that we have is to continue with the status quo. So since we purchased this facility as a city, we have been operating this senior center. I'm going to term that as with a skeleton crew. Now you say, what does that mean? We have one employee that the city has here. And that employee is not a full-time employee at that. And so we are heavily relying upon volunteer labor. Our volunteers are providing all of the activities and all of the programming. We do not have a city employee even involved in that aspect, which right now, to have that employee here to heat and cool this building, to do some basic maintenance on it, it is costing us at a minimum of $150,000 a year. That is just to provide the basic programming. Now, what does that mean? It means that this facility now only runs from 8:30 in the morning to 4:30 in the evening, 5 days a week. And that is it's just logistically impossible without any more employees, any more people to do anything outside of those hours. One thing that I have done is I spent some time with our volunteers that work here, and it's become very apparent to me we're not providing anywhere near the number of programs. opportunities and activities that we once did. Now, that is directly affected by the fact that we've only got one part-time employee at this facility. Now, we do have the option to continue doing what we are doing here today. We have the option additionally to add back some of those services, to operate the facility more from like a 7 a.m. to 8:30, 9 o'clock. They used to have movie nights in here and things, so it wasn't just bundled between daylight hours. There was plenty of other options for our seniors. We could add that back. We've estimated that cost at roughly $300,000 a year to bring in a couple of more employees, someone to come in and actually manage what goes on. And now, so that would put us at $450,000, we'll say $500,000 a year just to add back that programming. That does not include at any point any capital expenses. That is just to operate the facility. Okay? So we have that option. We can continue to do exactly what we've been doing. Or, secondly, we have the ability to lease this facility to an operator, someone who could come in. Now, you could, I hope every member of council has had a chance to tour this entire facility. If you haven't, you need to, because there's more to it than meets the eye just walking into this room. This room is absolutely lovely, and it is, if you were to manage it right, it could generate a ton of revenue. But there is a lot more to this facility. There is a kitchen space that I've rescued a couple restaurants in my lifetime, and that's a kitchen space that would be the envy of pretty much any restaurant. So there's a lot of things here. There is a tremendous amount of office space. There's plenty of multi-purpose rooms. You could lease all of that out to one single operator. You could also lease it rather than partial. You could lease it in part. You could lease individual pieces to other folks. Now, to lease it to multiple entities begins to have some issues, because unless you're going to invest some capital into this thing to really truly divide the facility into pieces and parts, it gets a little sticky with one operator here, one operator over there, and everybody trying to share spaces. So it is possible to do that, but we believe, if the city would choose this option, that leasing the entire facility to one single operator makes the most sense. And the beauty of it is that you can do, because it has been done, everything under one roof. Now, we have to talk about, if you're going to lease it, what do you get from the lease? I believe that the city would not be able to get $12 to $14 a square foot for this facility like you would hope that you would get. And part of it is that its location. Granted, if we were out at the highway, things would be different. We'd probably get more than $14 a square foot. Here, it's one of those situations where it's a lot of facility if you're trying to lease pieces of it, and it's not enough facility if you try to do certain other things. 26,000 square feet under roof here is enough to run an event center and do the senior center, but with the deed restrictions and such, there's no commercial purpose that would be allowed on this property anyway. That being said, that's going to drive a lower lease rate for this property, and that's because you can't use revenue figures to really tell you how much this would be worth from a leasing standpoint. I think the single operator method makes the most sense. It's the least complicated from the standpoint of providing the programming, and it's just less complicated overall. A for-profit entity is going to have some issues if they try to come in, because there are deed restrictions. I don't know if you're familiar with all of those, but this property is dented a little bit because of what you can and can't do. But to also operate a senior center facility inside of this, as committed as we are to providing services for our senior citizens, there's no revenue stream to that. And so that's where your issue comes in, is you've got to pay for it. And so if you have an operator come in, it would most likely be a nonprofit organization, simply because when you erase the profit motive, then they're much more likely to take that revenue and pour it into our seniors. So our option 2, the final recommendation there would be to issue an RFP, put it out to the community to ask for someone to come in, utilize this facility as it sits, not only as a senior citizens center, but as an event center as well, to supplement and bring revenue into the organization. Now, it's not to say that you won't have any revenue at all if you don't bring in an operator, because you can apply for grants and you can do a number of different things, but that is the best of the option of how do you lease this facility and what you do with it. Lastly, the third option that we came up with was that the city has the opportunity to sell this facility. So we spent some time trying to figure this one out. What is this building worth? Now, I will submit to you today that there's a difference between value and price. Often, and since Mr. Farrell's sitting here, I'm going to pick on you for a minute. In real estate, you know as well as I do, the value of properties often is not what they sell for because of many external factors. There's enough external factors on this one that you could not sell this for its value. You say, what is that value? Did some work, some numbers. I will tell you, you can't build this, if you were to build this today, for less than $8 million. And that doesn't include land acquisition. So what does that mean? Well, we've had estimates anywhere from $1 million to $2.5 million and everything in between. The true value of the property, we believe, is between 4.5 and 5. That's what the real value is of this facility. Should the city consider to sell this property, there are some issues that come along with it. First thing, we have to find a place to relocate our senior citizen programming. Not only that, the city will lose control of the purpose that is located within these walls. Now, we have zoning regulations, obviously. We have the deed restrictions, so it's not like we're going to have some wild and crazy business come in here and take this over, but we will lose, to a certain degree, the amenity that this building and facility provides us. If you were to lease it to another property, so you sell it, you got to put the senior somewhere, you can expect to pay $75,000 to $100,000 a year in lease for a building to put them in. And one challenge there is that wherever you go, there's going to be some capital expense somewhere in the neighborhood of $500,000 to $1 million to build it out for what our seniors need. And if we were to decide to build something new, this is something that we spent some time looking at all of the available commercial property in this city right now. And none of them, while there are places that have the space that would be required, they are zoned retail, where there's limited parking. There's some of the places, honestly, we have to be concerned about the safety of our seniors. They have to feel safe coming to this place. So there are certain properties that just were eliminated because of that. It is difficult right now to find a place in this city to do this. So it could be anywhere from a $1 million venture to 3 or 4 if you actually have to build something and create a space. Now, you say, well, that seems like a lot of money. Well, let me say, yesterday, or what is today? Today's Saturday, tax season. My brain's fried. On Thursday, it was announced by the city of Centerville that Benham's Grove, anybody's been there for a wedding or something, smaller venue, they have about 100 seats that they have they have 4 or 5 different venues within the Grove, but they just announced $6 million of construction contracts to build a 600-seat facility so that they can have what we already have. So, honestly, I think we can, this will make some of you smile. We could beat Centerville to the punch. We already have the facility. We already have things going. But the question is, do you sell this? And if you do, how much do you get for it? One of the issues, you sell it, you will have an overlap of time between when you sell the property and what do you do with all of our seniors during that period of time. You also have some issues depending upon where you put our seniors at that point. With some of the programming that they have, they do need some higher vaulted ceilings. They need some ability to do different things. So some of that programming would have to be either abandoned or permanently stunted to put it in different locations. The city could lease an outside facility, as we already talked about. None of those options that we have found appear to work. So the real truth is, if we sell this property, what do we need? Well, you need roughly 5,000 square feet. My initial estimate was between 2 and 3, but as I've started hanging around here a little bit more, watching the different programming that goes on, it's become very apparent that you need about 5,000 square feet. Most of our neighboring communities, their senior centers are much smaller, and they operate on the basis of one activity at a time because they essentially have one room. One beauty of this facility is our seniors have a bevy of options at all times because there's something going on here, something going on over there, and it really does work better to have roughly 5,000 square feet. But at today's build costs, if you're building a new facility, you're at a minimum of $3 million. And so that brings me to our recommendation as a task force. I titled it our brilliant solution. I'm not sure if it's brilliant, but what we believe the city should do is option number 2. We believe that the RFP process should be deployed to select an appropriate operator to come into this facility and run it jointly as a senior citizen center and an event center. And, you know, like I said, the very first thing that we talked about was not only was city staff in agreement that we need to continue to provide these services to our seniors, but all of the business community agrees as well. It's unsustainable to continue long-term the city's involvement in running this organization. In fact, Mr. Lawley's first words were, "Get us the heck out of this." We bought it because we needed to. We did the right thing. But as a city, we don't want to run this. We don't have any desire to run this, and we agree with that. I do believe that we need to restore full programming for our seniors. We do have a stunted program going on right now simply because it costs money to do these things. And the other issue is you can't really sell it, I don't believe, because of the restrictions that are on the deed of this property. We believe that it's a non-starter. But there's some good news. The property has been recently remodeled. Features, this room, when you take all the dividers open, just so you know, has a 600 occupancy certificate from the city fire department. There is a lack of available lease space in the city. There is a lack of funding because there's no levy in place to support what we are doing. And if you have to find a new place, the build-out costs are just unmanageable. We do believe if you sold the property, your net, as the city, what the city would receive at closing would be between $1.5 to $2 million. Lease and build out for a new facility at $1 million, continual lease payment, plus the capital expenses. Building a new facility, you're probably looking at $4 to $5 million. But one thing that I should tell you, we've summed it all up. From 2012 to 2024, the city has invested, the taxpayers have invested over $9 million. It's my estimation that it's really close to 10 when you consider everything over the years. So the task force believes that should the properties be sold, the problem becomes that you never make the taxpayer whole for the investment that they've put into this place. And it adds to the taxpayer's burden if you do anything other than retain this property. I will tell you it's impossible if you tour this facility from one end to the other. It's impossible not to see the potential that this property has. You see that for our seniors, there's plenty of space. There is a sense of security because of its location. It's clean, it's relatively newly renovated, and it's optimized for simultaneous activities. And for our citizenry, what an amenity to have. to have a place, a large event center that is capable of hosting events indoors of 600 people. And additionally, if the city retains ownership of this property, I would hope that your RFP operator would allow the city to operate events here as well at low cost or no cost. And it would remove the burden. This is the challenge, is this place will need ongoing money to come in. Somebody somewhere has to fund that. And this would remove the burden of any sort of additional levy funding to operate the center, and basically keeps our hands out of the taxpayers' pockets. So with that, I'll thank City Manager Lally for creating our task force. Thank you to all the members of city staff and some seated behind us for their assistance throughout this. And at this point, I think the task force has done its job. If you ask us to do something else or provide you more information, we'll be happy to do so. And at this point, I'm assuming I'm taking questions.
Yep, if you just want to remain up here. So council, if you have any questions
I do.
for Bob or the task force, we'd be happy to answer. And then essentially what we're looking for is direction on what council would like to do.
So I don't know if I necessarily have any questions, but I'd like to, and thank you for your time, and I'd like to thank everybody on the task force. Obviously, I can't think back to a time where the city of Middletown hasn't had a surprise or unknown identified challenge in a year. So, every time we look at budget numbers, it's like, well, what's the next thing, right? And I was for the city acquiring this property. I think it was the right move. And I want to be fairly blunt and say, I think our senior citizens have been through enough. Option 2, single operator. I think last summer, Councilman Farrell and I had quite a few discussions, and we had sort of dreamed that we could get a quote-unquote name brand nonprofit single operator to come in. I think, there's a lot of nonprofits out there, but there's a lot of scams out there. So I would like to see a vetted nonprofit that operates similar facilities in our region, tried and true. And again, this is, the other hot topic in town is aquatic center. And I said the same thing for the aquatic center. The city doesn't need to be operating these kind of facilities. We're not a pool company, and we're not a senior citizen center, but there are people that can do it. Additionally, I think number 3, there's a lot of challenges. Again, you brought up a great point when you talked about value. It's kind of like trading in your car. The dealership offers you some low number, and you're like, yeah, but I value it more than that. Plus, gap in services. We know we don't have another facility. It would probably be years before we could do it. And then if we'd have to build another facility, I wouldn't be surprised if it was 10 million, right?
Well, yeah.
And we wouldn't have this land. We wouldn't have this footprint.
Correct.
There is one thing I'd like to recommend as well for when the RFP goes out. I would like to see whomever operates it every quarter, whether they operate by fiscal year, calendar year, every quarter they come to city council, they present to the citizens, the city, and council their current financials, all of those things. I know as a lease operator, we'll receive that information, but I want it to be in a public meeting where everybody can watch and get the information all at the same time.
Bob, did you want to comment? We did discuss in the task force meetings about in the RFP, part of the specs will be an oversight.
Yeah, I guess to your comments, I don't disagree at all. However, the oversight, if you have a nonprofit, let's say, that comes in to do this, a nonprofit should have its own board that should be providing oversight. I'm saying should a lot on purpose. Should do the job that it is there to do in auditing the books and ensuring that its employees and people who operate it are doing the right thing at all times, not spending money that's not there, not encumbering properties with loans and different things. So I don't have a problem with that board or whoever it is coming forth. The big question becomes, is it a for-profit organization or is it a nonprofit? Because if it's a for-profit, I don't think the city can demand that.
Right.
If it is a nonprofit, I think the city can request it, and they'll either play ball with you or they won't. But if you put that in the RFP, then that would be an understood factor. Now, it is not our desire that the city ever, again, let the deed to this property go anywhere but in the city coffers. But the city does not need to run it. So whoever that is, whatever level that council would request of accountability to you, there would likely be no issue unless, again, it's a for-profit enterprise.
Yeah, I agree, and that's why I kind of hit the nail with stating in the RFP, here's kind of the guidelines. If it's a well-respected nonprofit, they won't bat an eye at that.
Correct, yes. That
I
would
wanna
be the
weed out-
conventional wisdom.
Yeah, I want to weed out a nonprofit that was
Sure.
created in the back room of some bar that last month, you know what I
Sure.
mean?
Well, I mean, we don't know what sort of operator might step forward.
There's a
Because
few.
it could be an entity you've never heard of, because it could be local business people who have seen the presentations, have heard it, and know what's here, who say, hey, I'm in for this. So I understand exactly where you're coming from, but at the same time, I'm a risk-averse person. As a business consultant, that's what I do for a living, is tell people, stop it, because there's too much risk here. As risk-averse as I am, there's always going to be some risk in this, no matter who the operator is that comes in. The city's risk, though, and that's in the formal presentation that you have, the only risk the city has is having to step back in at some point. And we understand the fixed costs of operating this thing at a skeleton crew, because that's what we're doing. So that's our true risk. I agree, though, if the city wishes. Now, I have had discussions at length with Mr. Cahall about what that RFP looks like and what we're allowed to say, this is what we want. The challenge, I think, I don't want to get it so narrow, though, right, that no one can fit the bill. So we have to be careful with how we word it and what we're asking the organization to do. Does that
absolutely.
answer? You didn't really ask a question, but I hope it answered it.
I work in federal contracting, so we sometimes want to narrow it, sometimes we don't.
Well, and I will tell you that the preliminary discussions I've had with city staff have been, we're trying to not issue a wide RFP, we're trying to issue a narrow one. And the fact that that I hope we request the city to look for a dual operator will weed out 90% of any interested parties, because the revenue source, there's no levy in place, there's no other funding for the senior center activities.
Well, and I will say this, if we move efficiently on the RFP, you're not going to get somebody that sees this presentation respond to it. A long form IRS 501 is about an 11-month process. So now a short form you can get quickly, but then you're limited at 50,000 in revenue, right?
Well,
so what I'm saying is, like, I don't necessarily look at it as there's going to be a brand new nonprofit, because they've had to exist, right, for a significant amount of time. You just can't go to the IRS and say, hey, I'm going to start a nonprofit, especially a long form. So I kind of look at this as where we're probably going to get at least one bidder that's.
Well, you're going to likely get, I don't think you're going to get more than 2 to 3 responses. And probably 2 of them will start as a for-profit entity because of all the reasons that you just mentioned. I set one up last year, and it was 9.5, maybe 10 months, but still, it is a much larger challenge than people would like to admit. So we'll probably have to start, if it's a newer entity, as a for-profit enterprise. That is just the fact of life. But to your comment, this is, if someone's going to come in here and they're going to operate this as an event center, time is working against them at this point. Because even if you vote at the next session in an absolute emergency measure to issue, Paul, the directive to, excuse me, Mr. Lally, the directive to send out this RFP, then we still have to draft it, we still have to get it out there, we still have to have a period of response, and then it still has to come to you for approval anyway to choose the operator. We're gonna miss all of wedding season, which frankly, you already have missed most of it. You'll pick up a few shotgun weddings or something here and there, but you're not going to have you're not gonna have the wedding season that you would hope to have in a facility like
Right.
this. Because let's face it, that's where the real money is if you're operating this as an event center. June, July, and August is big bucks every weekend. You're gonna miss that this year. And if it takes us to the end of this year to finish this process, you're gonna miss the next one too. So time is of the essence in a manner of speaking. The sooner we can get this into the hands of an operator, the sooner they can start turning the revenue needed to operate the facility. And I will tell you this, we've run the numbers. There may be some investment that the city has to make further to get an operator in here.
That's a great point, because as much as we know the events really bring in the revenue stream for the operator, I think the main goal is just to restore the services that were offered before to the seniors. But that's a great point, and especially if we have to put a little bit more revenue in, to help an operator get up, I'd be more than willing to entertain those conversations. My thought was, I guess in a perfect world, we'd have a single nonprofit operator who was, I call him a name brand, but someone who has done this, because then it would almost instantaneously legitimize this facility again with the partnering organizations such as like Council on Aging and places like that. They would immediately go, whoa, they are, they have, the right operator in place, quote unquote, the right, that they have the established relationships. And then we can kind of see, all right, all of the services that were offered before start coming back. So that, in my mind, I could be way off. But.
Well, the challenge there, though, like you mentioned Council on Aging, the home-delivered meals and those sorts of things. Those are typically 3-year contracts that are bid. With the ridiculously inflationary environment we've been living in for the last 2 or 3 years, it's impossible to make money. I mean, the entire task force just said, whoa, until this thing's up and running, and then we can start talking about when those contracts come back up for bid, is it even feasible? Because while I don't know every stitch of the financials that were going on here, I can tell you that while there was a bunch of revenue coming in, it was all going right back out. It was actually an upside-down process at the end of that contract. So the answer is that yes, any operator who comes in should be looking at every possible opportunity along the way to bring revenue into this facility and into the operation. Some of them may make sense. Some of the services that have been provided may not. There's been talk about the congregate meals and different things. There's a beautiful kitchen to serve those things, but one thing is that, serving a hamburger for $2 doesn't work in today's world. So there are some questions about that, but I would tell you that I think we've envisioned it as the operator comes in and just starts marketing the place as it sits. With very little investment more into the facility, just get this thing churning some events and people and revenue and money, and then start to decide and determine what the real future of it is, what other services we can bring in. The problem with home delivered meals is, I don't know if you've hired anybody lately, but the hiring pool is very shallow. And it's very that's one of the challenges they were having, was just who do you get to deliver all of these meals? So I'm 100% with you.
Yeah, and something else just came to mind when you were talking, if there is a newer organization that would step in at first as a for-profit until they're waiting for their 501 status to come back, risk, right? What if their 501 doesn't come back? I mean,
Well,
it could happen, right?
It could happen. I've set up a number of
Yeah.
501c3s, and as long as you do the paperwork correctly,
Yeah.
it will. And I even went through the process of already determining what, like, if I were to set one up myself, and it's lessening governmental burden, it's a clear-cut case. There would be no decision that would need to be waited upon or anything at the IRS. So
Another thing, in your mind, on the RFP, what type of past performance qualifications or qualifiers, or if any, would you include in there? Because if you're, I mean, we don't want to narrow it too much, but at the same time, we don't want, you know.
I understand exactly what you're asking, and let me phrase it this way. The city, under that guise, still owns this property. And I view this, at that point, as an amenity to the city. Now, as an amenity to the city, do I want an operator from Dayton coming down and running this property? I think you have to take a long, hard look at what is their benefit to having a local Middletonian, or whatever the word is, operation to run this that has a bent towards community rather than just focusing on revenue at all
Right.
costs. So I think there's a balance that you have to, it's a weird balance, but you have to hit it and say, there might be, and I'll be honest with you, I feel like there will be, out of this, as much as I've talked about this around the community, there may very well be one or two proposals from community members who say, I got food and beverage experience, I got experience working with the seniors.
Yeah.
We want to take this and do this with a bent towards having at least annually or quarterly or whatever, a community day where it's just everybody come and be a part. Because, you know, while the health department, Jackie and her group, they use this for screenings and things. She wants to run a vaccination clinic for the kids. Why wouldn't you have a couple blow-ups out here and bring them in with purpose, right? So I think that you won't know until you put the RFP out and you get responses from people that you can really judge and say. But I'm not so much, and I don't think the task force necessarily is bent on as you say, a name brand operator, in so much as having an operator come in who is accountable for what they do, that manages their finances properly, that never put us back in this position again where the city has to outlay a couple of $1 million in order to resurrect it and keep doing what we're doing.
Another thing too, that, you know, because I know it's kind of hard to formulate the RFP, especially with past performance. Would it make sense if we did almost immediately, if everybody's on board with this, a 30-day RFI, gauge interest, who would respond or potentially respond to a full-fledged RFP, take a look at those organizations, and then from there we know what the RFP should look like?
The only challenge that I would tell you I see there is time.
Right, it's a trade-off,
We're burning
yeah.
a candle on both ends here, and at some point in time, we've got to move forward.
Yeah.
With one option or the other, we've got to move forward and make a decision. Is 30 days going to make a huge difference? Probably not, but you're 6 months away from that point at any
Right,
moment.
right.
So delaying the inevitable, I don't know.
Have you thought about lease terms, 3-year, 4-year?
Well, one of the things that we identified about the lease for this property for the operator would be that there's a period of time where you walk into this, there's zero revenue, right? You're walking into this thing with the zip. So there's got to be time for the operator to build a book of business, get some revenue rolling before anything could be expected. I would imagine that based upon square footage and such, and we had already identified, I was a little aggressive at 8.5. Mr. K. Hall was less aggressive at 7.5 a foot. We've had this conversation. It's somewhere in the neighborhood of 150, 200,000 a year. Yeah. Now, the challenge is don't run an ROI on that, because I don't think that's how we should look at this. We should look at this as the city owns an amazing amenity here on Central Avenue. We need to get it rolling again. We need to get people back in here. We need to get the kitchen fired up. And look, we've got seniors sitting on the outside looking in at this place, refusing to come in because of some of the stuff that's going on. We need to get it in the hand of an operator who's going to bring back some normalcy, if you will, to the operation. And so, long story short, I don't disagree with anything you're saying at all. Time is the problem. Yeah. And there may be a couple of years where the city has to forego lease payments. depending upon the RFP that's submitted, if there's capital that comes along with it, or if it's just a straight, we'll pick it up and run it play, you folks may have to pass on some of that for a period of time. I look at that as a trade-off for not having a levy, for not coming to the city for a bunch of funding for all those things. So one way or another, the way I see it, council's going to spend money. You're either going to spend money to keep running this place. If you add the services as such back, you're going to be $500,000 or more a year. You're going to spend the money one way or another. So how do we take the money we're going to spend? How do we spend it wisely? If we can use that money to help bring in an operator, I feel if we can keep them local, that's to our advantage. But I don't discount your desire for a name brand operator. But I would caution, a name brand operator might come in here and use this in a way we wouldn't like them to, because they would be directly competing with this facility. So they could even choose to pay the lease and just shutter the event thing to boost their performance at their other locations. You had a term, Nathan, you used for that the other day. I don't know, I liked it, but I forgot it. Anyway, you don't want them to come in and use this facility as a competitive advantage for themselves. So there is some risk there as well. Yeah.
And that was, I think, if, we were looking at the slide on ARPA, and it was, $250K for nonprofit, and immediately, when I saw that the other day, I thought, is there enticement for this place for a lease operator potentially? So that's all I had. I just had, a few points, but thank you. I appreciate
Absolutely.
it.
Mr. Nolan?
Yes.
So again, thank you very much. Very well done. And so we're talking about what seems to me two very different ventures, a senior center and an event center. But you had mentioned earlier that this has been done under one roof, and I was curious, where has this been done, and when was that? What did it look like?
Well, until August of last year, it was being done in this space. Now,
Correct, aside from here.
well, every senior center that I know of leases their facility, well, rents it, I'll say, for events. And that is because no matter how much levy funding you get, it's never enough money to do what you need to do. So to supplement their organization, they take their rooms, which are typically, of our surrounding community, they're 1,500 to 2,000 square feet at the most. And they lease them out, for Friday night, Saturday night, Sunday. They do bingo, they do all kinds of things. It is done at literally every senior center in the area. The question becomes, how well is it being done? I can tell you the one in Franklin. Now, Franklin's not the same as Middletown for sure, but I've rented their facility multiple times. And they have some challenges with it, because if you want it at Saturday at noon, they have to cancel a bunch of programming in order to make that happen. That's something that doesn't happen in this facility. There can be a 400-person event here, and they can still be playing pool and crafts and playing. They like to play canasta, and they've invited me to join, but I forgot the rules, so it was a disaster. But there is all the programming can peacefully coexist in this facility with the event center operating.
I also had a question, just basically, if you could, just for the public, could you explain the deed restriction so people can be aware of what that looks like?
Property was originally, okay, I'm like 48, so this happened, I think, before I was even born. But Armco, somewhere along the way, donated this property to one organization or another with deed restrictions that say you cannot have a commercial purpose on this property. You can't build homes on this property either. There are restrictions that say it must be an event center, it must be a governmental organization that operates it, and I never got the official copy of the deed restriction, Mr. Lally, so would you like to speak a little bit to that?
Well, essentially, it can be used for educational, religious purposes.
Right. So, again, that's one of the challenges with selling the property, is that there's limited usage of it, not to mention the fact that there's $4 to $5 million worth of value here. And we took a long, hard look at that and said, okay, if I'm buying property in Middletown for any given purpose, what would I be willing to spend on this? And if you realize the true value of the property, you won't get that out of it. Making the taxpayer whole became a challenge for the task force because of the deed restriction. Could I sell this? If those deed restrictions were not in place and this could be open to anybody to come in here and do anything that they wanted to do, absolutely, and Mr. Farrell would nod in agreement with this, you could sell it for way more.
And we had mentioned the Council on Aging. Has the task force or anybody from staff talked to the Council on Aging about what it would take for this organization to get Meals on Wheels back? Just curious.
Well, so right now, I want to be sure that council understands, no one is not getting meals. Everybody's still getting meals. The contracts that were in place here were relocated to other organizations. Now, we do not know the exact status of each of those contracts when those are up for renewal. Everybody will know, you'll know just as well as I will from public information that is sent out that the contracts are out for bid. Even though we do not know the exact status of the contracts or how soon something like that might be able to be brought back in, there is serious doubt with the task force that it makes financial sense to continue. Now, whoever comes in and operates this thing, if they don't look at it, then they're out of their minds. You've got to look at every opportunity to bring revenue into this facility, and if it works, great. But again, the inflationary environment that we've been living in made that contract extremely unprofitable. And the question becomes, it has been broken down here and it's been completely eliminated. The equipment is still in place, so that's one benefit if you wanted to go back into that business. But as a business consultant, as somebody who runs numbers for a living, I can't make sense out of that. If you don't have a 26,000 square foot facility to support along with it, and you don't have $25 an hour drivers delivering meals, maybe you can make it make sense. But in today's world, we've really struggled with, and we ran some pro formas to try to, well, I did, to try to figure out does it make sense to bring that back in. I would say that whoever that operator is takes a look at it and decides will it work or won't it work.
Has anybody talked to Council on Aging?
No.
Just to see how we can get back in their good graces as well?
Well, I don't think getting back into their graces will be a problem.
Okay.
It's just a question of, does it make sense?
Okay.
And I don't know that we're at that, where we're at in this process, that's sort of an aside, because we've got to get the facility going, we've got to get an operator in, and they will make those decisions.
We've had minimal discussions with them about the possibility of looking to bidding on it in the future.
Okay, thank you.
I did have one more thing, I apologize. With the task force, at any point in time, was there anything potentially identified or discussed, or maybe even identified in the longer briefing, that wasn't part of this facility before? Was there anything like new or innovative that you'd like to include in an RFP, or?
Well, there's, again, we've tried to separate what an operator might do from our vision of what needs to happen here. I mean, our task was to say, okay, we bought this place, now what do we do? Mm-hmm. And so we've had discussions about what expected revenues you might get from operating the event center. Would it be enough profit to operate the senior center dually without digging back into the taxpayers' pockets again? Those sorts of conversations. An operator may come in with a totally new concept or a different idea, and that's where you get to decide who that operator becomes. And we have not gone into that depth of looking at what can happen.
Thank you.
Bob, just want to thank you guys. I know Dave, Tim, saw a few of you here. Bob, you especially. You started emailing me about 2 years ago complaining to me, and then one time he sent me an email ripping all of council besides me. So I felt special that day. So.
Oh, there you go.
But truly,
You should feel special every day.
well, truly, you are a demonstration of somebody that used to complain, and now
Sure.
here you are. You're in front of the public, being a leader in the community, and that's really what it's about. So I just wanted to let you know I really appreciate that.
Absolutely.
I think from your perspective, I totally agree. The only only other proposal I've heard out there was somebody comes along and they buy it, and then they run the senior center at the same time. But I think the problem with that is you can't, okay, so let's say we get $1.5 million to put back in the general fund. That's great, but then what if they decide to walk away in 3 or 4 years? Well, so then what we would have to do, in my opinion, you have to go put that money in escrow. So does that really get you ahead of the game? Because you can't really do anything with that money anyways, because at some point, ultimately, this situation arises again. So I remember when council first decided to, last year, buy this building, I was one of the people that said, we're going to own this probably forever. That's just the truth of the matter.
Yep.
And it is what it is. So we're exactly where I thought we would be at today, so I'm fully supportive of it. A senior center, I don't think is ever anything that's meant to make money or be
Right.
on paper an asset.
Sure.
But that doesn't mean, to your point, it's not an asset to the community, because it definitely is. So, I agree with it. I appreciate you. I don't know the fine details and the best way to go about it, but that's what we have you for.
Well, I'm confident that while the task force is essentially finished with its task, I'm confident that with conversations with Mr. Cahall and Mr. Lawley, that the city understands the amenity that's here and has the same exact desires that we had that came out. And that will be reflected properly in the RFP, that it's understood what this property, what the amenity is, why we have it, and how we're going to operate it going forward.
Very good.
And one thing it's just more of a comment. We had talked about haste and how we need to hurry for this season, and I understand that. And this is such a big issue for Middletown. I wouldn't want to rush too much. I want to make sure that everything is fully vetted and fully looked at, and we make a sound decision. Just a comment. It doesn't, and I understand the rush as well.
You are not incorrect at all. The challenge that we will have is, in decades gone by, if we put out an RFP, you'd have 15, 20 people responding. There are times we put out an RFP and we get 0 responses now. Your options may be limited as to who steps forward, but any operator is going to come in, they're going to say, hey, look, time is of the essence. So I encourage you to thoroughly, and I encourage staff to thoroughly vet anybody who is putting in for this, to say, are they actually capable of doing this? Right. And what's the impact to the city? But it is not our desire for the city to ever relinquish deed title to this property, ever. The city should just retain this facility, because as mitigating that risk, as you said, is, there's always that risk of coming in here again and having to fix this thing. But if you mitigate as much of it as you can, it's a couple $100,000, which sounds like a lot of money to me, but in the scheme of our larger budget, it's a drop in the hat. But the city shall always, to prevent what happened in the future, and I said I would never bring that up here, to prevent that, you don't allow the deed to be transferred. Nothing, this property cannot be encumbered by the operator in any way.
Thank you very much. Is there anything else? Thank you so much, Ms. Manoli.
Thank you.
So I guess what staff is looking for, to see if there is any consensus amongst council of a path for us to further explore and to bring to you in the near future legislation that may guide us towards doing an RFP, sell, or other options. And then I do have a couple other requests that for this place. And the second is that about a year ago, this facility has 2 boilers that operate it. One of them went out about a year ago. It's operating on 1 boiler right now. Now, that's not the reason for why it's cool in here today. Our maintenance staff is running through some issues with working with the system now tied into the computer system, and Neil and the maintenance staff hope to have that figured out next week. However, this place does need 2 boilers. We have got some estimates, and the estimates we've received anywhere from 42,000 to 65,000 to get a second boiler in here. So I'm probably going to be bringing legislation forward soon to request funds for that. The other thing is, I think, and I'd like some direction from council on, I think it would serve us well if we brought in somebody for the next 3 to 6 months to manage this, one person, a manager, to manage this, what we have going on right now for about the next 3 to 6 months. That would cost us about $1,500 a month. So that's what we're looking for direction from council this morning.
And I would say if we do ever receive future lease money, I would like your guys' feedback, but should we just put that in an escrow account for capital expenses only?
Yeah, we would probably just, we would account for that in some sort of sinking fund, because eventually there's gonna have to be capital recovery costs expended here. So we'd probably hopefully use that for, the next time a roof needs fixed, or another boiler, or the HVAC, or whatever. Parking lot needs resealed and paved.
We're lucky because it has a relatively brand-new roof on it. But there are some other structural things we would need to do in the near future.
So if you brought someone in, would the hours stay the same, 8:30 to 4:30?
Oh, well, unless that person figured out there was things, they were capable of expanding some services that might go into the evening somewhat. But I seriously think we're best suited right now to keep it at the 8:30 to 4:30 time frame.
Are you talking about the single person or a lease operator?
Lease operator.
No,
Oh, the lease
would
operator.
be full-fledged.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Yes,
yeah,
I'm sorry. I thought you meant my third
I can tell by
request.
your face. You're like, what?
Yeah, I was, no.
Well, and to Mr. Nolan's point, I think Middletown over the years has had a bad rap of telling business owners how to operate and what's best for them. So I think what's most important is that the seniors get taken care of, but at the same time, allow people to come in with the flexibility to do what they think is going to be best to make this place sustainable for them, the seniors, and the city entirely. So I appreciate Mr. Nolan saying that.
Yeah, that's a very good point, and that's essentially why we brought the business leader task force forward.
So to the city manager's question, I mean, RFP legislation?
I think so, not to sell, but to look for the manager.
Operator.
The operator, yes.
Yeah, because I mean, in my mind, if the RFP hits the street quickly, and then it gives, hopefully we get multiple bids back, it gives a little bit of time to vet each of those proposals
Okay.
and look at them,
All right, that's the direction we'll proceed. That concludes the discussion. Did you want to take about a 5-10 minute break?
That sounds like a good idea.
Yeah. Okay.
I was just thinking, I was like, well, I'm never cold. My feet are cold. And I'm never cold.
You got socks on?
I do. But I was like, that's kind of the wildest thing,
Zach is freezing. He's
I'm
got
over
his
here
pocket.
shaking.
I know, his hands in his pocket. What? I was wondering, is it,
I was going to ask for Paul's coat.
Yeah.
I was wondering, what? We can't have heat in here
I was like,
today?
didn't we pay our utility bills? Good Lord. I'm never cold and I'm cold.
I'm freezing.
just whenever you get, since you're so well versed.
When I talked to Mr. Lawley, he suggested I would go, he put me on the task force, they never did. So,
Well, you know, since you're so well versed in it, I'd like to hear, you know, just your list of things and, you know, kind of go through them and then, you know, because I mean, this was such the heated debate last year.
well, you just have to know seniors. You can't do this job
Right.
unless you know all about seniors. It's like, there are so many organizations that require licensed social workers. Very few of them want to work with seniors. They take those jobs because they can't work with kids. But a social worker that doesn't know anything about
Sure.
seniors, anything like that, doesn't hiring a manager. So,
Yeah, they only have
No,
one
I'd like to
person
hear
working here, so they want to bring another person on board to help with the day-to-day. So we're not, it's not,
Interest on an RFP,
they,
so there's,
7 days a week, it's what we're currently doing. So we're bringing one more person on for about $1,500 a month to help with the other
Yeah, I
person.
don't
So
really
there'll
know
be
what
two
the-
people working here instead of one.
is on that, but
Does that make sense? Okay. It's just it's a temporary fix until we figure out who's going to run it and get the programs back online. No, what they're trying to do is that's to keep it nice, but no more programs until they get the people to run it for them.
you constantly have to, you know. Yeah.
Request for proposal.
But I appreciate your time. Thank you.
thank you.
What do you think?
RFI is request for information.
Yeah?
RFQ is request for quotation. So they're not really quoting it because they're not really buying something, so they ask for proposals so that they can see what they can do. You're welcome, ma'am. Have a good day.
Zach Stacy, nice to meet you. I recognize, I think we might have used your electric.
Nobody realized how
I know.
important it was coming in late. Until it abruptly closed. Like there was
Did you guys ever do any work out at,
And so,
I'll let you know in a couple of weeks. Thanks.
but and I like what Zach said. We just take all the leaks, you know, money. This place needs improvements. So I'm like, that's a great idea. Just split it, that's split it,
Yeah, that idea.
We'll let you go.
Yeah. Appreciate it.
Have a great day.
Thanks for coming out. Good seeing you. Yeah.
I got it.
Our negligence is over usually, you know, so she dropped off the other day. Yeah. Yeah. Let us know.
I got some fish fries to raise.
Oh, nice. Good seeing you guys. Okay, sounds good. There's a bathroom out there.
Yep,
down by the front?
yep, remember we came in?
One day next week,
Yes,
any day better than the other.
Friday will be best.
Friday, let me get back.
Yeah, because I'm meeting with the mayor on Thursday, and I got scheduled work on Wednesday, or, and we don't do a meeting for once, Tuesday or Friday.
I got town meeting on Friday, and Tuesday we're going down to talk with the Hamilton city manager.
That's fine, we can do the week after that.
Yeah,
I'm not
we
going
can do
anywhere
the
for
week
23 months.
Then where you going?
I don't know, Paul.
So what happened was the company that had the computer system, board owed them a hell of a lot of money. And for them to cooperate with us, they wanted their money, like $40-some thousand. So we just got internet out here this week. And Troy and Neil, our building supervisor, maintenance, they're still trying to figure out. It's controlled. They can get it to a certain point, but they can't get it above it. It's a computer issue. I don't understand it, but we'll get it next week, hopefully.
Yes. Here? Okay, it's nice to meet you. Yeah. Yeah, how do you like it? Yeah. Okay. Right? Yeah.
And so I started, and then they approached me about becoming part-time. And so
Okay. That's great. That's great.
I'm real attached to the seniors.
I bet. I bet. I bet.
Because they keep me with a smile.
How much traffic are you getting in here? You know, like, is it kind of hit and miss, or?
It just depends, like the holidays,
Yeah.
they leave and they come back. But we may see 100.
That's
or
awesome.
So in and out during the day.
That's really good. I love this place. I mean, it is. Most cities would kill to have this. You know? So, I mean, I couldn't believe that there was a significant portion of the city that didn't want the city to buy this back. I'm like, how do you not? How do you not? There's nowhere else in the city we could do this, even if we had the money. Wow.
And then we also did 2 other exercise workshops. They run 30, 40 each time.
That's amazing.
And they
That's amazing. Thank you for all your hard work here. I mean, this is just a special place, you know.
It is. I didn't know if it was.
Oh, really? Oh,
Volunteer for senior center. I said, senior center.
right, yeah.
And then she told me, that's how I found it, and that's how I found out what was on it.
Yeah.
So, it's been a joy. I thoroughly enjoyed being here.
That's good.
So, but they keep you, like, I came in yesterday, and the line,
If we can all take our seats, we'll continue with the meeting.
Yeah. Everything closed yesterday, you know. It was nice meeting you. Thank you so much.
I said, I don't,
Hey, appreciate all your work. Yeah. Thank you. Nice to meet you.
I said, I'm not sitting next to you. You saved my stuff this morning. You said, say yes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
My brain was in my purse looking for anything.
Well, sometimes in meetings, it's hard to think, listen.
Next up on our agenda is an economic development update. I would like to introduce Lisha Moreland, our Assistant Director of Economic Development, and she'll take us through the next session.
Hello. Yay, finally, I get to get up here. You guys were mentioning some stuff earlier, and I was like, oh, that's in my presentation, I can't wait. So I'm going to invite city management, all of them, to jump in whenever they would like to on this and add to. The audience is much smaller now. Okay, let's jump into this. It's exciting. So I want to start off with, let me just ask each of you, because everybody has their different idea of what economic development is, and it's a lot of things. So we can just start here and work down the table.
Well, I'm thinking it's providing funds and funding for the development of a community or business. That's my take on it.
Okay, great.
Yeah, I think in my mind, especially from a city perspective, you help existing businesses in the community grow or, you know, meet their goals. But then also kind of dual hat and work with outside entities and try and entice them, sell them on our city.
I like it. Okay, Councilman Horn.
My feeling on it is we're doing the economic development of bringing newer people in, newer businesses in, but then making sure that they stay solvent, but then also our SBEs, making sure that they stay solvent with what we can give them.
Yeah, I like that one too. Councilman Farrell.
I think it's a combination of looking at your current businesses, how can we help them produce more revenue, create more jobs, then going out and being proactive about bringing new, so you have reactive and proactive, but be the city that attracts businesses in, have sewer, electric, water available for them, at the same time going out and being proactive about, for a Wayland Ventures, for example, go out to these conferences and fill the gaps for other people. So that's what it is for me.
Yeah, like it. And Mayor.
I kind of see economic development as touching everything. And so when I look at everything that's already been said, and to add to that, looking at the city as a whole, investing in neighborhoods, investing in bringing things up to at least basic standards, and seeing a beautiful city so that when people come through from all this new business and the same business and encouraging, they look at a city that's just wonderful, ready place to be, and are encouraged to come here, maybe even stay.
I love it. So yes. It's all those things and more. And economic development has morphed over time to incorporate more things than what it used to be. So I just want to recap a little bit of 2023 because I'm going to touch on all those things that you all just shared. But I want to just kind of recap 2023. I could have 10 more slides on this, but we're looking at 2024. But I kind of want you to understand where we're working from. So far in 2023, business retention and expansion, so I will refer to that as BRNE, okay? Our BRNE program in economic development is one of the most important things. Not the only thing, but one of the most important. And it is going out to our local employers, understanding what their challenges are, how can we help them, how do we help them grow, right? And, you know, whether you're small business or big business, about 80% of your revenue is going to come from 20% of your customer base, right? The Pareto principle. So when you apply that and we look at 20% of our employers, that's 80% of our income. How do I help them grow and increase our income? It's always important to keep our pipeline filled and attract more businesses, but there's a process for that, right? So, you know, XYZ company doesn't just call up the city of Middletown and say, hey, we're thinking of coming to Middletown. Doesn't work like that, nor does it work in a manner of me calling XYZ company and saying, hey, this is City of Middletown, would y'all be interested in coming? There's a whole process, and there is a sort of rules of engagement amongst our neighboring economic development partners, or my counterpart, where we don't poach their employers. So one of my counterparts in one of our meetings about a month ago termed it as cooperation, and I thought that was really good. I think we should have t-shirts made. So there's a rule of engagement, and you let your counterpart know if one of their employers has expressed interest in coming to your location. It gives them the opportunity to retain them. So BRNE is important, and we met with about 75 Middletown businesses and organizations, so those could be for-profit, nonprofit, or not-for-profit, and talked with them about some of the challenges that they're having and how can we help them grow. And in those conversations, we find out, you know, they may be looking for more space. They may be looking to add more equipment to their production lines. They may be, everyone's looking for workforce, so that's a challenge everywhere. But there are ways then that we start to socialize different ideas on how to overcome those workforce challenges. So the economic development community and marketing, we are selling the city. To the mayor's point and to Councilman Farrell's point, you know, attracting those businesses isn't just about attracting businesses, right? So their employees come, if we are lucky enough to land them, but those employees probably have a significant other and or children. So now we have to consider housing stock, work-life balance, city assets and amenities. How do we make it welcoming for their families? So I can't do what I do without the help of development services, without the help of you know, our first responders, development, you know, the development works folks, public works folks. I can't do what I do without making sure I collaborate with them. So for instance, if XYZ company is thinking about expanding to a particular area of our city, depending upon what they do, I might need to reach out to Chief Deputy Craig and say, what's the runs there? Do we have a lot of crime in that area? Do we have some concerns for that area? You know, having those conversations are important because I need to then have those conversations with our businesses or potential businesses. So we received about 125, I'm going to call them RFIs, requests for information. This speaks to the process of how we attract businesses or how new businesses come here. Those RFIs come from regional economic development organizations. There's a lot of acronyms in economic development, so if you don't remember, ask me again. We refer to those as REDOs. Ready Cincinnati is one, Dayton Development Coalition is one, and they work with a Jobs Ohio person, okay? They have a representative from Jobs Ohio. So when big businesses are coming to this area, they reach out to Jobs Ohio, who then works with their regional economic development folks, who then works with the local municipalities. That's how that process works. So it's important that we have a working relationship and open collaboration with our regional economic development organizations. We need to be on their radars. And we need to make sure that they're familiar with what we have in the city. So we've received in 2023 125 RFIs. We could only respond to 25 of those. We were unable to respond to 100 of them because 92 of them we had inadequate acreage. So when I hear comments like, why can't we have an Intel or a Toyota or a Honda or a fill in the blank, where are you going to put them? We don't have that kind of acreage, unfortunately. But at the same time, when I look at a company that size, what happens if they come here and then they pull out 5 years later? What happens if we were going to lose Cliffs? We've been through this before. We would be devastated. I would rather have, instead of one company bringing 100 jobs, I'd rather have 10 companies bringing 10 high-paying jobs. So I use the Easter egg basket scenario. Remember when we were kids, or when our kids were little, and they would do the Easter egg hunt, right? And I loved it when they were little, and they would bend over to pick up an egg, and another egg would fall out, and they didn't even realize it, and they'd turn around and think that was a new egg to pick up. If you have 3 big eggs in your basket and one falls out, you feel that pinch, right? You feel that shift in the weight. But if you have multiple eggs in your basket, big, little, and everything in between, and one falls out, it's not so noticeable, right? It's not so painful to lose that egg. It's the same thing here. So when we look at what kinds of businesses should we be attracting, it needs to match our personality. Our personality is a manufacturing community. We always have been, we always will be. It's how the U.S. was founded, on manufacturing. Textile, to be exact. So we were not able to respond to 92 of them because of inadequate acreage or building space. 8 of those were sort of outside of our control, right? There were other sort of outstanding location issues or special circumstances that we just weren't going to qualify for it. And these regional economic development organizations, these REDOs, when they send out RFIs, there is a process, it's a system, and you submit to the system. That system automatically kicks it out if you're not checking off all the boxes that they are asking for. Okay, so that's how that process works, which is why it's so important to have conversations ongoing with these REDOs. All right, so we also talked about a signage discussion. If we are selling our city and we are marketing and promoting our city, what is the brand of our city, right? Brand recognition goes a long way. Signage is part of that. It is a communications piece. So what does our signage look like? How do we streamline it? How do we make it look more professional? You know, you've pulled up to a 4-way stop and you've seen the telephone pole with the 50,000 yard sale signs, you know, stapled to every community has them. That looks horrible. Well, now what happens when we start adding, you know, we let this organization put signs up, or we let this institution put signs up, or this company wants to sponsor this, so they're going to put their sign up. We need to sort of look at that. And so we've had those conversations with Public Works and starting to look at how do we streamline this. And they've come up with some ideas, and we're going to sort of revisit that conversation. Major project management. So for instance, we had 4 site selection visits. We had 4 companies look at coming to Middletown and talk to us about coming to Middletown. They're in manufacturing and steel logistics. They're going to bring approximately 200 new jobs and a $170 million investment. 2 of those 4 are going forward, and I'll talk about those here in a second. We've had 11 ribbon cuttings. Ribbon cuttings are great. They're important. We do them. The chamber does them. Downtown Middletown Inc. does them. But at the same time, there are other projects that become really important. So when we're looking at staff time, and I hear you all talking about our bandwidth and staff and what we have time to work on, it's not going to be a ribbon cutting if I'm going to talk to XYZ company about a particular location in town, right? I got to prioritize that. But ribbon cuttings are important, and the businesses, large or small, need to know that we're happy they're here. We had our ARPA Infusion Grant Program, and to Councilman Farrell's point, you know, we did have a small business grant program before that. Then we had our ARPA Infusion Grant Program. We tweaked the process on that. We have a committee that looks at all the ARPA grant applications, and they have a sort of a criteria, if you will, on what they're looking for. So the main things we're looking for with any grant program is it going to enhance the community, the value of the community? Does it bring jobs? And we have a representative from multiple departments because we need the lens that they look through, right? Legal's going to look through it through their lens. Finance is going to look through it through their lens. Is the applicant behind in taxes? They probably don't deserve a grant if they're behind in taxes, right? So they have their lens that they look through, and that criteria gets applied. We had 26 applicants, and 10 of those were executed, which means we still have some money left in our ARPA Infusion Grant. program that we can repurpose. And then those were spent on several expansions and openings. So food and beverage, retail service, and then 3 of those were in the industrial development side. Any questions before I launch into the rest of it on 23?
Yeah, on the 92 that you were not able to do, and I'm not expecting you to know this absolute, but was there a size of acreage that was like the average, they need to have at least 20 acres and we just didn't have it, or was it 100 acres, or what was it?
It's a great question, and we've actually talked about going back to see, is there that? The short answer is no, there's not, because it's really sort of all over the board. This whole region is exploding.
Yeah, but I think I can add to that,
Yeah.
though, because I've looked at this. 23 was really odd. We had a lot of what I'll call unicorn RFIs out there. You know, the folks that want everything, you know, I want 300 acres, I want, you know, voluminous water and sewer capacity, and Duke Energy already has me a substation, and I want to be 3 feet away from the interstate off-ramp. And some of these, we actually had probably, of those 92, there's probably about 25 of them that there's not a site in Ohio that exists that had everything they wanted. Our biggest thing are a couple things. Site acreage, once we get north of 100 acres, it's very limited. What has washed us out a lot has been water and sewer capacity in certain areas that are greenfield build. Limited, which is a good problem to have, limited inventory of manufacturing facilities for folks to immediately lease. When I say, you know, immediately lease, I'm talking the size of, you know, maybe 50,000 square feet and up. And also electric service in certain areas. That's been our limiting factors.
Because they need 3-phase.
Yeah,
versus
or
single-phase.
it's either that or they're wanting redundant feeds. So if one, you know, substation goes down, it's backfed in their network, so.
I got you. Thank you.
Yeah. Any other questions on this part? No? Okay. Let's jump into the good stuff. 2024.
Actually, let me ask one more question.
Okay.
So we still have grant money available. Do we have a plan for trying to get that back out there for the small businesses, or what's going on with that?
Yes. Great question.
Yeah.
Actually, it's
No.
on my next slide.
Yeah.
Okay. The short answer is yes. The one thing that I do want to point out is at the bottom, you'll see, it's kind of hard to see here, but those came from our comprehensive plan. So the different sort of areas of focus from our comp plan, and each of these economic development focus areas fulfills those particular areas of our comp plan. So whether it's resilient neighborhoods, thriving economy, and I wanted to point that out so that as you're looking at the things we're talking about on this slide, if you can see that, you'll see that this one is thriving economy, the strong infrastructure, and pride in the community. Okay? So, growing our tax revenue. We've talked about that today, and we could continue to talk about it ad nauseum because it's so critically important. Our BRV visits, I want to increase those. I want to increase those to about 5 to 10 of our large employers per quarter and 15 to 20 of our small, medium businesses per quarter. So that's sort of where I threw the pen to see, let's see if we can get those increased. So, you know, I'd like to increase that 75 up to about 100 for the year. And in those conversations, you know, again, we talk about what's their challenges. Other than workforce, what's your challenges? You know, are you happy with our first responder response times? Luckily, everybody has said yes, so that's good. You know, are there, you know, part of the other thing that I socialize with them is as I'm looking to help them grow, they're concerned about somebody coming in and them having to compete for workforce that they're already challenged with. So I try to make sure that I socialize, would it be impactful if I brought somebody in your supply chain? I'm not saying I definitely can, but would that be impactful? And then if they say yes, all right, give me a shopping list. Who do we talk to? Do you want to put me in contact with them? So, you know, we sort of have those conversations so that they understand they may not be competing for workforce. It may be somebody that's actually positively impactful for their business. So, As well, we want to expand our, what I call the MSBA, I don't call it, but it's called the MSBA program, Middletown Small Business Alliance program. This is free to MSBA members, to our small businesses. And we are changing this format to quarterly meetings. We did have them as monthly meetings, and we're going to change it to quarterly meetings and maybe be an hour and a half instead of an hour. We'll do sort of the city update at the beginning, but we always have topics that are pertinent to business ownership. And I can't remember if it was Councilman West or Councilman Horn that mentioned it in the last council meeting about, business owners understanding things, topics that are important to them. This is the avenue for that. We make sure we bring in speakers that talk to them about whatever it is. We had a whole list last year. It could be anything from setting up a retirement program to marketing online to lines of credit and how that's important. And we asked them for feedback on what they'd like to hear. All right, so financial incentive programs. This is going to answer Councilman Farrell's question. So we're going to look at how do we revamp the business grant program. We still have some monies left over from the previous small business grant program, and we have some monies left over from the ARPA infusion grant program. And a couple of the ideas that we're gonna put that together and float it out to you all, but a couple of the ideas are, how do we do a facade improvement program? So it was mentioned earlier today, we have a lot of absentee owners for buildings and strip plazas. And when they're absentee, they're not burdened by the fact that it's run down. As long as they're getting rent, they don't care. And that's unfortunate. So how can we incent them to upgrade their properties? And it may be just they want to have a grant. So we'll see, and we'll put some stipulations around that and sort of see if it's something that appeals to them. Community improvement. So this could be small business, it could be medium business. What are they doing to improve the community that they're in? How are they making improvements to their facility with a grant? So we're going to try to put a different spin on this. The monies that we have left in these grant programs are not enough to make an impact. So there's going to be an ask. I'm going to come ask for money. But I'm just sort of floating that out there to y'all because if we want to make an impact, we're going to have to add to it. All right, any questions on that so far? All right. Economic development and community marketing. So this is another focus for us. Again, it's selling our city, it's marketing our city, it's getting the word out about our city. So one of the projects we're looking at, I'm super excited about this one too, it's supporting the resurgence of our west side. Through collaboration with Jackie Phillips, sorry, I got that confused, with her group and the ambassadors and hearing the feedback that they're getting about fresh food and healthcare and safety, that side is in need of a fresh food grocer. It's not over there. There's a couple of locations that would be great for that. That's on the bus line, so for those that don't have transportation. If you are not familiar with Gem City Market in Dayton, I invite you to please check it out. We have been in conversations with them, talking to them about their model, how they went about it. Kettering Health is a healthcare partner of theirs, and they are very much interested in helping us with this project. I have been socializing this project with our healthcare partners here. We still have some more conversations to have, but my hope is that we will be able to finance the majority of the construction of this project through our healthcare partner, and then as well through some of the funds that we have. This as well will be a co-op. That's the intention. So it not only addresses the food apartheid that's in that area, but it provides an opportunity to the residents to own something and to have employment, should they so choose. So I have a fact sheet on this that I'm using as I socialize this project, and I'm happy to share more with you, but it's exciting. So we're currently soliciting the healthcare partners for that. And we're going to start putting together a committee, a stakeholder committee for who should we be having at the table on this collaborative project. Those two things the last two bullet points are targeted for this quarter. And then, of course, to secure the seed funding that I mentioned. All right, site inventory. This is another place where we need to, if we're going to market the city, we need to streamline how we're marketing our sites and buildings. So what's our inventory look like? We work through Zoom Prospector, which is a Jobs Ohio software tool. And then, of course, we work with our realtors and brokers and developers on what's out there. We, a lot of times, are approached by private owners that are maybe looking to offload their property, but they don't want it listed. So we have to sort of have that internal list so that as we have folks come to us and say, hey, I'm interested in expanding here or moving here or opening this up, they can look at our list, but at the same time, we also have this sort of private owner list that they're not ready to put it out there yet. So we can broker those conversations. And of course, we have it on our website. Now, how you market a retail strip center is going to be very, very different than how you market greenfield space, right? So we're going to be putting strategy around that. We'll be bringing that to you all to look at. And then part of that is our concepts identification for the paperboard site. So we are working with development services on how do we repurpose the paperboard site when it's ready. And obviously we know it's not going to be residential, but there's a couple of other options we can come up with so that when this site is ready to start being developed, we've got an idea of what direction we want to go. And then, of course, we want to look at jurisdictional growth. You know, how we want our city or our companies to grow in the city, but how do we grow our city? So hopefully by Q4, we can put something out there in front of you to get your blessing on. Part of this is branding and promotion. So as we enhance our community image, I talked about signage. We've had several requests from the Canal District folks. They would like to have some signage. Talking with Public Works about our wayfinding signage, and then just the city branding in general. The other piece to our branding and promotion is where are we advertising, if you will. Site Selector Magazine is a national magazine that site selection professionals and those that are in that profession and work with other companies, they look at Site Selector Magazine. So I have an editorial calendar from Site Selection Magazine, and there are specific quarters that we will look at making sure we're in that. We'll do an investor profile piece to that about Middletown. And then, of course, quarterly ads in our local publications, Cincinnati Business Courier and the Dayton Business Journal. And then our airport. So this is our little Goldilocks. Joe Dival, the airport manager, and I are working on how do we create a niche for our airport. We have an asset that a lot of other municipalities don't have. And the fact that advanced air mobility, the eVTOL, electric vertical takeoff and landing, is such a focus right now, and especially in this region, we are outside of the congested airspace of Dayton and CBG. So that puts us in a very unique situation that if we do the vertical charging pads, we can create this regional loop for the electrical vertical takeoff and landing vehicles. Joby Aviation made their announcement 2 months ago now up in Springfield. So that's bringing a lot of focus to this region. And the state has programs that they're getting ready to roll out around building out infrastructure for the advanced air mobility space. We're lucky we have Joe Dival, and that's her bailiwick. That's what she did in the Air Force. So she brings a very unique perspective and expertise. So I tell her, you tell me what we can do, we'll go find somebody to do it. So I love working with her on this because we have just so much opportunity around this. Any questions on this so far? No? Okay. Moving on. Major project management and business attraction. The light industrial park. So looking at paperboard again, that's about, depending upon how we utilize it, 17 to 40 acres. Thinking by Q3, we'll see how the Burgess and Nyepel are coming along with that. But about Q3, us and Development Works will start to put some concepts together and see what you guys think of it. Building placement map proposed, so we are already working on how could we, as we start to build that out as some sort of an industrial park, how could we place certain buildings and structures to get the highest and best use of that particular location. Renaissance Point, this is exciting. So this is on our east end. We have a lot of development going on with that. That's going to bring in not just visitors, but it's going to, of course, increase our residents and the smaller businesses there to support that. And when we look at this, you know, there's many different lenses we can look through at this project. There's going to be the entertainment, there's going to be sports, there's going to be entertainment, there's going to be residential, there's going to be, you know, things for, if you're just driving up the corridor there on 75, do they hop off and hop back on? So it's kind of going to be your Piccadilly Circus, if you will, of Middletown. So we've got lots of exciting stuff going on there. We are also talking with our healthcare employers. There's been some here in the area that have expressed interest in expanding their services at that particular location. So as we're bringing sports teams in, there's some additional opportunity there for our healthcare partners. And then, of course, EV infrastructure is going to be a part of that. Part of the developer that we're working with has already got you know, conversations underway that the entities they're working with are looking at putting in EV infrastructure, and that's part of their project. Okay, so business attraction, I explained to you sort of how that process works. And I mentioned that 2 of the 4 site selection visits that we had, 2 of them are moving forward. One of them is EI Ceramics and their move to the CERTA building. We expect construction around Q4, so being able to repurpose that building and bringing in a fairly decent-sized employer with good wages is always, you know, we're looking forward to that for sure. Vasanta is going to be moving to our east side. They are looking as well, construction around Q4. So they as well are high wages.
Who, sorry, I don't know any. Sorry. I don't know who they are. Can you explain to me who they are?
EI Ceramics, they
No,
made.
I know, well, yeah, go ahead with all of it. Never mind. Well, I know
Did you mention-
ceramics, but it's probably good for everybody to know.
Okay, so EI Ceramics, they are actually a refactory, and they make ceramic parts to control the flow of steel. So shrouds, ladles, slide gates. Vasanta does, they make really small parts for the biomedical space. So think orthotics, prosthetics, trying to think, what are some of the other sectors they're in, Nathan?
Yeah, but also think of components that, from a design standpoint, here's a little medical device that needs to be made, and we need a hole in it that's 3 nanometers wide, and only 3 nanometers wide, and at an angle and curve so we can put then a really thin wire through. They do that precision machining.
Where are they coming from?
Westchester.
Westchester. So, and I believe they were looking at that location prior to the pandemic, and it stalled, and
Where
now
they,
they have.
are they on Commerce? Is that where they're going?
Say that again?
No, they're going over there by Cliffs Research and the VA.
Union Road.
Far north end of Union Road there.
Okay, cool, thanks.
Okay, so, and then, of course, as the East End project grows, the small businesses will start to come in to support that growth. So, you know, what I would like to do is be able to put together a marketing campaign targeted at those so that we hopefully will get the best of the best. And then our Oneida School site, we're calling that Project 9. So it is a local business that is expanding. They are expanding incredibly quickly. They did come here to Middletown from another location because of their growth. And they expect it to be in their current location for about 5 to 7 years. And at year 3, they're already busting at the seams. So we are helping to place them at a site that can accommodate that growth. All right, any questions on that so far?
I do.
Okay.
So at the beginning of your presentation, you said in your job, you at times can't talk to people, or people don't You don't go out and just say, hey, come to Middletown, and some people don't say, come in and say, hey, we want to come to Middletown. In your experience with all these projects going on, do you see bigger companies, I'm going specifically to a Home Depot, because we have a Lowe's, and if you go down 75, you always see that competition, Lowe's, Home Depot, Lowe's, Home Depot. And with all the construction going on, and then homeowners, because that's where they shop and that's where they get their stuff. So with all this growth, do you see that a Home Depot potentially could come in and talk to the city about, hey, now we see the benefit? Because if you look at where the Home Depots are, Middletown is a good spot, because you have them in Westchester, Bridgewater Falls, Lebanon, and the next one is Dayton Mall. So we're kind of in that spot, but as you said, you can't just call up Home Depot and say, hey,
Right.
look, we got some land, or they're gonna call you now and say, see that.
Yeah, and that's a great question. So Home Depot's strategy actually is to locate within typically a 2-mile radius to a Lowe's. They have a specific corporate real estate team that goes out and vets these areas and keeps an eye on their competition. Setting up those conversations are more likely to happen at conferences like ICSC, which is one of the biggest ones. And you can't just show up and go to their booth and start talking to them, right? Those require prior appointments at that show. And so, as a matter of fact, I'm going to be attending that show this year with one of our big developers. And they have those conversations already set up. So I'm gonna bug Troy about taking a tablet loaded with our City of Middletown stuff to be able to then have some of those conversations. So, yeah, to your point, I can't call it Home Depot, but I can work it through the other avenues of those who already have the gear. So, yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yep. Any other questions on that slide?
And the same holds true for others like Menards and
Yes, yes.
Target.
Yes. So along those same lines, I'll just deviate here real quick. So talking about our grocer project, when we first started that project, I was looking.
Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's.
Buc-ee's,
I
they
got
just-
Buc-ee's on the list, especially
Kidding.
since they're not going north of us now. I was looking at, okay, Aldi's would be good, right? We have an Aldi's, but Aldi's would be good in that location. I talked to Aldi's. I actually talked to their regional real estate person that's in charge of this area. And they just opened up, at that time they hadn't opened yet, but opened up a location at Liberty Township. And he says to me, we have a process, and he explained to me the annual process, every quarter, they have certain things that they look at. And they actually want to see what kind of traffic they're pulling from this area. Okay, all right. Now, if you notice, Aldi's strategy is to typically locate near a Kroger. And that's how they start where they're going to go. That's not always the case, but that's how their strategy starts. They look at where Kroger goes, or is Kroger moving in a particular area, and then they start looking at the area, okay? So I said to him, would you consider this? This is a project we're looking at doing, et cetera, et cetera. He says, let me, give us a year, let's see where the traffic is coming from. But at the end of the day, that particular area doesn't meet their criteria of shopper. So what's the chances that we're gonna get an Aldi's in that area? Anything is possible, but it's not real probable. So then I thought, we gotta go a different route. We could go smaller, privately owned. There's a couple of them that were in the Findlay market that then went out on their own and opened their freestanding location. But they're new at that, right? That's their first venture at their own brick and mortar. Then we came across Gem City Market. Gem City Market's already been in the practice of it. They've got a couple cycles under their belt. I asked them, what would you do different? If you could do it all again, what would you do different? And it was a great conversation. And you know what? It was helpful because that tells us what we don't want to do here, right? There's the pitfalls that we want to avoid. And the one thing that they did say is, this project here is different because when they started that project, they had to convince council and city officials why it should be a good idea, why they should buy into it. And they said to me, this is kind of different because the city's coming to us saying, hey, we have this great idea, we want to emulate what you did. So that was kind of that was exciting, and to see their excitement to help us with that was even better, right? So to your point, yeah, you sometimes you can, then you don't get the answer that you want, so. So you have to figure out what's the other angles, and ICSC this year is one for me that I'm gonna tag along with our developer. I may be the annoying little sister, but we'll see. All right, downtown revitalization, Assistant City Manager Cahal mentioned this earlier, Wayland Ventures, so we are in talks with them. We're gonna be meeting with them this coming week, and they are trying to go through the historic tax credit process, which is never an easy or quick process. The other part to this is there is another piece to this portfolio that they are wanting to ferret out. It is with a private property owner, and that owner has asked that we sort of keep that under wraps right now until they are ready to kind of go public with the fact that they're looking at maybe doing something different with their property. I don't know if that's going to be a piece to this or not, but that's where we are, is to talk through some of that. Okay, mutual support and growth for opportunities at the airport. Again, I mentioned the advanced air mobility, the multimodal logistics. There is potential manufacturing opportunity there. We actually had a site visit last week on that, on Tuesday, the coldest day of the week, or this past week. And then, of course, testing and maintenance is another opportunity in the advanced air mobility space. So as the utility for the airport grows, we will then start to promote that utility, identify specific small businesses, athletic teams to use our airport facility. You know, we can get those athletes back in their beds a lot quicker than if they go to Cincinnati or Dayton. And then what potential regional charter lines. There is, if you've not been out there, I would encourage you to tour the airport. There is at least a handful of small businesses that a lot of folks don't even know about. And it's quite exciting what's out there. Okay, any questions on that one?
A while back, we had a conversation, I think it might have been with Nathan, but about de-icing. Is that still coming?
That is still.
Yeah, we're just waiting on delivery of the equipment. Should be any day now. But this last point, that really opens up that's been the one hindrance really, as we see from the charter community. Also, when we say athletic teams, we're not talking like the Little League team down the street. We're talking colleges in the region that are chartering their football or basketball or softball teams out of Dayton, out of Cincinnati, elsewhere. They're getting on a bus and driving an hour and a half one way just to the airport. The size of our runway allows us to accommodate very large charter traffic.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. And then the last part of this is our policy development and implementation. So when we start to look at our incentives, we will be reviewing our incentive zones, and we're going to target that for second quarter. And then we will look at the alignment of our DORA districts, where our CRAs are, which is our community reinvestments, our TIFs, the entertainment district, and then, of course, school compensation agreement will be renewed. We are going to terminate any unused TIFs. So really looking at what is that strategy. We need to just look at all of that as a whole and say, does this make sense? We don't want to just hand out TIFs like we're throwing out candy at a parade. Does it make sense? And those financial incentives are really used to bridge the gap, right? We don't want to just offer it up at the very beginning. We talk through, what does a deal look like? What's beneficial? And do we customize some of these things, some of these incentives for some of the businesses we're looking to help either expand or locate here? And then, of course, workforce attraction, so the second chance hirings. I personally am a huge advocate of this, but that seems to be a new focus for the state as well. That is a big untapped pool of employee candidates, and some of them already have a skill or a trade, and that is an intentional strategy. So we have not only businesses within this area that work with companies to implement that strategy, but we also have other companies within the region that are doing this. Nehemiah Manufacturing is one of them. A lot of folks know them, and they're very successful at it. So how do we look at creating incentives to help our employers overcome their workforce challenges by considering this as a strategy, as well as some other things?
What is a second chance?
That's what
Hiring.
they're calling the justice impacted, second chance, previously incarcerated. There's a couple of others, previously incarcerated.
Okay.
Funding opportunities. So we're going to look at how are we tracking our grants? What are we doing to manage those? And then how do we, induce that? How do we really and truly use that to incent our employers? And how are they using it? So between Q2 and Q4, I don't target that as just one quarter. Like that really is going to be an ongoing process. BRE&A. So remember I said business retention and expansion, BRE. The A is the attraction. So what do those financial incentive programs look like? And then the utility of our port authority. So we have our port authority and we have a huge opportunity to utilize our port authority. And part of this, we have a particular project, which we're calling Karen, will be targeted to work with our port authority in taking our infill lots. So you guys mentioned this earlier. Taking our infill lots, working with development services on what does the residential construction of those lots look like, and then taking that to our employers, okay? So the same thing that they need a tool for employee retention and attraction can be the very tool that we use for business retention and attraction. It is helping our employers to invest in employees and the employees to invest in the employer by having housing stock for employees. For instance, I met with one of our large employers 2 weeks ago. I floated this idea by them, and he looks at me and he says, oh my gosh, do you know how many candidates I can't hire because the commute is too far and they can't find a place that they can either afford here or a place that's available when they need it? He said, I could have hired 20 more people in the last year if I would have had this. That's huge. That's huge. So if we can use this as a business retention and attraction tool, and they can use it as an employee retention and attraction tool, I mean, this kills 2 birds with 1 stone. So, actually 3 if you think about repurposing our infill lots. So, going to be asking Dad for money on that too, just saying. All right, and then like I said, I've already started to socialize this with some of our employers, just trying to get a pulse on their level of interest in it, and it's been positive.
So you want to, the idea behind that is to work with different employers is that? I don't even think that we need to, I mean, that's great, but I think the lack of inventory everywhere would just automatically, if we had a port authority that was included in helping build houses, I don't even think we need to work.
Actually, let me clarify. It's just kind of one flavor of ice cream at Baskin Robbins on this one. That's one strategy of many to just be able to recirculate the funding and flip these construction projects on these houses, is if we have an end employer that says, hey, I'll buy this from the port now that you build it, and I'll rent it out under a lot of terms and conditions that the port would have to say, hey, I'm going to hire Mr. Horn as one of my employees, and this is an incentive for them to take the job, and he's gonna rent it from me for, I don't know, $1,000 a month, but every month I'm gonna take $200 of that rent check. It goes into a little side account, and in 2 years, Mr. Horn has his down payment that we already agreed he can buy the house for. That's the incentive, that's the type of arrangement we're looking at, but we have employers that say, well, yeah, if we can figure out a way, even if I just kind of break even on this deal as a landlord, I'm good, then that's what we're trying to endeavor towards. But yeah, you're right, Mr. Farrell, there'll be others under this scenario where it'll just be a straight transaction.
Okay. So that is pretty much it. Questions? We've got lots of other projects that we're working on internally. I've got one that I'm working on with Troy. We're gonna revamp our website. So there's a lot of that goes on to help support some of these other efforts. Yeah, we don't sit around and get bored. Any curiosities I can address for you on it?
Sure. Right now, who is responsible for monitoring and managing the progress of these projects?
So we have a program manager,
on the grants, I just want to make sure, because I met with David Riggs, and one thing he said, and I'm very much a proponent on this, is anyone who applies for a grant, they must meet with him to help the
Yes.
process.
Yes.
And I do not want that to go away, even though you can fill the application out. I want someone, and he is not a city employee. He's actually, his program is fed by grants, and he's partnered with Miami University. So I want someone to do that because it makes it easier for everyone involved. Because then when they come to us and we are reviewing this grant, there's no holes. Their duh factor is very low. So I think that's something that we need to make sure, if it's not somewhere written, that it's at least an agreement that you will meet with him at least one time, if not multiple times.
Yes.
Matters on their level of business experience and the comfortability before we go forward.
Yeah, totally agree. It is written into the grant stipulation for the applicants. And just for those of you that aren't familiar with David Riggs, he is the executive director of the Small Business Development Center at Miami Regionals. That's a mouthful. We shorten it by saying SBDC Miami. His office is 2 doors down from mine, and we are a cash match partner for them, as well as some other state and federal funds for them. And that team is a huge help for us. Whether it's someone coming in looking to start up a business, and they just need some initial steps, or in this case, the grant applicants, it sort of helps get them understanding what it is they should be expecting. So yeah, they do. Thank you.
Outstanding.
Nate, the other thing I'll ask, and you might know, I don't know who's gonna know it, but, a year ago, and I asked you about this a few weeks ago, just so, I have people ask me about this routinely. The land north of where Cincinnati Eye Institute / Atrium, YMCA is, we're running sewer, water,
Yes.
electric through that area. Can you kind of just give us, everybody, an update on that?
Yeah, actually, we have, it looks like, I won't say final plans, but we're probably at 95%. I'm looking for Mr. Tadish somewhere out in the audience, but anyway, he may have already left. So, where we're at right now is we're providing both of the impacted property ownership groups easement documents for them to execute. Once they grant those easements, we'll bid this thing out, but we should have that. We would like to get it done before anyone wants to plant beans out there, so that's the goal. So, it's a pretty straightforward project. Once we get going, there's no maintenance of traffic. You're not in a built environment. You're just out in the middle of a cornfield or soybean field, digging a trench and putting pipe in. It's a lot more complicated than that, obviously, but that's what you're doing.
And how many acres is that gonna open up for development?
Close to 300 or more.
So that's probably gonna be Middletown's best piece of property to be developed at that point.
So when we get back to that RFI discussion, a good majority of those RFIs that we could not respond to, those were the 2 large property holdings that we would have gravitated towards for those projects. And the minute we say, hey, there's no sanitary sewer there, they went, yeah, okay, see you later. So, yeah, that's the whole point of making this investment.
Very good.
Yeah, site readiness is
Yeah.
really important.
Talking about the Gem City produce?
Gem City Market.
Gem City Market,
Yeah.
thank you. You had mentioned that we are speaking with the healthcare partners right now, so how's that going? How's that talk?
Well, I always want things to move faster than they do. That's just me. A couple of them have expressed interest, but they are not in a financial position to be able to contribute to it. One has contributed to it in a way that they will commit one physician 1 day per month at the facility, but cannot commit any financial support for it. And then the 4th healthcare partner, she is no longer in that role and has now connected me with the person that is in that role. And so I am in the process of setting up that conversation.
Okay, so that's just for that segment. It's not the grocery store itself. That's just for
Correct,
that
that's just-
segment.
Yes,
So we could look at other ways of having that part of it.
yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Thank you.
Absolutely. So I welcome your all's help with that.
Okay, is there any other questions?
I'm familiar with the Gem City Market. When it first opened,
Oh, yeah?
my husband and I bought some stock in it.
Yep.
So I think it's an excellent idea. And we can have multiple health centers to come in, not just one particular. We can even have, I'm thinking maybe someone that's retired to come in and
Yeah.
work in the facility.
That's a great idea.
Yes.
I know Jackie and I had conversation about, even an option of, one day a week, it's this healthcare partner.
Right.
Like on Mondays, and then on
Right.
Tuesdays, it's this healthcare partner, and so we're sort of vetting through that option as well. So once I have this sort of final conversation with our last healthcare partner, we'll see how that goes, and then we may have to look at some of these types of options.
Right, right.
Yeah, great.
Okay, thank you, Lisha. Next up on our agenda is a community center update, and Assistant City Manager Nathan Cahill will give you an update on the community center progress.
Since we probably last talked, or council gave direction in the fall, we have actually received RFP submittals from 3 different firms for the construction manager component of the project. We are vetting those. We will complete that vetting process, I believe, tomorrow afternoon. We have one last interview, and set things up to probably present to you. Probably in correspondence, we'll give you an update. We probably won't be ready for the 6th of February for that meeting, but a request for contract award with that construction manager that's chosen on the 20th of February. From there, that construction manager, once on board, will work with Branstetter Carroll, who's our designer of the facility plans, to finish those plans, refine them, get us some accurate cost estimation, maybe some value engineering options within our budget. And then the plan of action is then we would then ultimately execute a guaranteed maximum price contract with that construction manager, and they will proceed with the project. Hopefully, probably sometime in May is when hopefully a groundbreaking would occur, is what we're looking at right now.
Okay, and so just kind of to speak to what's been going on around this project, things have kind of fallen
They
apart.
have, well, yes.
A bit.
Yeah, depends what lens you want to look at it. So as council probably already knows or whatnot, the genesis of the project started, probably two and a half years ago maybe, and was envisioned as a collaborative effort between the city and the city school district, whereby at this location, the school district would address a need that they had, and to have some new standalone pre-K instructional space. Also an area for some of their itinerant services for that student population. The city was also saying, hey, this also allows us to maybe we pool our resources and we get an expansion and a renovation of the Sunny Hill Community Center while we're at it, and we have kind of a consolidation of services in one place that our nonprofit operator, CBI, and the school district, it's a Venn diagram. They serve a lot of the same populations in very similar capacities, or in related, or in supportive capacities, but they were in 2 different locations or multiple locations across the city, and putting everything in one place on paper seemed like a good idea. So a committee was formed between the school district and the city to start to envision this process, and community members and interest stakeholders to kind of vision, create kind of the goal, the vision for what that joint project would look like. That project moved forward. We finished plans and we bid those plans last year. Unfortunately, the price tag was more than what could be afforded by the school district, and they decided to back out of that joint project. At that point, we still Council at the time had a desire to still proceed with some sort of expansion and/or renovation of the facility. Right around that time as well, the Butler County Commissioners were generous enough to pledge an extra $2 million for the project, which has afforded us the opportunity to probably do at least 2/3 of everything that could be on the wish list out there that had been envisioned. And so we are now just going to be, it's going to be a math problem as to, of all the things on the menu here, what all can we afford? But project right now within budget parameters will be an expansion of the Family Learning Center and literacy area for CBI's operations and betterment of the community. An addition of a full-size gymnasium facility at the southeast quadrant of the facility. And then, like I said, this is going to be driven by budget. Beyond those two additions, then it'll be what monies are left to do certain facade improvements and upgrades to the facility and/or some additional internal renovations that better match with CBI's operations and programming now and into the future.
So what is the city's share of the improvements in total?
So there's two numbers. 2.1 million of ARPA dollars has been earmarked, committed, whatever you want to say. There was discussion, previous council, and obviously nothing's set in stone, nothing's been appropriated or a contract signed, so it's all your prerogative, of perhaps considering an extra $500,000 to take it up to 2.6 million of city ARPA dollars into the mix. But I think really that type of discussion, you may want to preemptively have it or just wait to see where budget numbers come. But the run of the tape is take that extra $500,000 off, 2.1 from the city, 3.5 million from Butler County's ARPA. We have an additional 300,000 in state capital dollars that was pledged about a year and a half or so ago for the project. We did have an additional 300,000 towards the project that was coming from the Community Foundation. However, we were informed that those dollars have been repurposed, and we're trying to find out more about that. But we're looking at, on the low side, a $5.9 million budget. Now, that's not hard construction costs. Obviously, we have to net out some of the engineering and architect design costs and the construction manager at risk fee. But all told, I think hard construction dollars were probably right there in the 4.9 to, actually more than that, probably a little north of $5 million.
Verlina, did you have anything you wanted to add from CBI's perspective? Okay, that's okay. Nathan pretty much covered everything, so. So we will be bringing more budgetary decisions forward, probably, as Nathan said, not February 6th, but maybe
Probably
after
the 20th, yeah, it's probably a fair date.
I have another quick one. Do we have any benchmarks for measuring the success and accomplishments of this build-out?
Yeah, that's something that we have preliminarily had with CBI and their management in terms of measuring and kind of thinking about, okay, is this, is it more folks through the door, more children served, or more families served over time? Or is it going to allow them to pursue grant and program opportunities that perhaps the existing space with its limitations, they just maybe can't make work, or they can, but they will do it at a different location than at the community center.
Okay, thank you. What I'd like to do is get through one more session here before we break for lunch. So I'd like to invite Ashley Combs, our Assistant City Manager, to give a presentation on our housing plan and neighborhood revitalization update.
Hi, I'll make this brief. I know probably you're all hungry and want to get warm food to help warm yourselves up. So I did work with Development Services Director Deborah Wells on this. She apologizes that she could not be here today. So first I want to go through the housing study update. As you know, Middletown is a diverse community with neighborhoods that range in scale, design, age, and composition. The city values its diversity and is committed to improving the health and safety of its neighborhoods. So you may recall back in 2016, Danter and Associates out of Columbus, Ohio did an update. However, after the COVID-19 pandemic, the city thought it was important to take a look at that plan and update it, and it was updated in 2023, as you might know. That 2016 update and the 2023 update are available on the city's website if you want to take a look, or I'm happy to print you a copy. The goal of the housing study was to understand the housing environment for those who live and work in the city and identify ways to increase housing opportunities and options, to identify support levels for housing development types, to establish general guidelines for future housing development to be used in response to developers' proposals for development, and identify demand in current housing market to prioritize future unit types. The 2016 Danter Housing Study was used in Destination Middletown, and we will be updating that plan here in a couple of years, and we'll be sure to probably use the 2023, or we may update the Danter Housing Study again. So another important thing that council will make a decision on or help staff to guide us is talking about the city's housing policy. So in 2019, after the 2016 housing study update was completed, 2 administrations ago, there was a housing policy by our city manager, Doug Atkins, who worked with a housing committee that was adopted by council that consisted of city staff, residents, bankers, developers, home builders, landlords, and others to come up with a housing policy. So again, like I just mentioned, it's 5 years old, coming up in September, and it would be nice to have direction from council and maybe have another housing committee formed that will take a look and update this. But a couple of the goals that were determined by that committee were reducing the amount of single-family homes from rental back to owner-occupied. You know as well as I do that we have about half of our housing stock that is rental, and we would like to get home ownership in the city. Other things, encourage infill owner-occupied houses. You've heard from Lisha, you'll hear from me, but we have so many city properties that we would like to flip to home ownership. So going off the 2023, I'm just going to go through, I won't go through these charts. Like I said, the housing study is very in-depth, and I encourage you to take a look. But apartment recommendations that the 2023 update tells us that the city can annually digest is suburban. So basically, anywhere outside of downtown, in a nutshell, would be 700 units. In downtown areas, 284. So if you talk to economic development, I learn about new projects every day, but one I'm hearing about right now, a great one, is the Slice downtown is putting nice apartments above their restaurant. So we're starting to go that direction. Wayland, hopefully will get started soon. I know housing is a big component of theirs, so we look forward to that. Single family, so this study indicates that about 230 new single family homes could be built annually. 60% of those should be in the 150 to 250 price range. And then 55 of those could be in that 250 to 350 price range. Condos, it appears that we would have an annual demand of 56 new units. And you'll see at the bottom, those are just examples of Sawyer's Mill is currently still being built out, so it's going to continue to fill that need. An example of a condo, it looks like the closest thing we have right now is Timberline, which is, I hate to try to guess the age of that, but it's, I think the last sale I had saw in this study had indicated 2005.
Ashley, can I?
Yeah.
How much more space does Sawyer's Mill have to grow? I know they're getting pretty close to.
I would say
finish that
probably, rough guess, probably about 100 more homes.
Okay, so it's
would
at
be
about
left.
2 years?
Yeah, I
Yeah.
would say in about 2 years we'll be built up
Okay.
there, which is great.
Cool, thanks.
Just some notable current city projects in construction. If you haven't been out there, I encourage you to go behind Atrium. This is where Atrium Medical Center, the Innovation Way apartments are well underway, and they look great. So this is 319 market rate considered luxury apartments. 1 bedrooms, 2 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms. Again, get out there and take a look. I couldn't believe my eyes when I actually went back there. It's great to see this project actually coming out of the ground. It's taken a number of years to get it moving. Another current project in construction, it's changed names a few times. Currently, it's named Havenwood. It's Cristo Homes, Ravello Properties. If you're familiar with Nicholas Place, Walmart, that area, this is on the other side of that. It will also have a commercial outlot as well. But the price point for these attached single-family homes, 47 of them, will be $290,000 to $350,000. So that is exciting and meeting a need that's identified in the housing study. Everyone is familiar with this project, the Middletown Event Center. I wanted to bring it up because it does, again, fill another need. We're excited about the townhomes that will be offered in the multifamily. We don't have price points yet, but I'm sure that they will be right in line with the housing study. In progress, so not coming out of the ground. I know that the last city council, so Zach's familiar with the Atticus, that will be a multifamily project coming out of the ground, we hope soon. So this one is located right across the way from Atrium Medical Center on the east side. So, sorry, I went through that quickly. There's other things. We're working on infill housing. One I'll make note of, but we are working with the land bank to try to get properties and try to get some infill projects moving. So 2024 revitalization projects. Paul had asked city staff to come up with wow projects in the beginning of the year, and I worked with the department director, Deborah Wells, and we are looking forward to moving on some of these. So expanded services for homeowners and renters. Additional funding and resources for rehab projects. We want to give more money to self-PWC, which is supports to encourage low-income housing, people working cooperatively. So usually we give CDBG funding to those. Additional funding for home ownership. We work with NHS, Neighborhood Housing Services, to provide funding for down payments. We would like to go back to increasing that amount that we provide to get home ownership. That's important. Renters to homeowners. That's a housing RFP that we hope to be putting out soon. We're working with community development partners. That's our third-party CDBG manager. We're looking in the Sherman neighborhood. I'd be happy to provide that map to you. I want to confirm with Ms. Wells that this is still the neighborhood that they're looking at, but we have identified 10 city-owned sites, and we want to work with I know we're going to put the RFP out and hopefully find an additional funder or funders to do some housing that will be turned into home ownership. And another thing that we're very excited by is the Middletown Connect Group, and continuing to work closely with them on putting out community surveys. They can connect with the residents and better tell us what they want to see. I mean, we can plan all day, but it's important to know what the residents want to see in their neighborhoods. So working together cooperatively to make a real difference there. Another thing, I heard it earlier in the presentations, was a citywide neighborhood cleanup. And we will be working with Middletown Connect to coordinate that. So having Rumpke dumpsters, working with Cohen Recycling. But you'll kind of see a map over there, and I would have to talk to Deborah a little bit more, but it looks like they've started to identify different neighborhoods on where that would take place. But my understanding from her is we want to get this moving before or shortly after Arbor Day, if you want, or Earth Day, I should say, to get that in place. Sorry I kind of rushed through that, but that's the presentation that we have for you guys. I'd be happy to answer questions, or if I can't answer them, work with Deborah and we'll get you answers.
I have a question.
Yeah.
On your numbers for the affordable homes, the 150 to 250.
Yes.
My only thought is with the inflationary, and was this report 5 years ago, of that portion of it, or was this?
This is the 2023, so
Okay.
mid-year last year we got
Okay,
this.
so I'm just, to build a new home for $150,000 with inflationary costs, and think about inflation, and we all live long enough to do this, they're never going to go back down.
Right.
They're going to be, they'll level off, but they're never going to be at that point. Okay, and see, that doesn't also, the $150,000 home doesn't also have to now also deal with our new property tax situation too. Okay, so I just want to make sure that was That was current numbers, because you said something, this report was 5 years ago, so.
Yeah, and we update, so 2016, we initially got it, and it was updated last year by the same company, Danter and Associates.
Okay.
But if you have specific questions, let me know. I can work with Danter to see.
Yeah, and the other thought is we can write, when people want to come in and build homes, we can put ordinances together saying, okay, just like we're going to do with Roosevelt Ridge, you cannot rent this for 10 years. My question for everyone in the room is, how do I do that when you have a couple in Vegas who have a home and they don't want to give it up, and then they sell it to somebody else, and then they like, they go to a seminar and they want to become that renter person? How do we do the existing situation where we encourage, but then also make a situation where it just doesn't get flipped into rentals again? And that's a hard one to ask, I guess. New is easy. New is easy with codes, new is easy with everything, but when we have such a large inventory of older homes, and even in that report from the Amanda thing we had, it was an average of 40% of those homes are rentals. And how do you really control that?
I think you could get creative with that, though, like, you can circumvent even existing, like you're saying, and so, for example, if somebody uses, down payment assistance, that could be written in as part of it. Now, probably the way that would come out in legal speak is they could get, they would have to owe the city whatever that down payment assistance, if they did rent it. But I think there's ways that we can be creative with it. I think down payment assistance is probably one of the keys, I think, really, for this city, more than a lot of other programs. I mean, owning a home, a lot of times, we have so many families in this community that they've never owned a home, and we know that it just changes people. It changes your perspective on a lot of things. But that's a good point, because I think when we look at the rentals in this city, there are some massive companies that own a lot of rentals, and we know we're never going to be able to change that. That's their business model. But I think one by one in some of those communities, we can help people, and then also, change it. I did have one question on the citywide neighborhood cleanup. Do we know about what the budget would be for that?
No, that's, Deborah is still, did she
She's
come up?
still, no,
Yeah,
she
she's
had put
still
in here that she's.
Okay.
quantifying
Yeah,
that
that's
in
fine.
terms of how many dumpsters we think we would need,
Okay.
and what other resources as far as like city cleanup crews.
Yeah.
She's still figuring that out. One of the projects I gave all the department heads in late December was to come into a staff meeting, and I want to see at least 4 wow projects from them to help citizens of Middletown in 2024. This is one of them. It's been a long time since we had a, quote, citywide cleanup, but I think it's something, Christie, you can help me on this, that Middletown Connect identified that we really need to do. So we'll, hopefully Deborah can have some numbers for us sometime within the next month.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I think it's great. Yeah.
I have some comments and maybe questions. I did look through the citywide residential analysis, and some things that stuck out to me, maybe you can help answer this, or maybe we can look into it. It looks like we used a median income for Middletown based on Butler County median income, which is $99,000 roughly, $99,100. But our median income is $49,317 in Middletown. And it looks like we used the 99 number for this analysis throughout. And so I just wondered how that might be distorting or skewing the results of this whole analysis, this whole thing. So that was one thing that stuck out to me. And another thing that I noticed in here, and it looks like also throughout, we're looking at a 40 to 50% of income for the amount of money people are paying for rent. And one place that I saw it specifically mentioned was for senior apartments, on that whole housing cycle where you have like starter homes and empty nesters kind of going down. That was based the monies there were based on a 50% income for rent or mortgage. And we all know that nobody, even the people here, they only suggest 30% of your income go towards rent or housing. So that was concerning to me as well throughout the whole report. Also, one of the things that we're looking at is pretty much throughout was a 20% down payment for homes. That is a bit much for people in Middletown. And again, talking about down payment help, but that's something else to look at here. Maybe we could talk, maybe again, look at and analyze a little bit less. So I just had some concerns right away from the results of the analysis based on those things. One thing I also was interested in, I saw that, and I think I understand why, but maybe you can help me understand. We were looking at Butler County, we're looking at Middletown, we were looking at Franklin County as well. And using numbers from Franklin County, which is Columbus. So I was wondering why we were looking at those for Middletown. And maybe that can be something we talk about afterwards.
I'd like to get a little bit more
clarification
clarification with Deborah on this.
Absolutely. And then just speaking to self, we had brought self up. I think that's a wonderful idea like we were talking about. And even looking to perhaps a lot more money to self. We could use ARPA. We have the CDBG funds as well. Maybe a minimum of $200,000 to self. But maybe if it's possible, the caveat that that goes towards Middletown specifically to help. And that could also encourage and include education, also identifying what stops people from being able to keep up, but they can still continue to help over the years. Maybe it's a physical impairment, like people can't do this work, and so they need that extra help continuously perhaps. But I think that kind of infusion to self would make a big difference for Middletown. One other thing. I had looked at some calculations also, and looking at the $150,000 to $250,000 price range, it looks like with our median income at $49,317 for our residents, I think, I could be wrong here, you can correct me, but I think our price range for homeownership might be more like $130,000 homes, which would therefore be really small homes, maybe 1 or 2 bedrooms, maybe 1.5 bath, just starter homes, or maybe like for the house cycle, maybe seniors looking to downsize, but something else to look into for the analysis. I think that's all I've got. Thank you.
And then Mr. Horn had mentioned, I said that the plan was 5 years old, the housing policy. So I apologize for breezing through those so fast together, but we are, take time to think about, digest it, read it, but we think that would be a good idea to take a look and revamping that and updating that, especially with new numbers, and maybe taking a look, obviously, to Mayor's questions. We may have to reach out to Danter and see, obviously, what they were thinking and possibly tweaking some of that based on more Middletown numbers, if that's the case.
Absolutely, because one of the reasons for this was to look at 8 particular projects that we had in the works. So I don't know, maybe that had something to do with it.
Oh, are you talking about, okay, when we looked at the apartments?
Not just, the whole thing.
Okay,
It's
because
the
we
whole
did
thing.
have, in between these 2 studies, we had an outside, Michael Den with Foresight. He came in and actually, based on some projects that were in the pipeline that were stalled at the time, specifically look at multifamily and do an update just for multifamily. And that also is on our website too. But
No, I'm speaking about the analysis.
okay,
Yeah.
I didn't know, because
Specific
that would
one.
say that one was definitely geared because we had projects, several waiting. Yeah, happy to look into these for you.
Much.
I think one of the things about, to your point, Councilman West, is, and Paul as well, that we are, I think the last time, like 49% rental city. But the largest, how do you get people out of these rental homes and get it into owner occupied? Well, our largest problem is housing diversity, which is what this points to. So you've had one apartment complex built in Middletown in the last, 20 years, Ashley? So all these people that want to get into something that's a nicer quality apartment, they can't get into it. I own an apartment complex in Franklin right now, and I can tell you, I bought a house that had a renter in it, and the lady's like, hey, do you have any apartments that you would rent to me? She's like, I'm in this house, but I don't want to be in this house. So she's set to go into my next apartment. The world is changing, and that's something that we need to adapt to and get a hold of. Young millennials, they don't want to, not all of them, but they don't want to own homes. They want to get into low maintenance to no maintenance. They want to post on Instagram, and they want to have a good time with their friends. They want to live, and they want to work, and they want to play in the same place. So to adhere to what people wanted in the 80s and 90s and early 2000s is not, it's just not how we need to move. So to your point, Mayor, the 130 price point gets you nothing anymore. You have 700 square foot homes in Mayfield selling for 180, 190. And the days of spending for a young person only 30% of your income on a house, it's just not possible anymore. Whether you want to blame it on inflation, it goes back to the fact of Ohio in the 70s and 80s and 90s did not build enough housing units to keep up with their population. That's why the amount of congressmen we used to have was about 50% more compared to what we have today. Our population is about the same, but people have left because there's nowhere for them to live. So I do think Middletown is doing a good job now of looking ahead and getting into these things. But Steve, to your point of down payment assistance, we only ran out of those funds that we provided to Butler County in like October, November. So I don't think it's a lack of the city not giving down payment. I think it's a lack of people. I don't think the problem for most people right now, from my experience, is getting the down payment money. I think it's being able to and wanting to take on the liability of the homes. So I don't know how you fix that. I don't think, from a real estate perspective and selling hundreds of homes a year in Butler County, I don't think this is the city's fault. I think it's an overarching, like you can't tell a commercial to come in and build. But I do think we're doing a good job overall of our portion in the city. I think the only thing is really diversifying housing stock, which we've done now. So I think we've adjusted to the problems we've had in the past. And I think you'll see a lot of these things start to really fix themselves in the city. But except for the price, I don't think you can fix that. I don't know how, to your point, Mayor, I don't know how you can protect seniors. I don't know. I don't have that answer. So that's probably the thing that I would think we need to concentrate on most. But I do think the diversity of housing stock coming in will fix a lot of the issues that we're talking about today.
And that's why I appreciated the housing cycle. We also showed up here as well. It's just how these things work and why we need the diversity and how the people who are moving up and moving down in the size, that really, when you have that money and you can afford the place you live in, then that helps your economic development. Again, it's all connected because they have disposable income to spend in the city with amenities. So it's all connected. But yeah, I do agree that the diversity is really important. And maybe it does look different because I agree with what Mr. Farrell is saying about younger people not necessarily wanting the same things. And how's that going to look for us? And maybe it's own apartments, who knows, I don't know. But that's something that we can look at for sure.
Thank you.
A couple of the millenniums that I know and the groups that I'm around look forward to buying houses. And they're not into wanting to party and not worry about bills or anything like that. And I'm speaking of my church. I'm speaking of young people that I talk to who are looking for a place to live, and they don't always want to be in an apartment. They want to put a garden in their backyard. They want a dog so that he can run around in the yard. So, you know, I think we're talking about two different groups here. And so the city has to be ready, I think, for the two types of people who are looking for homes and want to stay here in Middletown, raised and born here and want to stay here.
Well, I think that's what we're all saying. My point was the city never in the past allowed that opportunity. I think the opportunity for what you're saying already exists. I mean, let me ask this. Why have they not bought homes then if they're interested in buying
A lot
homes?
of them don't know that they can. You
Okay.
know, the funding is there, and it's just like SELF. SELF is valuable because they will present training on how to use their money wisely.
But what's
so
the
a
city's
lot-
role in that, though?
Providing that, well, it used to be that $10,000 for the first home buyers. And there's a couple that I know who use that.
Yeah.
And purchase homes.
Well, we still do. It's up to, what, is it 5,000 or 5%?
5,000.
5,000.
But there's a couple of people who didn't know that that money was available. So I think it's our job to give them that information.
Okay,
Let them know.
I get that, yeah. We probably can do a much better job getting the information out on that and actually a few other things.
Well, and I think that's something you run through like realtors. I mean, you can expand on that. I mean, I can't tell you over the years how many people, I've probably used that program 35 to 40 times for first-time home buyers. And Jennifer's correct, people on a large scale don't know about it. I don't disagree with that at all.
That's kind of why I brought it up earlier, because it's still, that, you know, a lot of people don't realize. But I think one of the biggest challenges, because I agree with what Councilman Farrell said, I don't think any of this is the city's fault. I actually think this city's done a pretty good job. But I think one of the biggest challenges we have right now with an aging city, and, you know, we've got school sites, we've got some infill lots, is obviously infill, you know. So trying to entice developers when they can't come in and build on 250 acres, put 1,000 postage stamp homes, but come in and say, hey, you've got enough room here to do 4 houses on this street, the next block over 2 houses. It's not as attractive, but I think, you know, if there are ways to where we can get creative to incentivize that, I think that's what we should do, you know, even from a financial standpoint.
So in the housing market, what I see right now, this is me personally as a realtor, but everything under 230,000 right now sells on a day. And once you get above that price point, it's not as quick. So the problem is, it's funny, I have a house under contract, 2,000 square foot house on Stanley Street for $227 right now. And then I'm selling houses in Mayfield that are half the size for almost that price point. So what it's done is you have this wage gap, to everyone's point up here, of people really can't afford on a large scale above the 230, but there's a lot of people that can't afford into the high hundreds, right? So what we've not created the inventory over the years of the first-time home buyer market. So how do you fix that? You can't build it, because you can't build a house and resell it right now for 175, for 180, 200. I mean, you're looking at 230, 240. So the only way to do that technically is to get the people that are renting the houses and those price points into other, like, apartments, different things like that, and get them out of there, it's all supply demand, push those price point people down to where those houses stabilize off, because they're climbing every day, whereas the 250 and plus is not climbing at that level. So once those apartments go in, once these condos go in, I do think that's going to change a little bit. But like I said, if I list a house under 200 right now, it gets 15 showings in the same day. If I list a house for 250, it gets like 2. So your buyer pool is just so heavy under that 200, and I don't think that changes until you turn those rentals into owner-occupied again.
Okay. That's good.
So anyways, just my thoughts.
That's good. Very enlightening. Okay. So the plan now is to break for lunch. I figured the plan was to have a working lunch, so let's break for about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, and we'll jump back in and hopefully be finished by 12:30. I'm kidding. I'm teasing Zach.
My aunt just recently sold her house down on 16th for $90,000.
How much?
90
Where at?
on 16th. And the person who bought it lives in Westchester. And so now he's renting it for $1,200 a month.
Oh, my gosh,
That's what I'm
yeah.
saying.
Yeah, see?
It's ridiculous.
Oh, yeah, that's the,
But that's not gonna change until, this will help that. It's supply and demand. That's the problem. If you don't have enough inventory, prices are just gonna continue to go up. That's what they've done every year since I've done real estate.
Yeah.
And it's not going anywhere. Even if the economy crashes, people are still an entry. no shop.
Yeah. And they all get sucked into that model, living either at Austin Landing or Liberty Township or, you know, the Green, and they're paying $1,700 a month for a two-bedroom. You're never gonna buy it.
So now what about this place out there by Walmart?
Nikki's Place? Oh, yeah.
It's the only place that's been built since 2000.
Right, that's what I thought.
think it's about 1,600 a month or so, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, you can't. Yeah, you can't. You're,
No, I
yeah.
mean, that's the thing. People spend more of their disposable income on housing now than ever in history.
Yes.
It's,
Yes.
it's
this. You were talking about a meeting with Amanda on when?
Yeah, that's
The
Connect
25th?
meeting on the 25th of January, at the Amanda Elementary School.
For what?
I guess they're gonna start serving that neighborhood. I don't think they've been serving that neighborhood prior to this, the Amanda area.
What do you mean serving?
Well, what you guys do, go in there, community
Middletown
effort.
Connect?
Yeah, yeah,
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, they did say that.
yeah. So I think that's their first initial community meeting.
Do you live in that area?
I live close to that area, so I live in the Lemon Township portion, right behind there. Farm. It's on the border of Monroe. It's a farm over in Lemon Township.
It is?
Yeah. It's
Oh, okay.
the Butler Tech Farm. You know where that's at? In Monroe. You know where Kroger's is at? Yeah, right by the high school. It's that farm that sits at the bottom of the hill by the high school.
You live there?
Yeah, I manage the farm for Butler
You
Tech.
were there before?
Yeah.
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 My girl graduated from there.
Was she in vet? Was she? Oh, good deal. I remember you telling me that. Yes.
And right now, she's no longer a vet.
Is that right?
She's working with children who turn 18 and age out of the system.
Is that right?
And putting them in different places, jobs, helping them get
Like a
enrolled
life
in
coach
school.
almost? Yeah.
No, she's
My
a-
wife did that. It was disabled adults.
Not life coach, she's a case manager
Oh,
with
so like a social-
Choices, yeah.
Oh, Choices.
Yeah.
Okay. My wife worked for Choices in community living. Because they managed, there's an autism farm. It's like a living community out in Madison Township. My wife was a care manager there. And then she became a case manager for Choices, who provided the caregiving there. And then she moved on to Butler Behavioral right there by UDF in Middletown. It's like a nonprofit for the county. Yeah, it's good work. It's good work. I really enjoyed it. Are you coming to the Amanda meeting?
What time is it?
I think it's 6 to 7:30.
Maybe I can because I'm working with Cradle Cincinnati
Yeah.
and they have a meeting from to 3:30, I think.
Okay. Yeah, it's an evening meeting. It should be nice. I've been talking with Deanna there at Middletown Connect, and she's giving me you guys a schedule for the next couple months so I can get to a couple meetings and see what's going on.
Good.
I'm excited. I did not make the meeting at Miami University this past week. But you go to that one?
Jackie was there, and she's been one of the leaders of the Middletown Connect.
Okay. Well, who's Jackie? Is she in here?
Jackie is the health commissioner.
Oh, for the city. Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
You didn't?
I've never met her before.
I'll introduce you to her.
Okay.
And you know Berlina?
What's that?
Berlina. She's the CEO,
I'm just teasing her. Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to introduce you to Zach. Zach is running for our
State representative.
Right. And you remember?
Stacy.
I work, I did a stint at a nursing home. I call them stints because I wasn't there the whole time. 2 days. Yeah, 2 days. But anyway, I met Zach, and he used to come to the desk, and we'd sit there and talk because Zach was the maintenance man there.
You know what? All you guys said the same thing. That's why I said it would be nice if it was similar to her, because you guys all said the same thing. We need diverse housing. Because everybody, one size doesn't fit all. And I'm from the old school, because I know that's how millennials, I'm from the old school, I like the yard. And some young people sit in like the yard, but a lot of people are on the go, and they may not. But this means you need diverse housing.
That's the one thing I disagree with the city about is all the high dollar building effort on the east side that drives me crazy. Because Dayton has taken an initiative where the city is going and purchasing four vacant homes. Revamping them and selling them for a good market rate at affordable.
That's what we used to do, and I checked with them. And I got a different answer from everybody said. Deborah, I said, how many homes does the city own? Because we used to own homes and we flipped them over. And she said, nah, a whole lot of them, and they're all need to be torn down. And then today she said,
doesn't know?
Because remember when it went foreclosure, the city would own them so they could do that, what do you call it, that county project, you know, where you tore down the homes, when there was a, it's called something. Remember when it was called, when you tore down the homes, when Doug Atkins was tearing down the homes, it was called something. It was like you had community dollars and you could tear down like 11 homes a year. You could tear down these homes.
Concrete,
over.
green space, and
Yeah.
all that, yeah.
But I agree, when they used to turn the homes,
Yes.
they said the city didn't want to be into real estate. But when they turned those homes, they just wanted it. They're going to sell them, but right now, real estate's too hot. Nobody's letting go of their houses.
Get a hold of them, winterize them so they're not falling apart in the off-season, and, you know, you partner with a real estate firm to do that.
You know, but I feel like right now, I was telling Sissy, because Sissy's a real estate, I said, it's too hot. People want to rent because they're trying to make that money. And so you have all these landlords that do not want to have renter, owner occupied, because they're renting it.
Vegan rents is from the city a lot, and most people, I'm 30 years old, I got 3 children, my wife, and I can tell you that most people my age with 2 or 3 kids cannot afford
Well, my
a
daughter's
$230,000.
daughter is in my house with 4 kids. She's separated.
And Dayton has taken some of the worst areas
Right.
affected by urban decay and poverty, and revitalized entire blocks by revamping these neighborhoods. I born and raised here. I took a job with Butler Tech, and I now live on campus. They have a farm in Monroe on 63. I live in that farm and I manage the farm. So I was born and raised in Monroe.
See, that's what we need to do, because I think, this is my hair politician, I love that, Elizabeth brought it up. How would you come as about 47 policy? Yeah. So I think that we build new development engineers, but their mindset is not to do that. I'm like, what are you going to do?
Well, and that's the thing. I
That's what I get.
understand attracting another class people, but you can't make
You
the
can
folks
ignore
here
it.
go away.
You can ignore it. And I'm going to tell people that not only are they good folk, they're good folk. That's why I said, when you live here for so many years, I'm the health commissioner, so trust me. I talk to everybody on every level of every spectrum. And as soon as you talk about one person, you talk about somebody's cousin or sister or best friend or whatever, you have to realize that we're family here, and all of us. And you got to make sure it's comfortable for all of us. Everybody always comes back home, so we're not a bedroom. I mean, those places like we call it, those spring girls where people move to. They were farms, nobody lived there, so they didn't grow up there. So when people think about their home, they have those good feelings and they kind of want to come back, so you want to nurture that. So I love, like you said, attracting everybody. Let's take care of people.
You can't, you gotta address the issues that are already.
Yeah.
You gotta.
Look at you all official.
He's running for state
How you doing?
representative.
Oh, I
Stacy.
think Deanna's been, Deanna Shores.
Yes.
She works with me and, she
What
had
was her name? I'm
mentioned,
sorry.
I'm Christy Durich, I'm the director of the Safety Council.
Okay.
We have the Middletown Connect.
Okay.
So,
I'm
yeah.
coming to your Amanda meeting.
Okay, yeah, 'cause I know that she said that you had a
You know it's
surprise birthday
amazing.
party or
I did, my
something.
wife
Yeah.
surprised me, and
Yeah.
I told her not to.
Happy
speak.
birthday.
Thank you.
And then you have some hidden you were.
So I guess she'll be
Yeah,
really
born and
involved
raised-
in
born and raised here.
Yeah, so we'd love to.
Grew up in Ann Arbor.
Elizabeth,
It's been a
really be
great
involved in
project.
Middletown Connect now.
Yes, we
I said, the music is
Oh, yeah, we know that.
Heather.
Wait, well, we try to get her involved.
I'm gonna
and then
drag
she
her.
says, okay, yes.
She's feeling better.
Good,
And,
good.
you know, Heather, I'm sure you know, she lives right there.
Yes, absolutely.
Huge advocate.
Absolutely. Well, we didn't want to bother, we weren't sure, but we knew we wanted.
Me
her.
either.
She's vocal.
Yeah,
she
I
was-
seen her a
yeah.
couple weeks ago, and she's feeling pretty good.
Good.
She lives
Yeah.
excited as, because I was telling you, I've been running a very black
Yeah.
because it doesn't actually vote here. And so, you know, if you mirror my platform, everything I've been talking about, I had no idea.
working with our health improvement partners, because we have the different sectors all at the table as part of that grant. So we just kind of continued that, got the, Ohio Department of Health up, had a little more money from Interact for Health. So they figured out other census tracts. There's 16 census tracts, 9 of those are considered vulnerable, we're in 7 of them. Just starting to really get Amanda and then Wild.
It's exciting. You guys are already in the partial.
Yeah, yeah, we're
make sure everything's working, and sometimes when
They had it set up wrong. I said, oh, I
Spray
thought
or
it was
something.
me. We are. Good job for you.
And chicken, and spaghetti, and salad. Takes a long time to get to that. Hands on the feet.
That sun started shining in my eyes.
Consider that heat.
You what?
Consider that heat.
It's not. I didn't feel the warmth of it at all. It's just blasting right in my eye.
Is there across from the street?
Yes, yep, that's the one.
I'll take the tacos.
Yes.
I don't think they eat the tacos.
What's the food? Yes, they do. Really good burritos too. Okay. They make me a nice salad with guacamole and stuff. I really love it.
I'll be,
I didn't eat this one.
yep, fine. I'll be there noon on Monday, or Thursday.
I was going to say, we're meeting on the 24th. There's also another meeting at that time that maybe we can go for like 15 minutes and sit in on it. If you want, we don't have to, but the meeting is the Community Advisory Board for the police.
Okay.
They're having their monthly board meeting. So, but they don't have it again until, I think, March. And I'm busy that day too. But if you want, we don't have to, but I thought maybe we could go like down there for 15 minutes to see what they're talking about and then go and have our meeting. But if you
I
want,
thought at first I wanted to be on that committee.
Yeah.
I don't think so.
oh, what changed your mind?
I think Miss Davis, Miss Kelly, got it under control.
Oh, gotcha. But we do need a liaison, so that's all.
No one else? Did anyone else say where they wanted to go?
Not yet, we haven't talked about it.
Right, right,
And we all have to take on a bunch of them.
right. So we meet, I do want to be with self.
Oh,
I really want to do that, yes.
This one was
The cemetery?
Yeah, they have a meeting every other month, I believe, as well. No, every month. And theirs is coming up, or we just missed it. I think it's this Wednesday. I'm gonna go check it out. I'd like to see what it's about. Yeah, this Wednesday, I'm gonna check it out. It's in 3C in the city building, 4 p.m. So right before our meeting, I'm gonna go to that.
Mayor, I will go to, on the 22nd, I'll go to the aviation, because they had to move it because of the
airport?
MLK was on that, their Monday when they're supposed to meet. So I'll just go ahead, not as the liaison, just to see what it's about.
Absolutely, I've gone and it's
The
wonderful.
airport?
Airport.
It's really nice. They have a very, like, Joe is amazing.
And they said there's businesses out there?
Yeah, in the hangar.
Like what?
I don't know, we're gonna find out.
Well, you have skydiving,
Oh,
have,
yeah.
you have flying lessons, they have repairs, and then Butler Tech is opening up their, to help the kids learn how to work on planes. Just when you come past, right past Frisch's, turn down that road,
Right.
just drive on down, you'll see them all.
It's a really cool place. I actually took a flying lesson there, but then I moved to Philadelphia. I was gonna get my license.
Yeah.
It was only, when I was looking, it was only $1,000 to get a license.
Oh, now it's a little bit more.
Yep.
Everything is a little bit more.
That was back in 2007, I believe.
I think everything is a little bit more. Yeah.
I mean, $1,000 to have a license. I'm like, that's great.
Okay.
forced to be a morning person.
So you are, when you have to be.
Oh, well, I mean, no, I really have to get up I try to get up at 5, it gets done at 6. Because, well, like on Thursdays, I have, my B&I meeting, and it's in Blue Ash.
Every Thursday?
Every Thursday.
Oh, wow.
So that goes from 7:15 to 8:30-ish. And I'm also the, which I volunteer for, education coordinator. So I get to do a 5-minute speech every week that I have to develop. And I have to turn it over. The previous night was slides and everything.
Okay, so good thing you have our meetings on Tuesdays.
Yep.
So it's like,
Well, I just got my 10-year pin with B&I. I really enjoy it because what I like about it is that they have a single discipline of everything. So it's not, there's only one electrician, there's only one lawyer, there's only one accountant. So there's not any infighting or any seniority. It's basically referrals. And it's a multi-billion-dollar business that's worldwide. But I actually had to leave. My previous group, I was in the Mason group. We were down to about 12 members. And I went to Blue Ash and we're at 38.
oh my gosh,
So it gives you better chances of getting referrals and also giving referrals.
that's nice.
Yeah. We had this one lady that I think she was just a retirement job. She was a Cincinnati school teacher for her whole career. And she's about this tall, about a buck 10. And I bet she had them in feet. But this is her business. Her name's Ellen. And she's Ellen, who's her humanitarian. And what she does is she helps kids with their ACT scores, SAT scores. But if you have like documents, she'll review them for you, or she'll help you how to write business cards for you. So it's like I said, that's all. And when I'm doing my speeches, like did I say it right? Should I say shall or should I say should? Oh yeah. So yeah, that's what I'm doing on Thursdays.
I think it's
And then
cold
every other
on
day I
this
kind of,
side.
I can leave the house by 6:15 to get there. Because it does start technically at 7:15 and you get working for 16 minutes.
It's so amazing, Steve, is when you start talking, and it demands attention.
Oh.
And I've seen people just looking at you. I'm sitting there looking. Got that bass going.
Gets my kids' attention.
Oh, yeah, I can remember saying that too. My brother, he would be telling me to do something. I said, put some bass in your voice. Stop.
Don't be my sister, be my brother.
Oh, God. Bless his heart, my brother's dead. But he did.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. We will go ahead and get started back up. And our next topic is the parks progress. Oh, it just, maybe we press that, there we go. Where's our slides?
We're housing?
Yeah, we just have the one. That's it for parks.
Parks.
Huh. Okay, well, adapt and overcome.
Email it to you?
Yeah.
Can I email it to you?
Okay, that's okay. So our slide covered a little bit of the Parks Master Plan, and basically the importance of our parks, you know, develop a lot of civic pride in Middletown. It's our welcoming doorsteps. It's what we use to connect our neighbors to each other. And all in all, we have 32 parks, and our plan, our goal is to make these parks as accessible, as beautiful, and useful as possible. Our parks are divided up into neighborhood parks, community parks, mini parks, and nature preserves. The neighborhood parks include Damon, Dowling, Fleming, Gardner, Gladell, Maple, Miami, Oakland, Old South, Sherman, Sunset, and Yankee Park. Some of those probably pop right into your head as you know exactly where they are. Our community parks, which are our larger parks, include Dixie, Douglas, Jaco, Lefferson, Goldman, and Smith. What we call mini parks are some smaller parks in areas Avalon, Michigan, Crawford, University, and Lakeside. And then we have our nature preserve. We have two nature preserves, and that's Armbruster Nature Reserve and Bulls Run Arboretum. Our park board is made up of 5 members. Steve Lewis is the president of the park board, chairman of the park board. Matt Armbruster, the vice chair. Danielle Woodward, Dave Pierce, and Julie Kaufman. Our park board meets on the second Monday of every month at 5:30 p.m. in the City Building, Room 2C, and like all of our board and commissions, they are open to the public unless they would go into executive session. Our Parks Master Plan was broken up into immediate needs, basic improvements, and aspirations. And essentially our immediate needs focused on repairing elements throughout the park system that have deteriorated over time, such as cracked and settled pavement, rusted and unstable furnishings, leaky or otherwise problematic structures, play equipment that does not meet current safety standards. Next came basic improvements, those focused on incremental investments in new and improved facilities throughout the park system that serves the needs and desires of the community. More, better lighting for safety, restrooms, upgraded playgrounds, nature play areas, ADA compliant accessibility to all parks, amenities, features, walking loops, and new and improved recreational features. Our aspirations of what we would really like to see in our parks, if there was no financial constraints, would be to look at things such as celebrating the community's connection to the river, developing our riverfront, in other words, better connecting all the parks and open spaceways throughout the cities with trails, gateway, parkways, and blueways, and building an aquatic center. At this time, I would like to invite Steve Lewis, the president of the park board. In January of 2023, council directed us to use up to $2 million in general reserve funds for capital improvement projects in our parks. The one major thing we did get accomplished with that money is the refurbishing and the remodeling of our bathrooms in Smith Park on the 2 restrooms, and those actually have been an incredible improvement to the use of those parks. What I've done now is gone to the last couple board meetings, and I've turned this project over to the park board, saying, hey, let's work together. Let's get going on beautifying these parks in Middletown. So I invited Steve Lewis here today to talk about how that's going to progress over the next several months. Steve?
Thank you. Welcome to the new council members. Congratulations. We look forward to getting some guidance and at the same time working with us. I want to thank Mr. Lally and Ashley and for coming through here for the last couple months and helping us get this guided. So I've been part of the Bark Board and Keep Middletown Beautiful Tree Commission. I've been around for about 30 years, bouncing back and forth. I've probably never been more excited than we are right now because we actually have a hand in this, which is really exciting. What we did, and if you've not had a chance to look at the master plan, it's pretty complex, okay? There's a lot going on in it. But what it didn't really do, the one thing is, it never really just says, okay, this is the worst park. This is where you need to start. It gives an outline of each park and what the needs are. So using this, when we decided to go look at the parks again, this is like my 7th time looking at them this year, we will use this as a guide to the needs and what is missing and what they would suggest we do in replacement. With that said, as a board, we looked at I kind of broke it down into 2 basic types of parks: neighborhood parks and user parks. As Mr. Lally said, I mean, Douglas, Smith Park, Lefferson, I mean, these are user parks. These are parks that are being used by sports, for events, things like that. The neighborhood parks, such as Gladell, Dowling, Sherman, which is what we picked, these are parks that are slap dead in the middle of a neighborhood, right? These are where you walked out of your backyard and went and played basketball, went and threw frisbee, went over and hung out for the afternoon. So when we just went out and started looking at the parks these last couple months, we wanted to get much more focused. And it was like, okay, do we spread this money out across all 32 parks, technically more like 28, 27? Or do we come in and really clean up one park and kind of set it as a goal and set it up as a model of what the other parks should look like? Same with the user park. Do we go across and go to Smith? Do we go to the ball fields? Do we go to down to Douglas? Do we go over to Lefferson where the pickleball? What was the highest, what we consider to be one of the more visual parks around? And it came out really very obvious, and that was Goldman Park. Goldman Park has such a long history of sports events. If you grew up in Middletown, I'm guessing you played a game over at Goldman at some point. So, with that said, we thought a neighborhood park and then a user park. And especially with where it's located, Goldman just made the most sense with all the traffic that's going by. And to be able to shine that corner up and get more visual and get so people can see it was just a really no-brainer. And excuse me for letting me get to my notes. When we went, and what was sticking out in my mind first was, on all these parks, they kind of all looked the same. And the one thing that really stuck out was the tree canopy. And not the neglect, but the lack of time and manpower to go in and clean up the trees. When we have done park projects before, that is a huge deal. I mean, the neighborhood absolutely freaks if a tree's coming down. They want the shade, they appreciate the shade, they appreciate the tree, they appreciate the canopy. But we have got some real work to do to clean these plants up. Some are overhanging, hanging really low. I can't believe, in fact, some of the mowing crews haven't said a few things. So our approach to, we'll stay with Sherman, will be like washing a car, in that we want to work from the top down. It's crazy to go in there and start doing all this work and doing groundwork when we have a lot of work to do up above us. So right at the moment, I'm getting some bids from some qualified arborists to come in, look at every one of the trees, take the deadwood out, limb them up. At the same time on Sherman, on the east end, we have what we have around here quite a bit, a honeysuckle hedge that needs to be dealt with. We're getting a lot of trash. We do see signs of drug use over there, but I'm not going to go down that road at this point because we're hoping once we start getting into this park, people are going to get the sense that we're going to change some things and they may need to move on. But we want to get those property lines cleaned up. Now, for those of you that may not know, Sherman Park was Sherman School. So this is an old property or an old parcel with some of the school remnants still on it. The big attraction over there would be their basketball court. A lot of pickup games. I played a ton of basketball over in that neighborhood. Our hope there is to completely remove it. And I'm sorry about the slides. I know you guys were looking for some visuals, but it's, I'm happy. I want to make sure this is clear. If anyone would like to meet us over there, any of you meet and review any of this, I'm happy to do that. The basketball court's going to be a big thing. We would literally like to just go ahead and remove it and pour it in concrete. They are also designing these basketball courts now to where you can put other games, highlighting it in paint, Foursquare, shuffleboard, a number of games that we could stencil that onto that basketball court, so if it doesn't have a game on it, then it's available for other purposes. This neighborhood, it just fits perfect, and it is so ready to be uplifted, cleaned up, and new equipment installed as well. Now, the equipment really does get broken down in different age groups, what makes the most sense, how's it going to be used. And so our thought is that we're going to try and have two types of equipment there, one for younger children and one for older children. Also, let me say this. On February 12th, I believe, we will be we are inviting the neighborhood down to City Chambers, and we want to hear from the neighborhood. We would like them to come. I want to say kudos to Jerry Lewis here, I will at the end here, but she knows the neighborhood very well. Danielle Woodward, who's on our board, knows it very well. So we hope to get information out to those folks. We want them to come down, and we want to hear from them. How we apply that, I'm not really sure yet, and we're going to be very open about that, but we would like to hear from the neighborhood. I personally feel if we can get the trees taken care of and we can make some decisions and hear from the neighborhood, I really do see that we can maybe have this park done by the end of the year. And it may sound like that might be slow, but I'm sure most of you know, getting the right contractors, we do have a bid process with the town. If we get over 3,500, we need to, look for multiple bids. But I see this really being achievable. There's some things that we need to still work out. There's some old paths there. The whole tree planting program is another part of this, because we are going to remove a few trees that are really dangerous and need to get out of there. So we do want to replace those at some point. Now, if we move over to Goldman, obviously we have some user contracts over there right now. I'll just say just one, I believe. Midway Baseball is over there, Schwarber's group. They plan on, I think, what they would say take over, but they are going to start using that facility for a baseball program, which I think is doing fairly well. We would like to meet with the group sometime this summer. There's a lot going on at Goldman, and we're dealing with 3 acres at Sherman and 23 acres over at Goldman. Really spread out. Some things are pretty dilapidated. We have some chain link fence issues over there, big time. We have a batting cage that doesn't get used anymore. I think it's important that if we aren't using something and it's just sitting there collecting dust, can we either repurpose it or can we get it out of there? Just basic house cleaning. I think that sends a good message as well, that we're in the parks, we're trying to get things cleaned up. And not everything's gonna have a bright, brand new, shiny swing set, but just some cleaning up and getting some uniformity in the parks would be really a good move as well. The trash receptacles, which are always a problem, most of it from vandalism, but we have to look at those for animal control. And are they stationary? How easy are they to move, to be able to get picked up? Because we're having those dumped, and Rumpke's taking care of that, so we have to have them accessible so that they can get to them. But these are all parts of what we're going to be looking at and trying to set these parks up so that they're a lot more now instead of 1960. One of the challenges at Goldman, which I never really paid much attention to, but now that the master plan through the concept, is the ball diamonds over there are really not set up correctly. If you're familiar, there is let's say a clubhouse, and it was a management house, and it's on Highland there. Technically, that should be more in the center of the field with the 4 diamonds, if any of you go to ball games or youth ball games. 4 diamonds are surrounding that building because that typically would be the concession stand. Then we'd had some other ball diamonds on down, which are for younger. In a perfect world, that would be a great setup. I mean, a huge setup. I mean, you have everything condensed right in the middle, traffic, then we would have a walkway going around the park. There's another parcel of land going west towards the firehouse, if you're familiar with Roosevelt at all, the headquarters is there. But there's a huge parcel of ground there that I'll keep kind of to myself for right now until we can prove ourselves with these projects. But I can see something potential new on that piece of ground. Skateboard park, BMX bike track, something new, but that's down the road. We've reached out to the user group. I'm also working very tightly with Charlie in maintenance, who has been a great help. We want to make sure we are doing things that will benefit staff and not make their jobs any harder or worse or whatever. We want it to be clean, we want it to be simple for them, and we don't want to be in their way. Because staff has had these things in the back of their mind. I got a very lengthy email from some of them saying, oh yeah, we've been thinking about this for like 10 years, right? And here are some of the things we would like to see. So we want to make sure we're applying that because I trust Allie Manning. I trust Charlie. I trust Gary, the guys in Public Works, Scott Tadish. They know their business. So again, it's a real compliment to be able to have us come in and work with them. Really, at this point, that's pretty much what I have to say. I'm not going to get real deep into it. We're just at the beginnings of this. But if you have any questions, happy to take them.
I just had a couple quick comments, and I thank you honestly for your time and your attention to detail, your volunteerism, and everybody on your board. Excuse me, I'm trying not to die up here. But a couple things, and this might be a question maybe more for city manager or assistant city managers. We just applied for that U.S. Forestry ODNR grant. I know it's earmarked for certain areas. Maybe that's a potential where some of that, a portion of that grant could be used for a couple of those parks?
Yes.
To help with canopy?
Yes.
And replanting is part of that. So that's a plus.
I would encourage you, Mr. West, that if the grant comes through, I'm making this suggestion that Ally or Jerry or someone in that department might come to you guys and present it to you, or at least reach out to them for some more information, because that's a huge amount of money.
Yeah, yeah. And the other thing too is I can say this, you know, I mean, sometimes we look at Middletown and we think, you know, we have this massive amount of parks. I mean, we kind of do, right? But some of them are fairly small. But I will say this, I think, you know, 2 million is a start when it comes to the parks. I mean, I think when we think about investing in infrastructure, a lot of times we think of roads, you know, water main lines, things like that. But really, parks always kind of get left off, you know. And we've had to do that with, you know, some of the tough times that we've had in Middletown. Right. But I think 2 million's a start, but I'd like to see, you know, in the next year or two, as you guys get deeper and deeper into, you know, getting bids back on these projects and looking, and then you can start thinking, you know, hey, maybe we could do this at another park, at another park, at another park. And, you know, so as a board, if you guys have more ideas on things, as you kind of get more and more in the weeds, you know, at any point, feel free to reach out. I know the closest park, well, one of the closest parks to me is Sunset.
Right.
And that's completely changed that entire neighborhood.
Correct.
And the surrounding neighborhood. So, you know, again, that's one of the things I look at really as a whole is like we have sort of, Sunset is almost like it is a neighborhood park, but it's become a destination park.
Yes.
So, but no, I just want to thank you for your time and your attention to detail and I appreciate it.
Well, there's some really talented people on the board, and we struggled a little bit. I'm not going to go down that road, but we struggled, all right? And a lot of the boards did, okay? Time is money. People have things to do. But there's a really good, talented group of folks on this board and in boards past. We've had a lot of dedication. And there's just been a little bit of maybe, you know, what do we do with these guys? What are we able to do? Because, you know, the budgets have changed. I'm really potentially seeing a chance here where we'll be able to put another recreation department together. There's a little bit of work going on, and that's really out of my wheelhouse, but there's some talk, there's some things happening that, let me just expand what you said. This is a challenge to us, that if we can get this done and everyone's pretty satisfied, we are hoping that, yes, we can take some more of your money and we can use it and we can apply it. Now, I did want to say this. We do plan on going around and taking a look at all the parks. If there are safety issues, we have got to address them. Very simple thing would be the bleachers over at Goldman. If you get 3 steps high, you need railing. Well, there's a couple over there that are like that, okay? That just, it is what it is. If we update it, we need to, you know, come into compliance. But we do want to go to all the parks and look for broken light, a light that isn't working that should be working, a tripping hazard, something like that. And the list has gotten long on that, okay? But I appreciate where you're coming from, and we would like to see, you know, hopefully we will be responsible with this money and apply it correctly, and the taxpayers will see it and benefit from it.
I have a question. Thank you also.
Yes.
For your presentation, but I'm curious about what is another recreational department? What does that mean? What does that look like?
So, in years past, and you know, you get this, you always get, especially in Middletown, it's always great to hear how it used to be. So the recreation department, I mean, there was a gentleman here who walked over here, Ralph Connor. He ran the recreation department for 30 years. We would literally be ice skating on Smith Pond today, back in the 70s. The recreation department made that happen. They got the pond prepared, they took care of the pond, they stocked the pond for fishing. There was a box that used to go to all the parks that had play equipment, right? You come in, you unlock it, that was the recreation department.
The green box.
Green box. And at the same time, as you well know, I mean, Smith Park was literally pee-wee, knothole capital. In my opinion, maybe Hamilton, but pretty big. So that individual or that group was helping take care of that, prepping the fields, scheduling the fields. I don't know how many may remember Abby Eisen or not, but she was our last true recreational department head. And she scheduled, so, Ms. Carter, you want a picnic shelter over at Smith Park for a birthday party. You would call the city, get hold of the and they would set it up for you. You have shelter number 8 reserved for that Saturday. At the same time, I mean, you're talking about someone that can develop physical education and start programs in the parks and get the neighborhood involved. That's what's so key here. And we were lucky when I had the past president of Keep Middletown Beautiful. We did like 7 parks at one time. We did each one 7 years. We had volunteers, we got Duke. What the cool thing about that was the neighborhood came out and took ownership of their park because the city was paying attention to it, right? We wanted to help them, and they were willing to use and take our tools. So I don't know if I'm helping you or not with this. But does the city, is it called for to have one? I don't know. It depends on who's running it and how big and bold they can think. There's a million things out there that you can do on these parks, but you need someone to organize it and kind of get it together. And I will say, Jerry Lewis, in my opinion, last summer really proved that you can use these parks for a lot of different things. And it's great. And it's bringing business into town. I mean, that's the one thing that we haven't really talked about because we do want to be focused on the taxpayer. But why can't we make some money on these ball fields? Why can't we bring more people down and have lacrosse tournaments? Pickleball, holy cow. Who would have ever known? But it's huge. So I'm sorry to ramble on, but I hope that helps a little bit.
It did.
I have a question on Sherman Park. I'm probably one of the rare people that actually went to Sherman School, and they made us walk from Sherman School to Roosevelt in a parade route. So we actually all lived when they closed it. So that plot of land is like rectangular in shape,
Yes, sir.
correct?
Yes.
And I used to live.
It's Wayne Avenue and Sherman Avenue.
Yeah. And you have sidewalks on both, and you have like an alleyway over there, and then
Yes.
you have green space on the other side.
Right.
I guess the question is because I'm seeing it in other parks, and at times it's just a benefit. Could you see where even though there's sidewalks and everything, a walking path that's not been affected by trees and everything else like
Yeah.
sidewalks are, do you see that as a benefit even on a park that size, let alone even a Goldman Park? Because you notice people do like to do walking a lot more, and when the doctors tell you to get out, the main thing is go walk.
That-
And our sidewalks, they do stop at in certain neighborhoods and such. And if you have that in your park, just on the perimeter, I mean, you still have your interior with your basketball and your everything and your green space for soccer and so on. But do you see that as a benefit even on a park the size of Sherman?
Yeah, I mean, I don't see why not, because let me just say, someone who can't walk that far, there's a park. Now, here's what's really coming to getting these paths more interesting, are the physical stations, right? You stop and you do some squats here, right? There's a station for that. And then you go back around and then there's maybe just some light pull-ups, right? That's on a lot of these paths. I think Smith Park probably has one of the few that's in town with these different stations. We're looking at, we're taking everything. We're looking at from the curb in. So like Matt Armbruster is going to work with us on the concrete over there and deciding on what parts of the sidewalk may need to be replaced. We are looking at that. The path that's very interesting to me that's in the plan is for Golden. And I never even never really thought about it much because it's actually bordered right by sidewalk. But the path they have is very interesting how it works. But yeah, I don't see any reason. I will say that if we made the sidewalk nicer looking, cleaner, I think that's our path for there, to be quite honest with you. But if you go to the East End, and David and I were just talking about this, we want a path that goes from Wayne to Sherman. We would like to see a path. So you're not in the grass, you're not in the wet dew.
Well, the only reason I say it is because when they did take the school down eventually, where you step up.
Yeah.
What it was is Sherman was 2 buildings with a connector.
Correct.
And the gym was behind there.
Right.
So they kind of like, okay, well, we don't need to take the steps that go back up there, they're still fine. And then the sidewalk was still there. Well, the trees.
Right.
Which were this big, now are that big. And
Yeah,
those roots.
big linden trees.
And those roots are going to do what they want to concrete,
Right.
basically. So that's why I even mentioned it. So if you were going to fix the sidewalks, which are city, and then do like a connector between those two things, it just gives people, and you have benches there and such where they can do that walking, because that's what the exercise is now.
I
Get
think
out and
you
walk.
have to highlight the path a little bit.
Yeah.
Now, the diehard walkers, me, because I walk my dogs, that doesn't really interest me much, right? I'm walking my dogs, I'm working them. But to get people interested in that, I think you bring up, when you bring this up, the path, we have to get them to go to the path. They see it, but what's the real benefit of it? So I think we'll take that into consideration, that do we go ahead and look at a couple of these workstations or physical stations and apply it to that. But yeah, I see, like a young mother that just had a child and has a stroller. Yeah, absolutely. I think Sherman Park's fine for walking. And break off of there too, right? I mean, a lot of times I would go through Gladys Drive, but then I would keep walking up Florence, over to Aberdeen, back around, right? But I would still use parks as some of my walk path. That makes sense.
Yeah, the very thing you're talking about, those are identified in the basic needs and the aspirational needs of the master park plan. And Steve, you need to work on your squats there.
Thanks. I knew I was going to catch that.
That was impressive.
I was impressed.
I didn't hear anything rip, that's all I care about. I'm still good. My jacket's hanging low, but I think I'm okay.
I'm sorry, I just
Yep,
had a couple
go
questions. You said the 12th of February's meeting. Do you know what time it is in council chambers?
Yes, it'll be 5:30.
5:30, perfect, thank
Yes,
you.
we'd be tickled to have any of you come down.
And I did update the city's website, the agenda, to include that and the flyer that
Thank you.
Jerry made
Thank
is
you,
on there too.
And I had a couple other questions as well. One was just, I was curious, you had mentioned considering looking at like perhaps all of the parks versus a few. Was there a consideration of looking at maybe some of the parks in maybe the census tracts that were identified in our from Middletown Connect?
Connect? Yes.
Like maybe doing a few of those, or maybe 5 of those, and just kind of talk to the community about what their interests were, and bringing those up to, because a lot of they might not have any play equipment, or they might be broken, the kids can't play at all. Like that, was there a conversation around that?
So I'm just going to plead ignorance here that I had no, I've known Christy Dersh, I've known Dave for a long time. I had no idea what Connect was, none. And then we started talking about it, and I called Christy and I said, can you come over here and tell us what this is? Because it sounds like it could apply towards parks, right? And I'm sorry, I just had no idea that this was going on. So Deanna, I believe, came over and gave a presentation, and we were tickled. We were like, why are we not like in cahoots with you guys to get information? Christy also offered to do the Sherman Park meeting with the Q&A. So to answer your question, no, but I'm tickled that I know about it now, and we should be applying this because it's another source of information. And I don't want to repeat stuff. Right? I don't want to be redundant, and I mean, I'm all about, sorry about plagiarism. If we can take something and we already know it and apply it here, why go all the way out of the way? So I hope that we can establish a little more of a connection.
Wonderful, and yes, absolutely. And I know that the money is coming from, the $2 million is different, but we also, the ARPA funds could be looked at. So when everybody is speaking to Middletown Connect, maybe that you're part of that conversation as well, as maybe there is something to do for some parks in the census tracts that we're looking at with Middletown Connect right now, as far as ARPA funds go, because that can be used, to my understanding.
Right. And we've had these different groups, and I'm hoping that, keep Middletown beautiful, Connect, even some of the garden clubs, but then Park Board. Now, we've combined Tree Commission in with Park Board, but all these different groups, and I would like to see us all sailing in the same direction, in a sense, instead of having these off groups going here or there, and we just don't know what we're doing.
Maybe that everybody's invited to that meeting then, perhaps.
And that very well could happen, right. Or let me get through this with the neighborhood, well, and then we do have kind of like a setup like this, and can we, because Doris Baden, who's handling Keep Middletown Beautiful now, I mean, she and I go way back, I mean, so easy to talk to, and they have a really good mission statement, and, you know, they do great work. But I think they could be used, and our groups put together a little bit more, at least for nothing else, for information.
And to that point, I also was looking at the Parks Master Plan, but I didn't see I know that there's an implementation guide for this, a really nice one. I didn't see it online, and I was wondering maybe if I could get a copy of that, or if we could put it online again. It's really nice.
I thought it was
I didn't see it.
embedded in the park master plan, but
I
let
didn't see
me,
it.
yeah, it's a lot thicker than that, so it must
Okay.
not be in there.
Well, this is two
Yeah.
on his page,
Okay.
front and
Yeah,
back.
side by side.
Yeah, so, but, yeah, just checking in.
Okay.
Because I know that's
let us
really
look at
like,
that.
lays out the priorities.
And I will say, there's kind of a bleed over here too, because we're working with, like, for example, Oakland Park has some CDBG funds that's all going to be able to be used to revitalize that park. And I think Deborah been talking with Middletown Connect in regards to Oakland Park. And so some of the bleed over we can't help, but we'll work hand in hand with the park board on that.
This is, again, I can't say it enough. We went from kind of being over there in that room, and we don't know what those people do, to boom, spotlight. When Paul took this position, he called me immediately, and he was like, hey, dude, I want to start talking about parks. He goes, we've been talking way too long. We need to start doing something. So that really sparked the interest, and that got me even more excited to where I could now go recruit some people and actually have some people show up as board members, because it got a little drafty out there. I mean, what are we doing? Where are we going? But I can't say enough for Paul really spearheading this. And I think we drive by these pieces of ground, and, it's a park, it's just there. But if you talk to potential home buyers and, with children, they're looking for safe schools, they're looking for good schools, and they're looking for places that their kids can go and do something. And we've just been gifted with all these different parks, but there is a cost to this, big time, big time. But my last kudo is to Jerry Lewis, who helped me out, and I think we're going to be working with her a little bit more, and with her events, it can make the park shine a little bit. And that's what I want to have, is some curb appeal, and things are clean, they're neat, and I can't say uniform enough. It just makes it a little bit simpler. So,
Steve, I know something I'd at least like to get some numbers on. I don't want to be in charge of this or even really be in the middle of this, because you know way more than I do. But the Douglas Park splash pads, I really think that's something that we should at least get some pricing on. Whether we do an aquatic center in the future or not, I mean, those things are broken down. Smith Park still works, I think.
actually,
Overall.
Douglas is the issue. Smith is not as bad.
Well, right.
So, and I want to be, I mean, Scott, I don't know if Scott's still here or, I mean, I'll just speak my mind on it, and this just comes as a taxpayer, but I would like them to be working. Again, if we're not going to use them, if we're not going to fix them, why do we have them? I personally feel that the Douglas Park splash pad should be working. That's my opinion. I get what's going on out east. That's great. But Douglas Park is really important to that neighborhood, to this town. The memories that have been made down there, and this community center. I mean, when we took over that, when we did that park, that was a 2-year project. Jeff and I, we brought in 50 new trees. We took down, oh boy, did we really we hit a bee's nest with that. But these trees were aging terribly. But it's good to have people come out and confront you because they care. That's how I look at it. right? They're coming out, they're questioning you, why are you doing this? So, to the splash pads, I just think they should be working. I mean, I don't, where I'm at with this, I think Charlie's comfortable with this, but I asked him, I said, what are you thinking? He said, I think a minimum of $100,000 to $150,000. But if we're gonna fix them, then let's get them fixed correctly so that we can just have, nothing's maintenance free.
Right.
But let's update them. And I've reached out to a couple people that have looked at them before and are willing to come back and look at them.
Okay.
I don't know if that's really what you were.
Well, that's yep, that's important.
So, yep.
Any further questions?
I had one, I think mostly for staff.
Well, I'm sorry.
I think I have one mostly for staff, just like an update on, we were talking about the Parks and Rec Department, just wondering how that conversation is going.
So Nathan and I actually, about 6 months or 8 months ago, met
Thank
with
you.
Pete.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Pete's
Lewis.
last name, what group was he with, Nathan? Yeah, we had some consultation with a consulting firm on city issues. Because we were like, okay, what's it going to take for us to build a Parks and Recs department like Middletown had? So what we hope is by the time we get into budgeting in June and July, we'll have a good idea of what we need to start with in 2025, number of staff it may take, and what the financial resources. So that's about the best answer I have right now. I know it's not a total one, but you know, we're going to look at some other places that have Parks and Recs departments, Miamisburg and some others. We're sending Jerry to a couple conferences that deal with Parks and Recs, and that's the route we're going to take.
No, it's exciting. And
But
what
yeah, I
Mr.
mean,
West
I
was
want to
talking
be
about-
back to the I'm not saying we'll go back to the green box program, but whatever the modern day version of the green box program is.
Never
And
know.
that's why you have Parks and Recreation. I mean, to add to that, we had softball leagues in the city, flag football leagues in the city. We had so many programs for youth. And, you know, we got youth out from, we want to get youth out from in front of their TVs, off the street corners, doing things they shouldn't be doing, and have programs for them. And that's part of my idea of we want families to come to Middletown, and we want families to stay in Middletown.
Yeah, and just having spoken with Public Works recently as well, and to what Mr. West was saying, like, it's a good place to start, $2 million a year even. But even speaking with Public Works, right now, the budget for parks is minimal. We're basically just mowing them. So if we have a department where we have maybe 3.5, I don't know what it would look like. Who knows at this point? But it would take a lot of the burden also off the Parks Board as well, and it kind of, everybody could work together. It's very exciting. I can't wait to see what happens this summer. Thank you so much.
Okay, next on our agenda, we want to talk about homelessness, substance abuse, and mental health. This is a two-part thing here. First, I have Deputy Chief Eric Crank to talk about what's been going on with the homelessness situation and where we've been and where we're going. And then Jackie Phillips will further talk about homelessness, substance abuse, and mental health.
Good afternoon. I'm going to talk to you today about two issues that have not only been a Middletown issue, but obviously they've been a national issue, and that's the issues with the homeless and then the current opioid and the overdose epidemic. Middletown, fortunately here, we have teamed up with One City Recovery. We've formed a team that goes out into the community twice a week to our homeless communities and homeless camps to try to get services for those people and to see how we can assist them. The team consists of Victoria Hensley, who is a care coordinator through One City Recovery, and we also send out Middletown police officers with her with other community health professionals. The goal for this is to engage in conversations with these individuals experiencing homelessness, establish a relationship, which will eventually lead to the ability to connect the individuals to appropriate services. One of the issues that we've had is that a lot of them will not talk to police officers. So a lot of our officers now, we use our plainclothes narcotics officers to go out because they're dressed much like some of you are today. They have beards and things like that. They're much more acceptable in these homeless camps. The 2023 impact, some of the information that I gave you was compiled by one city. The program results have been extremely successful. In 2023, the Hope Line has gone out into the homeless community over 100 separate days. A key reason I think for our success obviously has been the consistency in the being in the community on a weekly basis that allows for these relationships and trust to be developed. A lot of times it takes many times to go out into these camps. You just don't go out there the first time and people come out and talk to you. Many times it takes, like Victoria and the officers will tell you, it takes 10 or 20 visits out there before these people will talk to you and bring you into their world so that they'll allow you to help them, that we can get them some help for what they need. The impact summary that we've compiled this year, we've identified 228 individuals have been identified and interacted within Middletown who are experiencing homelessness, and that's a very accurate count. We estimated that it was between 250 and 300, but being out in the community so much, we've identified these 228 individuals. Now, out of that, it took a total of 1,306 interactions that we've also had with these individuals, so obviously there's been repeats. If an individual is receptive, there's a 44% success rate of connecting them to services. And currently, last year, we made 176 referrals that were made to treatment services to 90 individuals. There were 63 physical connections that were made to treatment services for 40 individuals. That means either the officers or Victoria Hensley or another entity took those people to a treatment facility. And obviously, some of them went to multiple facilities. We ended up utilizing 37 different service providers, including some dual diagnosis facilities. Those are facilities that would do either mental health treatment and a combination of substance abuse. So the program's been very successful. I think a lot of it is that we're consistent in getting out there in the community. We've made some great relationships. Holly Owens, Wayne Birch, Sergeant Jamie Wilcox of our narcotics division, they've made a lot of headway into the homeless community. We've still got a lot of work to do, and we're going to continue that for 2024. Of course, we'll probably have to adapt some of our strategies because we always have different problems that come up, different communities that the homeless move into, so we'll adapt to that and we'll continue to offer these services. One of the other issues that we've confronted, obviously, is the opioid crisis. And once again, we've paired up with Victoria Hensley and the Hope Line, and we formed a Middletown Quick Response Team. I believe the lead on this was the fire department initially, was it not, Tom? Yeah. So the fire department originally started this program. We joined it. And as we all know, the opioid epidemic and substance abuse are no secret, especially here in Ohio. If you don't know the statistic, as of 2020, Ohio has the 4th highest overdose death rate and the 3rd most deaths of any U.S. state. Almost over 1,300 Ohioans die every year from drug overdose. It's way too much. And this will just provide a overview of the program. Obviously, once again, Victoria Hensley, Middletown Police and Fire. They go out at least once or twice a week. Once again, the goal is to engage, just like we do the homeless, to engage the people who have experienced an overdose to try to get treatment and substance abuse treatment along those ways. Once again, the history of the program here. Our QRT program has been in operation since June of 2016. Since then, they've reached out to almost 1,500 individuals, once again having almost 7,000 interactions with them. Again, it takes multiple interactions with these people to get them to trust you and to get them into the treatment programs that they need. If you break down the demographics of all these people, 61% are males, 39% are females, and 50% of this population is in the age band between 25 and 44 years of age. So, the number of interactions that we've had annually since 2017, there they are, 762, 377, 2019 was the peak. That was basically the peak of the opioid crisis, almost 1,600. And then again, we peaked in 2023 at almost 1,400. The impact summary for 2023, 402 individuals were identified and interacted with. 13% of these were able to become clients and connected to treatment services. Total of 1,390 interactions were made. Once again, that's the highest number in 4 years since 2019. If individuals are receptive, there's a 57% success rate of connecting them to services. 188 referrals were made to treatment recovery services to 95 individuals. 76 physical connections were made to treatment recovery services for 54 individuals. Again, that's where we either personally took them to a facility or one city did that as well. 44 different service providers were provided in this for the opioid crisis and for getting them treatment. The one thing about the outreach that we're doing, it's a much better tool to use, because as we all know, when this first started, our method to solve the crisis was once again arrest, summons, and things like that, and we all know it doesn't work. You've got to get out there and get the outreach out there. You've got to get the people treatment, because what happened when we did that, we started summoning people into court, started arresting them. All we did was log jam the court. And then these people, obviously, they can't pay, so then it becomes a warrant, and it's just a vicious process. So the outreach, when we paired up with One City Recovery, this was the strategy that we took. And I think it's worked in both the homeless community, and I think it's worked both with the opioid crisis and just the crisis intervention period. This will be something that will continue in the future here. We're not going to give up on this. I think it's positive for the community. Like I said, we'll have to make some adaptations. We'll have to overcome some different things, but we'll move forward with it. I can't stress, I know Paul knows Victoria as well. She's a great asset to the community. One of the other things that's come out of this is that the officers that have been working with this have become much more knowledgeable in community resources. They've become much more knowledgeable in dealing with people with mental illness and much better at their crisis intervention skills. We have one testimonial. This was from a lady named Judy Lacey. This just came on our Facebook on January 9th. She said, "I would like to take a moment to say thank you for what you do. Back in September, my son was arrested at a park on Lafayette, Douglas Park. It was for a failure to appear warrant in Warren County, because like I said, that was our thing. We always tried to just arrest our way out of it. At this time, he was homeless and on drugs. The arresting officer gave him a card for Woodhaven Rehab. He has since been there now at Full Circle in Dayton, doing fantastic, clean for 125 days. I have my old son back. No idea who the arresting officer was, but hats off to him. He saved my son's life, so thank you for all that you do." That same day, her son also replied on our Facebook, subject name Brian Couch. This was for, I believe, Law Enforcement Appreciation Day, and he said, "I want to give a special thanks to Officer Mooney," that's Officer Austin Mooney. "While waiting for transport to Warren County in early September, he went out his way to talk to me and give me a number for a drug treatment center, and because of that, I'm now celebrating 125 days clean. This small gesture saved my life, and I am forever grateful." So like I said, it's actually educated a lot of the officers. We rotate through the QRT. Probably about a dozen to 15 officers rotate through that to assist with that. So once again, they gain this knowledge, and they're out there in the community giving this information out. Like I said, we'll continue to do this. We'll continue to try to make a difference with the homeless and with the opioid and the overdose epidemic. And if you have any questions, I'll be more than glad to answer them as far as from the law enforcement perspective.
So, I've been to two ribbon cuttings. I'm sorry. I'll make sure it's all official here. Appreciate all your work, too. So, they opened a methadone clinic up on the east side, and then one over on Roosevelt. So how many clinics do we have in the city limits to help these folks?
I know there's those two, and then we have several of the facilities where they go get treatment. Trying to recall the name of them now. There was one out there by Dixie at Coles, and there's one on Central Avenue. Those are like outpatient treatment facilities, but yes, we have several in the city. I'm not sure how many, but we use those facilities as well.
Good.
And then we use Summit Behavioral. There's some other agencies that we use down by Cincinnati, entities and things like that. So
I'm sure it helps to de-escalate when you don't have to drive someone a half an hour.
Correct.
When they're already kind of anxious.
And I think that's what's nice about the teams we have out there in the community, because it's not just you. You've got plainclothes police officers, fire goes out with us, and then you have a multitude. On any given day, you could have Victoria Hensley, who's our person. You could have a nurse from Atrium out there or Kettering. So it's a great way to try to approach this versus just, like I said, trying to arrest our way out of it like we started at the beginning of the epidemic. So.
Okay, I appreciate it.
Yep.
Thank you so much. If the people do not want to or not ready to go to treatment yet, what happens at that point?
We keep going back.
You just keep going back?
Like I said, those interactions, you gotta build that trust, because a lot of them, you know, when you have a police officer out there, they're not gonna trust you right away unless they know you. And like I said, we keep putting those people out there. Wayne Birch and Holly Owens were very instrumental at the beginning of this program. Sergeant Wilcox and his team, Adam Grindstaff is another officer. My son, Steve Crank, they're out there consistently interacting with these people. And eventually you'll build that rapport, and you'll get that with these people. They'll start to trust you. And then they may see one of their friends that overdoses and dies, and a lot of times that's the critical moment that they said, I need help. Or you could just have this gentleman like in this, right back here, this Mr. Couch. You could have just somebody that just has that realization that I gotta get my life back. So it's a vicious cycle. That's the problem with the opioid epidemic. We saw it in the 70s and 80s. We're seeing it now. It's probably one of the worst addictions I've ever seen. It's not like marijuana. It's not like crack. It's not like those things. We have to come up with other drugs. We have to come up with Suboxone. We have to come up with methadone to get these people off of it. It's a terrible addiction. So.
One of the issues that I find with this addiction, they want to get clean and there's a waiting list.
Correct.
And when you're wanting to, well, I won't say get clean, I'll just say when you want some recovery, you want it right then, because while you're waiting, you'll just go out there again and get more drugs.
Right. My niece was a victim of that. My own niece was a drug addict. She had to go to North Carolina to get treatment because all of the facilities here, from about 2017 till about 2021, all the facilities here were they were full. So my sister had to send her all the way to North Carolina to get treatment. So yes, I understand what you're coming from there. But that was part of the problem too when the whole thing started, and you know, the whole law enforcement aspect here in Ohio was, well, like I said, we'll arrest our way out of it. Well, all we did was log jam the courts, and then all of the facilities filled up, and that's what kind of created the problem as well.
We have one residential treatment, I think, here in Middletown, which is Mindful Healing.
Yes.
And the rest are outpatient. I don't think there's any other, even the new ones that just opened are
Those are all outpatient.
Yes.
But like I said, we'll move forward with this. We'll continue to do the QRT team. We'll continue to do our Middletown homeless program with one-line recovery. And like I said, hopefully at some point in the future, we'll be able to subside a lot of this and we won't have as many issues as we have. But with the current economic state, this is probably going to continue for a little bit more. And there's other issues that, you know, as far as the fentanyl and things like that go, there's other issues that probably the federal government, the DEA, and some other entities could probably be doing a little bit better, but that's not my decision. That's above my pay grade, so.
So I seen on the news the other day about this new marijuana Delta 8.
Correct.
Taking lives. I've never heard of people
Well, that's the
dying
issue.
from
See,
marijuana.
you know, as far as scheduled substances and things like that, even we've noticed that years ago when they would outlaw certain things. I mean, anybody can invent a new drug out there. We saw it with, you know, all the different things that came along, that the flakka stuff that they had years ago. There's just, people invent this stuff and they're just mix chemicals and mix it up. And that's part of the problem you have with the fentanyl and the heroin now is you don't know what they're cutting this with. It's the same thing with the crystal meth. I mean, if people knew this stuff was being cut with, drain cleaner and everything else, I don't know why you would ever want to put that in your body. But, you know, drug addiction, I understand. I've done this job 28 and a half years. Drug addiction is a very tough thing to overcome. It is. And I think the way we're going about it now is the right way. I think the outreach is much better. Like I said, I think we're building a lot of bridges there with a lot of these people, and they're more trusting of us. They're actually seeing us out there, that we're wanting to get them help, not just put them in jail, not just write them a criminal summons. You know, I think it's working. I really do. And like I said, it's a better educational tool for our officers, because when I came on 20, 30 years ago, our first thing to do is we just went and dropped these people off at the hospital, or we went and did stuff like that. Now the officers are actually having to problem solve and learning what resources are out there, and they're building community partnerships that way too, with the facilities and with the mental health professionals and with the medical care workers that are out there, so.
Right. And word spreads.
And it does, yes. And that's been a big thing with the homeless community, is that the word is spread out there that, we're not here to destroy your
Right.
stuff. We're here to help you. And sometimes we have to displace you from where you're at, but we're here to get you help if you can, so.
That kind of leads into a question that I had, and thank you for your time, Deputy Chief. When we look at the homeless population, some people estimate it's several hundred or up to 1,000. Do you see where most are still migratory, or are they sticking around Middletown for years?
I think it's a mix of both. I would say probably about 70% of the people that are here in Middletown are the same people. That you'll get that transitory thing, and I'll tell you, part of the problem that we have is that we have mental health facilities at our hospitals here in Middletown. And I'm not gonna name other police departments because I'm not gonna front them out here, but we have other police departments that come and drop their mental health people off at our hospital. Well, then when they get released, where are they wandering around Middletown?
Trenton, I'll say it.
Yeah.
I'll say it. I mean,
Westchester,
and
I'll say it.
that's been my thing, is like, I don't care, put me on the news. I don't care.
Our officers have actually caught local jurisdictions dropping people off out there.
Yeah, and so, and there are still members of this community that think that's a myth. And
It's not.
And Uterspaw was killed years ago in the media when he talked about it, and it was the truth. And so when we look at this problem as a whole, whether it just be homelessness with addiction, opioid, et cetera, and that's where it's a delicate balance, because we have a significant portion of the resources at our disposal in this town, but it's also attractive.
Well, it's just like the Hope House. They'll come and drop people off at the Hope House. I don't know what that is anymore either. And it irritates me to no end. And we've had agencies as far south as Cincinnati do that to us, so.
Yeah, and I think it's a challenge, because I'll be very honest and very blunt. I would not want to own a business downtown right now. There's just no way. I mean, I have friends that own businesses downtown, and I go downtown a lot, and it's not good right now. I mean, middle of the day, 70 degrees and sunny, Governor Square. I mean, it's like certain people get a free pass. They can.
And City Manager Lawley and I have discussed that. I mean,
Yeah.
We're going to try to get ahead of that this year.
Well, it's not a knock on you.
January,
Yeah.
But yeah, we're going to try to, hopefully we'll have, last year we tried to use our problem-oriented police officers. We have 2 of those that are assigned to our narcotics. Those are uniformed officers. Those were as Officer Grindstaff and Beal last year. Grindstaff's moved to narcotics. Beal is still there, and we have Officer Mooney over there now who just helped this gentleman. So we'll have them hopefully in the city or downtown. I'd like to have them down there at least 2 days a week, where they're highly visible and things like that.
And I know it's a challenge for you guys. I mean,
It is.
clearly you can see the significant resources that you're using on this. It's just in my mind, and I've made my stance pretty clear several times, and I just want to remind people that this isn't a Middletown problem. This isn't an Ohio problem. This is much larger. And when you have certain communities that have, for lack of a better term, more resources, or more resources than we should have, it's an attraction. It's like having a bug light in your backyard. Your neighbor doesn't have one, right? And so they're all going to come to your yard and get zapped. So that's my point, is like, and I appreciate everything that you guys are doing, and I know it's challenging work, and I know Holly, this is something that's very near and dear to her heart. But as we see more and more of these clinics open, even the outpatient clinics, right, they're popping up. I've seen an uptick, past, the pandemic. I think we've just had 2 recently open. I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but it's definitely a trend. And so, if there are things that you identify that you would need as a resource from a law enforcement perspective, by all means, I'll always listen to that, because I know it's a significant, resource, time suck, every single day. And meanwhile, we have citizens that'll criticize the police department because they'll say, hey, I called the police for whatever, and it took them 45 minutes to respond or 30 minutes to respond, but they don't understand, there
Right,
are.
'cause calls like this can tie you up for.
Exactly. So, I mean, that's probably one of my own personal, I know many on council, our primary concern is public safety all around. So, we're willing to add additional funding and resources to support all of the law enforcement missions. So, but I just want to thank you for your time.
I appreciate it.
That's a excellent segue right into Jackie Phillips, and who's going to give a little bit of a presentation on addressing some of these issues on a more health department, regional, county basis.
Okay, just really quick. I have so much to say to that comment. These are social ills. Unfortunately, they'll always be with us, and we need to start addressing them. We have not addressed them, and we're just taking the little shells and moving them around, and they still exist. So we hope we're going to start doing some of that with this committee that's been meeting forever at the county level. We're hearing everybody say it's a county problem, right? And you're right. Where there are resources, people come. So that's why they come to inner cities, because they have more resources, and that's why they're on my street more than they're on yours, because I'm on Main Street, and it's more resources there. So they're not gonna be in the suburbs. They're gonna be where their resources are. And I have the same things going on. You said downtown businesses, I have it right across the street from my house, that we see things where a resource is right across the street. And so thank you. Thank you. So we're working on this continuum of care. Mayor Elizabeth have been coming to these meetings, probably for a year or more, but we're getting to some nitty-gritty of balance of state, continuum of care with the unhoused, because it's all kind of with HUD, because they talk about how families don't fall into homelessness in the first place, right? How you can prevent it. And it's about housing, affordable housing. And you're in real estate, housing is this. I mean, for people that are working 2 jobs, 3 kids, 4 kids, they can't afford housing often. A lot of schools will tell you, got a lot of homeless kids in all the schools. I am at the county level almost more than I'm in Middletown sometimes, because I'm on these boards and commissions, and I hear how all the schools are suffering because these families are homeless. We're getting ready to have a point and count coming up January 23rd. Stop me if I know Tara's in the back. We've talked about numbers, right? I think the last count said Butler County had 250 or so homeless people. 250. You know it's wrong because that's the whole count. For the whole county. That's incorrect. But some of the point in time count was if you were in the hospital on that night, you were sheltered. If you were in jail on that night, you were sheltered. Those numbers didn't count. So this year, we're trying to get more accurate count so we can get more resources, so we can start addressing some of this. And so mental health is on all so many levels. You have mental health, you have bipolar, sometimes you just have depression, you have all the substance abuse or whatever. It's a lot of different things. Often we hone in on things that are illegal, right? But now we're going to have substance abuse with marijuana, substance abuse with alcohol, drugs, substance abuse across the scale. Some things are legal, some things are not, but it still can get you in the same place. Homelessness, lack of job, etc. So we're trying to work on that. Addiction is real. We have a lot of addiction with sports betting. It's a lot of reasons why people fall into that homelessness situation. So we're trying to work on all these different levels to address the problem of what we see across the country. How many people have heard East Coast, West Coast comes into Midwest, and that's what we're seeing too. Homelessness is everywhere, and you see them in all these big cities, and I was talking to the city manager, if we're not careful, we will start seeing tents on our street too, because they have rights. You got to get in front of it, get policies, and get procedures, like we're doing slowly but surely and incrementally doing things together. And the last thing I think I want to say is Middletown Connect, we received a grant Safety Council and the Health Department received it because we are sitting at so many tables, seeing so many disconnected programs. And we wanted to come together. Middletown Connect is as simple as it sounds, to leverage our resources, our money, our people. And it's starting at grassroots levels. We're not gonna tell communities what they need. We wanna listen to what they need and want. And so some parks might look like pickleball. Some courts might look like rocking chairs and shade. Some parks, because you're talking about a diverse city, a diverse community that need different things. So we're trying to address every community, every area individually of what do you want. And so we have put out there as many times as we can that we're available because we're just keep getting, we're right now working with Wildwood and Amanda area. We're just picking residents that want to come together, come to the table and say, what is it that your neighborhood wants? You would be surprised. Sometimes it's so little, and often it costs nothing. They just want to be heard, and they just want to be able to say, can I do it? And, you know, give me some guidelines. And so we're excited about all of the things that we're doing, but with the new council, I'm really excited because we have to do things differently. I loved when you said it, Councilman Zach, when you said, you know, we just need diverse housing, right? I mean, because everybody, I like a yard, but I don't want to mow grass, and I'm old, and I want a ranch, and I don't want to do a state. And so we need diverse stuff here, right? And so I think I'm excited that you guys are going to possibly start doing things boldly and different, right? Because same things, I mean, they haven't worked. We're in the same position sometimes as we've been for the 20, 30 years, because we're not looking at how things look, not today, but 20 years from now. That's a problem for us. We always say, let's fix this. No, you need to fix problems 10 years in the future. So we are working hard on this initiative. I know the mayor has a lot of the notes. The next meeting I put down is 2/20. My slides are, we're still defining homelessness, and that's what I was telling you on the count. So 23rd from 8 to midnight, it'll be locations where they could come in and eat, but most importantly, we're gonna start gathering information. Why are you homeless? Where are you homeless? Where do you come from, et cetera. I am probably the worst person that you wanna hear. I think homelessness means your roof is the sky, so everybody's is everybody's. But it is true. People drop off in certain places. People are more friendly. They have more resources. They go to hospitals. We happen to have 2 nice hospitals here. And then when they get out, they're in our community. So you're right. It's just where the resources is. But we're trying to get a realistic count so we can see what our challenges are. But most importantly, start getting some money for it. And low income, affordability, leasing rates, all of that is happening. And to be continued. We're just working hard. Anybody can come to these meetings, but we'll start getting that information out. If we start getting more money, then we can maybe come up with a county plan to start addressing these. And you know we're not going to fix it overnight. I think it's always going to be here. So I always say, let's not try to fix things and solve problems. Let's just start addressing them and not putting our heads in the sand. So that's it. I'll sit back there like, ooh, 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 ooh. But anyway, I think it's wonderful when you have challenges, and I'll go back to my roots. Too much is given, much is required. And sometimes when we keep getting issues and stuff, it's because we have so many resources. What are you going to do with them, right? So, I'm done. I'm good.
Thank you, Jackie.
Can I do the moonwalk back to my seat?
Yes. If Steve Lewis can do exercises, you can moonwalk.
So could I just expand a little bit on what she was saying and
Yes.
talking about? So the Butler County, they kind of call it right now the Butler County Homeless Committee, and it sprang up from this idea of, a couple years ago, no city wanted to touch homelessness. They didn't want to talk about it. Nobody wanted to look at it, but it has to be addressed. So we hear people and they say, no, not this city, not first, make them do it. So it's like, okay, let's start looking countywide and let's see what might be possible to help people throughout the county. Because again, it's not just a county problem, it's not just a city problem, it's not just a state, it's everywhere in the whole world, but all over the country. But we have to look somewhere. So looking at what we might be able to do to pool our resources as cities, major cities in Butler County is also a very exciting proposition. We're looking at having some meetings with city mayors and city managers and starting to have the conversation in Butler County of what can we look at to pool our resources to see what might be possible. And to speak to the point in time count, that's done once a year. It's like she said, it's, like Jackie Phillips Carter said, it's going to be on January 23rd. I believe it's 8 p.m. to 6 a.m. And again, you only count the people who are outside. So one of the things Butler County is looking to do to get a more accurate count, not 217 to 250 homeless people in the county, we have more than that in Middletown alone. That's not accurate. If that affects funding, then that's not helping anybody. So what we're looking to do is also create another count. You have to do the PIC count in January, that's nationwide, but to do another one in the summer as well, to find more people to do the things where you do go to the hospitals, you do look at motels, you do look at garages, couches, and things like that. That'll give us a much more accurate count. Plus, we're looking at, when it comes to HUD and distributing funds to try to make some progress in this area, we are looking at becoming our own continuum of care here in Butler County. Right now, we're part of the balance of state. What that means is there are 88 counties in Ohio, and about, I don't know, 76 of us are all lumped together. The other big cities have their own continuums of care where they get the money, the funding, that they get to decide where the funding goes, and how to best help their own populations like Columbus, Cleveland, Dayton, Cincinnati. And Butler County is probably the biggest county in the balance of state, and we're trying to see what we can do to become our own continuum of care so we can control the money, where it's going, where it's most needed, connected together, a full facing everything. So it's a very exciting time right now. There's a lot happening in this group. We have a lot of policy leaders, we have organizational leaders, and so we're able to actually push something forward, which is, like I said, very exciting. We'll hear more from that later.
Good. Great. If there are no other questions, we'll move on. And the next item is our fire station construction progress. I'd like to invite Chief Tom Snively up, and he'll give a little overview on where we're at in the process of building the 4 new fire stations.
Good afternoon, Mayor, City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to bring you up to speed on what the fire station construction is. I want to start off by giving a shout out to the union members that did the golf outing over the summer. We raised $9,000 for the Midway baseball team.
Yeah.
So that's something that came up earlier. So, I can plug it. Okay. So again, you know, a lot of times we see the firefighters out on the engines and the medics and those things, and you don't hear a lot about the fundraising and things like they do for the community, and it's something I'm very proud of. So wanted to give a shout out to them for that. Okay, sorry, obviously an overhead shot of the new headquarters site. So this is Yankee down on the bottom, just to get orientated a little bit there. As far as size go, you can see a fire department pickup truck sitting down there by the parking lot. So to give you a little bit better idea on the size of the area that you're looking at. And where this photo came from, we're sending up a drone every week, taking photos, and then at the end we'll be able to do like a time lapse of the construction of the facilities, something that we can post later on. So what we have done on the headquarters site that you're looking at here, all the civil engineering's done, all the underground utilities are in. We did run into one issue with the utilities on Yankee there. Some people know about this, a lot don't, but there is a 36-inch water line that runs through the street there that goes to Cliffs. So in order to transverse that line without hitting it, this caused some problems on the site, nothing that we couldn't overcome, but it's something unique we did run into. So if you look at the site there, you can see the parking lot and the drive bases are down. That's the gravel that you're looking at there. Footers, as I say, started footers last week on this site, which will go into the next few weeks depending on weather. Obviously now everything's covered in snow, makes things a little bit different, but we did plan for winter. We call it a winter contingency or a winter package. So we did plan for that. So we will keep moving as the weather permits. For the most part, we're on schedule. We're about maybe 10 days behind, but we're going to have that. We're going to have those kind of lulls. I believe we can catch those up pretty easily. Slab on grade, and we can expect that in February. Building dry-in April, we're talking about headquarters here. And then substantial completion, as you'll see, by September. Again, this is our headquarters building, so not only will it have bays, but it has the administrative offices. It's going to have a training component built into the station. So a lot of the things that we need to do our job, efficiently, safely, and, and to give the community the service they need is going to be built into the station. So we're very excited about getting it done. So this is kind of a bird's eye view of what the station will actually look like. You can see the tower in the back, which again is the training component that we don't have right now. When we closed the station on Titus Avenue, we lost that component. So now some of that training either we don't do or we have to travel to get it done, which makes it really difficult for on-duty crews to get that training in. So this is really going to be a big help to us. Storage, as you can imagine, in the stations that we have now, some built over 50 to 60 years ago. Equipment's a lot bigger now. We have a lot more of it. We provide a lot different service than we did 50 years ago. EMS really wasn't even a kind of a thought. For most of that was controlled by the nursing or by the funeral homes, things like that. But now it's 80% of what we do. So all that equipment, storage, and training is all something that we've added into the buildings, along with the technical rescue aspect. Again, that equipment takes up room and not things that we planned 4 years ago. So we're excited to get in the building. Again, substantial completion by September. Open, maybe occupy the building 30 days from then. So we're running through, my team and I are running through scenarios on how that'll take place. Actually making that conversion from walking out of headquarters on Roosevelt, and then we start responding out of that. They sound simple, it won't be. It won't be. So we're working through that now, and we're preparing for it just like we do any other challenge that we face. Any questions about headquarters? Where we're at? This is Station 82. This is right by the atrium there. You're actually, as orientation, we're standing on atrium, and we're looking west. Okay, that's 122 there on the left. Civil engineering's all completed on. Underground utilities are done on this site. Ran into a pretty, we'll call it a significant problem. We ran into a problem. We found a cistern that was buried on this property that we had to dig out. It's not as easy as just, those of you in the construction field know this, it's not as easy as just packing a bunch of dirt back in the hole. That cistern is basically where the bay is. So the engine will be sitting there. So, the compaction and everything was very critical. But again, we planned for contingencies or built in, and that was just one of them that we had to deal with. You see the parking lot and the dry bases are in. Footers, sometimes in February. You're going to see throughout this process about a couple month to a 6-month delay from one station to the next. There's several reasons for that. One of them is contractors. Again, if you're out there building buildings or doing things now, they're at a premium. Hard to get. Labor in Ohio is very competitive. We don't see as much problem now getting things like HVAC, rigid insulation, things like that we're having problems getting. Don't see as much of that, but what we are seeing is there's just not many subs available, and we've had to overcome some challenges there. So we expect the building to be dried in May, and then substantial completion by October all of this year. Any questions about Station 82?
This is the station that has it's going to have an office for Middletown Police Department.
Yeah, thank you, sir. Yeah, that's exactly right. Eric's gone, but yeah, to me, when we were in initial stages talking about, we call them programs, the things that we wanted in the station, to me, it makes a lot of sense. There's no real police presence out there, a place for them to go, whether in a parking lot or, the other station that's close by is over on Town in Dixie. So So to me, it makes a lot of sense for them to have an office out there where they can do interviews, they can do the things they need to do. Wasn't that much a 10 by 10 office. It's not a huge amount of square footage or money. And it's good to have them out there. It's good to have them out there. So yeah, that's exactly right. That station will have that. And one of the other things you'll notice about this station and the other ones I'm going to show you, there are 3 bays on this station. 81 and 85 are only going to have 2 bays. I know Councilman West mentioned earlier about the amount of population and amount of action that we're going to see in that area in the future. So there'll be an ambulance in that station, a tower ladder, and an engine. So we need to plan for the future, and that is a huge amount of growth there. Just the apartment buildings alone, we're in there every week looking around. And for us, those are calls. Those are calls we're going to be making. Same thing with the entertainment district. God forbid anything happens, but it will. Something will happen, and we need to be prepared in the future for it. And not to mention the stretch of highway that we have. That's only going to get busier as time rolls on. Any questions about Station 82? So I know this is hard to see, and my explanation here is 81 and 85. 81 is going to be on Charles Street, 85 on Sophie. Those two we're working through. As we have went through each of these stations, we've learned something on every turn that we've made. We're trying to learn things, trying to be more efficient. For something that we can eliminate, we do. We're trying to be, as efficient and cost-effective throughout this process as we can be. We've made a number of engineering changes to fit within the budget, and we're still doing that. That's why 81 and 85 are still being drafted to a certain point to being finalized. These 2 stations, as far as the actual building components, will go out to bid May-ish. So right now, what you've approved for is 4 sites and the construction of 2. We'll come back for another GMP, and that'll be for the construction of these 2, if that makes sense to you. You'll notice on these stations are 2-phase stations. Again, set up for basically an engine and a medic. And normally you would have 5 people in that station. And depending on what comes in, if you have a medic call, the medic call can take it and leave it. The engine's still there, staffed. Okay, so if a fire comes in, they can roll out of there. They can cover anything in their district. The only station that we don't have set up like that is 82, for the atrium one I just showed you. There's only going to be 3 people in that station, as it stands. So we need to think about that. We need to think about the future. We need to be able to staff both an engine and a medic. That's going to require essentially 9 people outside of what we have now to pull that off. So again, you'll see here site work May of '24, and then you'll see the same progression as you've seen in the other 2 sites as far as the work, and then substantial completion of all 4, everything completed. And again, we're pretty much on target for July of '25. So pretty aggressive timeline, but you've heard all the reasons why this is important. So we want to get them online as quickly as we can. Least of which is just construction inflation still continues to climb. Don't see it going backwards, unfortunately. So time is of the essence. If I've learned anything out of the 32 years that I've been on the fire department talking about stations, is it's not going to get better to wait. I think it costs us. So we need to plan better. We're trying to do that in the fire department, and chip off a little bit at a time. So any questions about the fire station construction or anything fire EMS related, I'd be glad to answer.
So Station 85, Sophie Avenue, that's going to replace Station 85 at the corner of Central and Braille?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct. Yeah. And then 81 will replace the one that's right across in the city building, in the post office.
And also, I'm really I'm very excited about these. I had the pleasure of visiting with you and touring headquarters and learning a lot more about fighters. It's very impressive. And I hear you when you say, you know, we're going to be looking at the budget as well for more firefighters as well in the future. As far as funding goes for these projects, what's that looking like now? And how's funding going for the fire project?
Well, it's a good question. I can tell you headquarters came in quite a bit under budget, about the same amount that 82 came in over. So it was, to save you the long story, it was kind of a wash. There's a couple reasons for that. 82, we had to remove about that much dirt off the entire site. Hauling dirt's expensive. I mean, it's got to find a place to take it, things like that. Luckily, one day I was standing there talking to the construction manager, and a guy pulled up and says, "Hey, you looking to get rid of dirt?" He's like, "Yeah, where do you live?" And he's like, "I live at 1.5 miles right down the road." And we're like, "Yes, that's fuel, saving a lot of fuel money."
Well, Steve wants to fill his pool in, so.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah, I need some too, but it wasn't looking right for dump trucks coming in and out of my driveway, I can tell you. So yeah, that was the problem we ran into there. The thing, and just being transparent, the thing that concerns us, the building with the lesser square footage was more expensive per square foot. And there's some reasons for that. Some of it's deployment. Contractors want to be on site for a long, they got, they're going to be on this site for a while as opposed to jumping around. There's a few reasons for that. We're going to have a better idea what that looks like when we bid these two. And like I said, I'm sorry, we're looking at May-ish for that. But at this point right now, we're within budget. But to say there's not, a surprise or risk left, until we have the bids in our hand and we have the GMP signed, and we have the contractors signed their contracts, it's not an exact science. One of the things that we ran into with headquarters in 82 was the time it took for when they got the bids, we got the GMP and everything together, and for them to execute those subs. 2 walked away. Plumber contract walked away. That was $47,000 to the next bid. The mason walked away. $200,000 to the next closest bid. So we have to lump that into our contingency money and how much because what I was hoping was to take that contingency money and roll it into these, and we would be okay. Now that happened, and still the uncertainty of what bids are going to come back like, we're not going to know till May. But as we stand right now, we're within budget, if that answers your question. Any other?
Thank you very much. Yeah, it kind of answered the questions, but what it sounds like is that we also don't really know what the funding can support yet, because we don't know what we're going to need yet as well. Is that correct, as far as the 4 firehouses? Like what can our funding can support now, and then what we're going to be looking at in the future we'll know better in May?
No, the stations are funded. The stations are funded. What could happen, like we were lucky at one station came in under, where Station 82 was a little bit over. We're hoping we're going to be okay when we go to final cost of the last 2 stations. We know that we've budgeted what, Nathan, 26?
Okay.
26 point some million for the cost of the stations, and the levy covers 16.8 of that, and then we were about $9 million short, which the last council we decided to bond that out. So hopefully we'll stay on target with that.
Right, and that did basically answer my question. We'll know more exactly in May after that happens.
Yeah, and I mean, getting the bids in the end of it, you've heard BE or value engineering mentioned earlier. There would be things that we may have to eliminate to stay within budget. But we constantly, that's all I think about, to be honest with you. We're all over it as far as trying to keep things on target. very important to me. It's very important to Pepper and the architect. They're very proud of this project. I've gotten a lot of phone calls, people very curious about how we're doing it and going about it. Doing 4 at one time is kind of unheard of, to be honest. But as I mentioned earlier, we find ourselves in a scenario where not a whole lot was done to help us where we're at now, and which should have been. So I've learned through this, you really, kind of eating the elephant, one bite at a time. And, I think we're doing a good job of managing it, but it would be a lot easier if we did one every, 20 years, something like that, so.
You'll have to write a book on it, like our former police chief wrote a book on his time.
How to build 4 firehouses.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that. I went to a number of conferences and talked to people, and they're like, never want to do one again. I can't imagine you're doing it.
Yep.
People are excited about it. It's
For the
cool.
most part, it's went well. It's a tribute to the team I got. I think we did a good job of picking a good construction manager. So I think a lot of things could have went wrong that haven't, because we've stayed on it and been real proactive. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you, Chief.
Council, we're 15 minutes over. I still got the police review study. What I would like to do is table this one to February 6th city manager report, or the February 20th city manager report, if that's okay with you. And go ahead and call it an afternoon.
Works for me.
Yeah.
Cool, good. Great. So, thank you. What's going to take place now is staff's going to sit down early next week and compile a lot of our notes. And then there's some areas where we told you we'll need to bring stuff to you and make final decisions and seek more information from you.
So go ahead and close it out. All right, so this concludes a special meeting for the annual strategic planning session for Saturday, January 20th, 2024. Thank you to everyone. At 2:12 p.m., this meeting is adjourned until Tuesday, February 6th at 5:30 p.m., or 5 p.m. for our executive session. City Council chambers at 1 Donna Plaza for the next regular council meeting. Thank you, and good afternoon.